That you are loved, even if you don't love yourself.
Hey, if you don't love yourself. This is what you'll have a Trilluminati and have Red Pill Trilluminati clips. Like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live, and please put the number your like in the chat, you know, like that.
You are loved, even if you don't love yourself. Oh, that you are loved, even if you don't love yourself.
Family, that's love. Hey. Get the lights up. Yeah. You know, I only rinse these tunes because I can play them on the without getting a thingy. You get me?
Oh, striking that.
Sometimes when I try to, you know, do the homies, they're doing it on beats that, you know, are getting strikes and it's long, man. So yeah, that's why I be playing these. And plus, I like the vibe. I like it to start the show. Big up, chefs.
Big up, in.
What's
What
that?
we
What's that?
saying
What's
today?
that buzzing? What's that buzzing sound? You got that buzzing
Oh,
sound again.
buzzing sound again.
What? Well, it's gone now, I think.
It has to be the headphones, man.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So, how's your day been? What's been going
My
on?
day's been chill. I had work yesterday, so I've just been relaxing today.
Yeah, chilling out.
Yeah, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
man.
we're gonna get into some videos.
So you found a little doggy today.
Excuse me?
So you found a little doggy today.
Yeah, found, yeah.
Oh, so adorable.
Isn't
Oh,
it? Little cute
so
dog,
happy
man.
to see you, man. He's like,
Look
yeah, who's this?
like a little baby fox or something. It was mad. Tiny
Yeah,
little dog.
who's this? I want to know. I want to know who this big guy is. Too. Just do so. Oh, it's so sweet.
Tiny little dog.
And when you
Tiny.
picked him up, yeah, he's bite size.
Look at
So,
tiny dog, man.
yeah, he was small. When I saw you pick him up, I was like, right, he's small.
Like, smaller than a loaf of bread. Smaller, like, you
Oh
get me? It
wow, but that small.
was tiny. The dog's tiny. It was a little tiny dog, man. Like, tiny. Little bubble, like, rah. I was like, yeah, I like this dog. I see the size it will grow to.
Okay.
It seemed alright. I seem to like. I never thought of it before, but every time I see these little tiny dogs, they have to look. I don't like the pussy looking ones though. Do you know what I mean? You know the.
Oh, okay.
Little,
Yeah.
I think it's acceptable to have one big dog and one tiny dog. That's acceptable still.
I think it's okay. Yeah.
But I couldn't have just a tiny dog.
No,
No, no.
that would make you look weird. No. I could have one little tiny dog. We know that nobody know about the island is to carry on with a tiny dog.
I wouldn't be carrying around any dog, so that dog would have to stand on its own too.
That's carry on, but you know what I mean? Just stop going for kind well I do. What's this now, Jeds?
We'll see. We got the likers on code Barber Studios now, yeah? Barber Studios. Yeah, is that what it is now? The Barber Studios. Yeah. Definitely bigging up your situation, bro. Who else is in the chat?
Doing this be going on.
What did you say? You sound like you're in the barbers with all that buzzing. But what did you say?
There's a lot of buzzing going on, man. Shit, man.
You started.
Is it
It's
Is it
there. Nah, it's gone now, but then whatever you did made it return.
I don't know what I'm doing, bro. It's just the headphones. Hold on, let me try to find a different headphone. Let's see.
Yeah. We got the 30 people, man. We're just waiting for you lot to slap that like button. Get your foot off the aux cord. Yeah, slap the like button, man, and forward if you can. Forward. I'm gonna wait for you lot. So yeah, you know, in the news, yeah, when I came off the stream yesterday, or whatever this morning, I see that there was some kind of chemical attack in Clapham. Yeah. So I don't know if you lot have heard about this. You must have, though. Chemical Okay. Footage emerges. Let's get to this one. Footage emerges of Clapham chemical attack with injured mother and 2 children. 9 people were injured in Wednesday night's attack, which has been described by the fire brigade as a chemical incident. Let me see what they got here.
Yeah, I've seen this going around. Is it better, Jeds?
Yeah. Okay, so what's this? Running around.
Someone actually filmed. Oh.
I don't know what that is. One person is struck by the what? By the car, and then not shown here. A young woman is thrown to the ground. I don't know why anyone thinks it's a good idea
To stand up in front of a car.
Yeah.
But this still ain't clear on how, like.
I don't know. That is weird. Why have you released this dead footage? What is this, man?
Yeah.
This dead food, man.
It's not...
9 people were injured, including 2 children, their mother, and 3 police officers. So that's 6, 7,
So
8.
it was clearly a domestic dispute thing that turned a bit mad, and because people joined in, they also got affected. It looked like.
Yeah, it turned a bit
You know what I
splatty.
mean? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on there, but the whole thing just sounds a little weird.
Just a little, yeah.
You know?
Just a little, yeah.
So this is supposed to be the
So what am
brother.
I trying to say? I aimed it.
Yeah, I think they're looking for this guy.
Okay. Yeah, because they said the suspect still remains at large and all of that bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yo, the month of Jan has been crazy, blood.
I wish I just knew anyone that looked like him or resembled him. Do you know what I mean? Because then I'd definitely turn him in.
You, Jedi.
Would I turn them in? Yeah, I'll turn them in for splashing up the acid.
Oh, for the babies. Yeah. No, but do you know what? Because it's so confused. Well, not confusing, but you're so against them people there. I thought you'd just fuck him up yourself.
Yeah. No. We got to catch him and anyone that looks like him. Anyone that
Anyone.
even
That's what creep.
anyone that even resembles him. But yeah, I ain't seen no one like that. But if I did,
Yeah,
fuck you up.
Yeah.
Huh?
Do you know what? I'm just clocking what's going on. You know what? You know when I initially saw your photo, yeah.
If you look see anyone that looks like this dude, yeah, turn him in, man. Do the right thing.
When I initially saw your photo, yeah, I didn't know.
All right, Chevron. Let my jokes be mature jokes that don't need explaining. Come on, gal. All right.
No, obviously I'm just seeing it, so that's why I'm like.
You don't have to say you just seeing it. Who's Abdul Shakur Azidi? Is this guy. So I don't know if he broke up with his girlfriend or something, and then all of a sudden. So I'm saying these men are pussies, man. Proper pussies. Just wanna like get me. Jermaine would just slap the girl, slap her. Now that's not even right, but at least he's just gonna slap her, give her box a dong, and go about his business. These men on some acid wanna carve out people's skin for life. Like what for what?
I don't know.
I never had pum pum that good, man. Never. I'd be frightened to have that kind of pum pum. sample that kind of pum pum and then want to start kill up people and drive into people. You know what I mean?
Mm.
I don't know what makes man. Please, man, God protect me from them kind of women that can bring that emotion out of you, that make you
It
want to kill.
ain't got nothing to shut up, man. It ain't got nothing
Get me,
to do.
well,
You
yeah.
are in control of yourself. You should be able to manage yourself.
Not everyone's in.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
trying to blame other people's pum pum for
not
your
everyone
behavior.
else. Not everyone's in control, man. That's a lie.
Oh,
Not everyone's got
can't be
power.
blaming.
The
You
same.
can't be blaming other people for your behavior.
No, did you hear what I said? There's people that can bring that out in you, innit? Yeah,
Yeah,
so
but
I
that
say
don't
I'm
mean
glad
that.
that I've never been with anyone that can bring that out of me. What you talk about? You think you couldn't go and harm someone? You, Big Chevelle, talk about I'd poke him in his head. Nah, if I knew he was a pussy, then nah. You know what? I'm like, I'll just keep pushing and put. You think you couldn't find yourself in a scenario where you was violent? Shut up,
I ain't
man.
saying no, but I'm
Yeah, so
not
why
saying
you?
I'm not
So why
taking
can't
away
I
the
then?
accountability. I'm not
Yeah,
taking away the
there's
accountability that I hold for
accountability, but
myself.
clearly there's a certain type of brother that would bring that out in you, is what I'm saying. You're not gonna be like that with everyone. Accountability or not, that person is the type of person that you don't want to end up in a relationship with because of what could happen, right? I'm just saying thank you for not giving me or not letting me sample or be involved with anyone that can have that effect on me where I will be on a mad thing where I want to dash away my life. Because like
Mad.
I said, I never experienced anything that was that good. Do you know what I mean? That good.
Mm.
Nah, I've never been in that. Thank you.
It's
I've never been in
crazy.
that position.
Mm. Yeah, these people.
Mm. Blaming the girl's pump. I'm not blaming this girl's pump. I'm just saying. Luckily, I've never experienced anything that has uh, been worth it to throw away everyone's life. Like, what's going on? Some man will just take you, fill the whole car with the whole fam, even the newborn baby, the dog, the
Mad
goldfish in the
thing.
glove compartment, and
I don't even
how
want to
they say
laugh.
in Jamaica, chuck off a mountain, chuck off a cliff, yeah, chuck off everyone, everyone's
It's
chucking,
mad. It's
yeah.
mad. It's mad. It's mad.
You know that, and you better mind out, Chevelle, because you don't know. You might have that. If I can't have you, no
Why
one
are
can.
you even saying that?
Just listen though. Be careful who you let sample because he might sample and you know, like when you're walking past in the high street and like, oh, would you like a sample, ma'am? Hello, miss. Would you like a sample? Would you like to? Yeah. You got to be careful who you offer the sample because they might just want to take the whole tray once they have a little piece. So be careful. Some people are
Oh my
nuts.
god.
Fatal attraction is real. Some people, there's something about you. Do you know what? You know, obsession is real.
Yeah.
Like, but I mean, like psychotic obsession. Have you seen obviously you've seen the something about Mary? You never seen that film, have you?
I don't think so,
All
.
right, write this
But
one down. Go
I've
on,
seen quite a few
put it in your film list. Go on. There's something
alright,
about Mary.
hold
Go watch
on.
that. Have a chuckle.
Okay.
You ain't writing. You ain't written that down. You're just saying okay. Go write it
No
down somewhere.
wait,
Make a
hold
little
on.
list. What? That.
Wait to bomber clot.
Wait for what?
Total blows and bomber clot. Me I write it down now, man. Cha.
Oh, I don't know who
Where you
you're
say it
talking
name
to.
again?
But I don't know who you're talking to.
Where you say
But it's no,
where you say it
there's
name again?
something about Mary. It's not even difficult. But I don't
Thank
know who you're talking
you.
to. Because that kind of Chabamba clout is the type of thing where I'm saying, don't make me, I'll just load up the car with everybody. Ooh, pick up your best friends if we're going somewhere. Load up the car. Yeah, and take it right off. Don't talk to me like that. Yeah, because we'll all die. One sec, one sec.
Oh my gosh. I don't know what type of blood clot show. Yeah, it shouldn't be
Yeah.
taking 500 hours for you to like up the show. As you arrive, you like up the show. I'm confused.
Yeah.
What's going on?
But lucky there is no show. I mean, lucky there is a show. Cause yeah, like I said, there could have been no show because I was like flying through the air in the Volkswagen with my
Magic
girl, with my girl.
with the girl.
Yeah, yeah,
You
me.
see, you say girl a certain way, yeah, and I really enjoy it when you say girl. With my girl. It's when
With
it
my
comes to the
girl,
L's. It's when it
girl,
comes to the L's, yeah. You
girl.
look,
Yeah,
girl,
yeah. But you don't like
girl.
it when I say gal. But you get me?
No, I don't.
You
No, I
don't.
don't.
So lucky I said
But
girl.
that's what I said. I enjoy when you say girl. That's what I'm saying. Big up Tony Brown.
So what? Have you ever like been so angry at your man that you just went into another room and like screamed?
You know what? Yeah, I haven't had the opportunity to. No,
You didn't have the opportunity to scream.
not like that, but like that relationship was like however long ago, and I haven't really been in one since. So I haven't really had
Oh, you
to
don't.
get that experience of being tired of you that I got to go into the next room and scream.
So you've only been in one relationship.
Two, but
Two.
those were in like my younger years, like
Mm,
19 to like 23. Within those years, yeah.
Okay.
It's been hard getting a man since, boy. I don't know what I'm doing.
Hard. Maybe they sent the message around about your fuckery. Yeah, but
Me.
maybe they're ready for your fuckery.
Yeah. Axum said screamed from within but not out loud. Yeah, that's a good one, Axum, you know, because you know you gotta be submissive and that. You get me?
Have you ever I need there to be more women on here. Have you ever screamed at a man, I love you? I fucking love you.
So you know what? I haven't done that one, but I've done this one like I love you. I don't know why you're doing this to me. Yeah, I've done that one.
Heartbreaking.
No one's
MA, man. With your married self, man. No way, man.
I've heard it all, man. I've heard it all.
Can you do that pitch?
Nah, I've tried, you know. Oh my god, I've tried. Do you know? Yeah. You got a good approach.
Because you can't do it at that.
With the army.
You can't do it at
No, you can't do it at full force. You can't do it at full force. Has to be airy fairy.
That's like one of them. And then birthday flutes.
No, like a dead bird.
What's the most dramatic? Like, obviously you said you haven't screamed in that, but what's your most dramatic kind of outburst to a man?
Oh my god! So I caught feelings for this dickhead one time. Yeah, I think I told you, and I ended up like I got so pissed, yeah, because he weren't doing things right in it. So I was like, "Oh fuck this! I'm going to go collect my things from the yard, innit?" Yeah. So man knew I was on way. When I get there, he's not opening the door. So yeah, I started pushing and banging down door and going mad. Yeah, fuck. Yeah, you the fuck. Yo, I've never been so crazy in my life, bro. I have never ever behaved like this. And that's when I realized I was like, now I realize why they say women are crazy. I've never behaved like this. Like nobody's ever got me to that point. But you see him. Oh my god, bruv. I was outside the door. I was doing up mad gal settings. Like, you know, when a neighbor, you know, like when you know, like neighbors going at it the normal neighbors, like they're going at it. Oh, Cheryl again. You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was that type of behavior, like pussy, come on, boy. Yeah, EastEnders types. And I was ready to like bust his window with a fucking brick.
Oh my god.
I told him, I said to him, if you don't open the fucking door now, yeah, I'm going to break down your window. I'm going to break down your door and your window. Don't play with me. Them tutus, because the neighbors
No
upstairs
way.
heard. They came and opened the door in it, yeah. But his door, so obviously you got the front door, and then he's
Yeah,
downstairs.
and
So
his
his
flat,
door,
whatever.
right, his flat door. So I've got to his flat door. His flat door at the top hinge was like kind of fucked. Obviously, I knew because I was staying there a little piece there and there in it. So, anyways, boom. Now he's not coming to the door. Obviously, his neighbor's gone upstairs. Yeah, he's not coming to the door. I know that the top hinge. So I just start bracing myself on the wall and just kicking the top hinge of the door in it. That's how I'll break down this door, bro. You don't know, like I'm a big girl, so I'm trying to shove my, you know, when you run and lick down door, yeah, that type of behavior. And when he heard it, kind of run into the door. When he heard it do the little, you know, when you hear the wood kind of do the crack,
Yeah,
he
the
come and bust
Slit.
the door.
like,
Oh,
shit.
Yeah, come and bust the door. I said, "No,
So
pussy, you're
one
playing with
time,
me."
one time, I was going out with this girl, and then I decided I didn't want to. All legitimately, a bath. You know what I mean? A
I love
bath.
it. Go on.
I decided
You
that
have
I
the right,
no
brother.
longer
You have
want
the
to
right.
participate in this thing. And then I said, it's over. It's like, cool, it's over. And then, like, say that was like Thursday. Friday, I had the day off. Saturday, Sunday. Monday, I went into this place I was working. I was working for this little company doing something. And I had a wicked day at work. And I just really started the job. And I'd come out. And then I was getting a lift back to my house from a female friend, right? And just as I was walking to this girl's car, this new ex came out of nowhere and caused the maddest scene ever. It was like I've never been embarrassed like that, drawn out, like yeah, like and she wouldn't leave me alone to the point where I had to run off basically, and she kind of
Yeah, I done them. What?
I had to literally just run off. And she was like, "Nah, what? This is what you're really gonna do? You're breaking my heart. What you're gonna get in the car with this bitch to the damn." So I was like, "What? This is my friend. All my work colleagues, my boss is there. Like it was Monday, and I've got Tuesday to Thursday to still do
Wednesday,
work.
yeah, Thursday.
You'll get half the people them rating you and the other half side eyeing you.
Never let a woman know where you work. That's the rule.
Yeah, 100.
Yeah, just don't worry, man. It's just up here somewhere. Because coming to your work, and the thing is, she was so dramatic with it. Like, as in, her personality was very dramatic. So she was crying. It was like a movie to her. Like, you're breaking my heart. Shaking. Like, just proper emotional. It was mad, man.
Slumped on a step and that. I've had all that.
I remember after my ordeal, I was so ashamed. I was like,
yeah, you should be, man.
Shut the hell up, Emmy, man.
I'm just saying, you've grown since then,
man,
obviously.
I already know this,
why are these not on mute? What's going on?
Why are you adding? No, why are you adding to the factory? And I already told you, I already know.
Sorry.
Why are you shouting?
Angry black lady, can you let the Ice Queens speak? They've come in tandem as well. It's a rare appearance. So when you see two ravens, that's good luck, right?
Yeah.
All right, and when you see
You probably know how to do the East End street scene better than anyone. Tell us.
Boy, I mean, I've done some psycho bitch shit in the past.
I bet
we know, man.
I've done some psycho bitch. No, so it's more like
you got the voice for it.
Waiting for him to come home from work and seeing who he's bringing home. So then, if I catch you, I'm fucking you up.
All right, but tell the other side of the story where you was hanging onto his ankle when he was walking, saying, "No, I'm done. And he was like, "No, babe, I'm sorry. I just."
I think the only person, the only person I think I kind of like did all that craziness where like standing in front of the door. No, you're not leaving. Yeah. You're not leaving me. I did all that. That was with the baby dad though. Yeah.
You're not a real man if you've never had a woman at your ankles.
Yeah, I've had all that, man.
and you have to drag her, and you have to drag her like at least a step, at least no, at
I've
least 3 steps.
I've never
Bro.
stooped so low.
And not every
I've never
woman's done it,
stooped
but
so
every
low.
man's had it.
Oh,
Everybody's
okay.
said it. Yeah. You're right. Nah, it's not. Do you know what? Yeah, there's a lot man that don't get gal will talk about it like it's a great thing to have done to you, and it's not. Yeah, it's not a desirable situation to be in. It's embarrassing. It's stressful. It's fucking that it depletes you. It's horrible, man. You know what I mean? Like I remember when we talked about it before, and Khan was like, "Yeah, that's Khan's flavor, isn't it? He likes that type of shit, or he dreams of it, or what? I don't know what it is, but
Yeah.
Can't get
that's
cold
not good,
though.
man."
Can't get
Remember, he
cold. Do
said
you know what
he
it is?
was.
Yeah?
Remember, he said he wants
He
vulnerable women, innit?
Yeah.
exactly. He enjoys breaking women down. So for him, that's a dream, bro.
Nah,
You know what I mean?
they're already broken. Nah, they're already broken when they arrive. That's his
Already
thing.
broken. He continues to break down. It's the same shit, bro.
Now the peak thing is when the woman that will beg you and do the ankle holding and that. One day you threaten to leave and she's just like, do you want me to call you a cab? Mad thing. What's going on here? Wait,
Yeah, I've done
hold
that
on,
one as well.
Oh
hold on a minute.
my
What's going on
god,
here?
that's
Do you want me to pack
crazy.
your suitcase
Oh,
for you and
Whoa,
put
hey,
them
whoa.
by
you know,
the door, babe?
Yeah. I knew I shouldn't have let you start going, Jim. You've done built up the strength to leave me. What the fuck?
yeah, bro. Oh my god, he's right. No, do you
The
know what
hell's
I
going on here?
Hey, Jed, you know what I did? Yeah, you know, I'll be honest. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I did. It was like a double flip. So it went from I'm dusting to
Yeah.
she's like, "No, I don't think this is working." I'm like, "What do you mean, blood?"
What? I want to be with
and
you,
then
though.
and then I flipped it again, and then I
No,
left.
you
I
are
ended
the
up
demon.
leaving. Innit?
I hate people
Yeah,
like
I know.
you because
It's
I've
fine.
noticed this has happened to me before, where I've said, you know what, fuck this, and she's been like, no, and then kind of like maybe when they go through the catalogue of good times and we've been through all this and rare, and what it gets rough and you're just gonna walk away, yeah. And I'm thinking, well, she's right, I don't quit on people. I'm not a fucking quitter, and I'm like, you know what? We'll see what I've got. Let's just take a break or whatever, and then as soon as she's got the confirmation it's still on, all of a sudden she don't want to be with you no more. Now you bitch. Now you're gonna take me back. Like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Trying to fuck up my impeccable record? You're trying to fuck up my CV. I've never been dumped.
Man.
I've never been dumped.
Yeah, me neither. Actually, no, I have once. I went when I was
I'm good.
17.
Now we gotta dump each other. You ain't dumping me. You gotta dump each other.
Mutual termination of contract and that mutual agreement.
But even though we're running jokes, people that can't take rejection go this far. Like, let's be real, innit? Like, remember what we're talking about, these types of
so dangerous
humans, because women do it too. In fact, I'd argue that there's probably more women that are turned nasty when you break up than men.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Yeah, women are nutcases, though, aren't they? Let's be honest.
Fucking crazy. Like when they're in the heat of this love story in their mind, they're crazy. Most women will sober up at some point. Give them a day, give them a week. It won't burn as bad. But that initial thing, I think they're just trained to think that they have to go ballistic. Like it's got to be the movies and the soaps.
Yeah, it's
man.
that whole stand by your man BS, isn't it?
It's exactly that.
Yeah, but
not even stand by your man. Just not even stand by your man. It's just it's like a manufactured reaction, isn't it? Because I feel sometimes I see these women going mad, and I don't even think that they're as mad as they look. Do you know what I'm saying?
Do you remember the Twitter one that I played the other day? Remember the Twitter one? Take me back. No, I want to be with you. I want to be with you. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, that one. And she was stalking him.
Mad. Yeah. No, beating up her car from the inside.
Going mad, bro.
Oh, yeah.
No, I don't like none of that. If somebody wants to walk away, I'll just let them go. I'm not.
All right, Dukes.
But what winds me up, I tell you what winds me up.
Though, Dukes. But you did have a vulnerable when you was like going through the boyfriend girlfriend stage growing up. You had a moment where you was like, please no, I'll do
No,
anything.
no. What I get the ump about though, Jedi, is if I'm talking to you and you ignore me. So I can really lose my
Don't
God.
ignore me.
Oh my
Yeah.
days, Jupiter, you're speaking my language. Oh my
Then
God.
I can go like a fucking.
I'll
Oh my
ignore a girl in a
days.
heartbeat, man.
Ah, you want to
face.
ignore me?
In
All
your
right, I'm
all
gonna
in his
smash
face,
up
innit?
your record collection.
I'm
Are you
talking
think you're
to
gonna
you.
watch
Yeah.
football?
You're not gonna talk now?
Yeah.
So do you
I'm
reckon?
like
I'll
that.
ignore a woman in a
Do you
heartbeat, bro.
reckon?
I don't care.
Do you reckon getting no reaction from your man is worse than getting a crazy reaction or getting him shouting?
Yeah.
Getting some sort of reactions better than nothing.
Than
This is
nothing.
toxic, but that's toxic. No. That's the
So what
No,
problem.
about
but
when you
I'm
say?
someone that would rather have
Yeah.
the row, get it over and done with, move on. I
Yeah.
can't stand all this blanking you and not talking to you for days.
Yeah.
That you do that to me for 5 days straight, I'm gone. That's it.
I'm out.
Yeah.
5 days. Yeah. 5 days. Is that all it fucking takes?
Yeah.
Fucking hell. 5 days. Give it a week, love. He
Yeah,
might
nah,
want to give you a
I
good
ain't having
silent week.
fucking nah.
I can't
Huh?
lie though. Don't take the piss. Like you don't.
What?
I'm not saying you're not. You are entitled to be pissed as
Yeah.
much as I am. But if we're in a relationship and communication needs to happen, I'm not going to wait 5 days for you to now feel
Exactly.
like you're ready to now come and communicate. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's
but
like
Chef, don't you
It's a
think
we
that
have
piss
to
take.
work.
Wait,
Hold on, sorry,
is
we
this
have to work together. Like,
okay?
you know what I mean?
Chanel, is this the
So
partner?
if you
Is
see
this?
like 3-4 days have gone by and you ain't said nothing, and I'm still trying,
Yeah.
bro. Like, what do you want? What
One
more
sec.
do you want me to
Is this a
do?
partner that you live with, Shiva, or just in general? Because if you don't live with him airing
It's not.
you from last Monday, from Monday to Sunday, I think that may be acceptable in an extreme circumstance. I don't
Oh
think that's
yeah,
bad.
I'm talking about when you live with someone.
If
I
you're
don't
living
really.
together and
That's what I was
he's walking
assuming.
past you
Yeah,
in the hallway, yeah, it's Pete.
yeah, that's what I was
No,
assuming.
when you're only
Yeah,
dating,
so-
it's easy. 5 days, yeah, all right. You carry on, just ignore me. You're going to be fucking wondering where I am before
Where
I
I
wonder
am
where
on
you are.
weekend, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no,
But
if you live together.
Jupiter, would you
That's
say
if they actually give a shit.
one sec, Jupiter, would you say that you're gonna say this, innit? You're a reasonable person, yeah? I'm sure you think you are.
I just
But
told you I'm reasonable if you don't fucking answer me. I
no,
go mental.
no, forget that. Just in general, like obviously people have rows in it in relationships and no one's
Quarrels,
perfect and everyone likes to think that they're always in the right most of the time. And
Yeah.
I'm saying, like, in the context of an argument where in my experience, women tend to prolong arguments longer than is necessary. Even when I'm trying to solve it, like I do get, I have experiences of a lot of women whereby, like, they're not trying to necessarily. At some point, they switch, and I've said this before. Women switch from solution mode to some other mode, and they haven't told you that they switched in the middle of an argument, but they have, right? Either their egos dented, or they feel whatever it is. Sometimes these arguments I can blank a woman if I feel like she's turned into a or she's gone ego mode. You know what I'm saying? I'll be like, you know what, this is not going anywhere. Like, you're actually pissing me off more by talking to me. Sorry, like, move from here until you can fucking act right, man. That
Do you know
could be
what my
5 days.
favorite
It
one
could be a
is?
week.
You know what my favorite one is? I don't want to talk about it right now. Like,
Yeah,
that's
see,
like
that would do
me.
my head in.
See, because you know what I'm doing? I'm reclaiming my headspace, because what you're not gonna do is come bursting into the room with your issue that you've created in your head and feel like every time you want to do that, I'm gonna be here to go through
Receiving
it
it,
and involved in it. I've got my own reality. So if I'm in a blessed
100%.
mood and then it's fucking 1 o'clock at night and you've come in with this, do you know what? Yeah, like what? Yeah, yeah. You know what happened? Or do you want to? I'm like, no, I'm chilling right now. I don't want to talk about it right now.
But you know, as you get older, sometimes you realise some arguments ain't even worth having. You just
Even
ignore
finishing,
it.
just leave them in it.
Or you know to wait for the right time.
Yeah,
that's it, man. I don't think there's anything wrong with sometimes.
One thing that I struggle with, is, and this might be just ego, but if we've decided that we're gonna have a conversation about something, and we're not doing no semantic shit. This is why it's you have to be careful who you're getting with. But I feel like on both ends, we need to acknowledge each other's feelings in this. Not so much feelings, but try and understand each other's viewpoint. If I feel like you're purposely or you're not trying to understand where I'm coming from, I do tend to go like from 10 to 100, because
Yeah, you know what it is.
you're actively trying your best to not understand what I'm saying. And even though, because I'm the type of person where
How can you
once you
determine
break
that?
men. That's
hold
men.
on,
How can you
once you
determine
break,
that?
hold on, sorry. Once you've broken something down to me, I'm okay with accepting, okay, that's your reality. And I understand that. And I know where you're coming from. I know
Yeah.
not everyone does the same thing, but
Yeah,
I
men
would
can't
like
do
the
that for
same
women
thing
all the
to be
time.
done with me.
Men are logical.
It's not all the time, though.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
just
see,
saying.
that's
You don't
I'm
tend
just
not
saying.
to
I'm
want to
just
do
saying.
that at all.
Men are logical.
Oh,
So
no, none
sometimes
of everything.
they're gonna struggle to understand your emotional perspective, your fully emotional perspective, especially when it's like not based in reality, which a lot of emotional perspectives are. They're not actually based in reality, just based in how I feel. For instance, you're trying not to understand what I'm saying. No, you're just not explaining it properly, or it's just not making sense to me. But now you're getting heated through your emotions, and you're angry at me, telling me I'm deliberately trying to misunderstand you. That's some woman shit.
Nah,
one of the things
and,
that I've
it's not,
learned to
it's not.
deliberately try not to do is that I've noticed with my own self is that when I make up, so say you have a little quarrel over something, right? And in our house it'll be over something really small as well. We quibble over silly stuff, right? And then we end up laughing and we'll make up. But if it's something a bit more serious, even though we've made up and we've sorted it, I still want to talk it through. And I found that was really annoying, because I would like,
yeah,
I
it
was
is
like, yeah,
annoying.
but
What are you doing, man?
I just want to,
Because
yeah, no, I did. It used
and
to
guess
start
what,
another
Jude?
row. I've
Guess
learned
what?
not
I
to
was
do
just about
that.
to say this. I was gonna say, yeah. Guess what? This talking through, guess where that leads to sometimes?
Yeah, another
Back to
row.
the argument. Because now,
Yeah.
through the talking it through, you've actually explained to me and shown me how you're not actually sorry. Because look
Yeah,
at
you're
your
a dickhead.
perspective. Are you
Exactly.
dumb? How are you sorry?
Exactly.
So I
And
don't
you're still
do
saying
that
the
no
same
more. I
shit
try
with
not
different
to.
words.
Yeah.
That's why I think
In
sometimes
exactly.
for me, my mind is, you know what? Executive decision, just dead it. All right, cool. You said your bit, I said
100.
my dead it. All this talking, you're actually gonna piss me
Yeah.
off. And then when I lose it, I'm gonna join you in ignorance, and it's gonna be a lose-lose. So this is loud.
Yeah,
Because do you really
100.
care? Nah, me neither. Cool, let's leave it.
Yeah.
Chevelle wants to chat it
With
You got to
through,
pick
me
the
and
battles,
Hector.
man. You have to
and
pick the
Jupiter
battles,
wants to
man.
talk it through. And if they do,
No,
they're
I
gonna
don't do
piss
it.
me
I
off.
don't do it no more. I try it
Oh.
consciously not to do it,
You
because
know,
I
you know what the
realise
thing is, Jupiter,
it
right?
would
The
cause
thing
me
is
a
this,
problem.
yeah. Like Jedi said, yeah, men tend to be more logical and solutions based, yeah. Like a man that's got a good head on his shoulders will have sussed out what the problem is in your relationship way before maybe you even do, right? And even in the midst of all the arguments and the beefs and the dramas that you're having, he still knows what the problem is. He's trying to get you to assent to the understanding of what the core issues are, right? When you
No. Do you know with us,
sorry,
most of our
I'm thinking about my own
yeah,
experiences here, yeah.
most of our
And
arguments are over
yeah.
pointless stuff. Right? I'll give you an example.
Mm,
Because he's Nigerian, he's very straightforward talking, and I'm very
mm,
blunt. I'm very opinionated.
mm,
So we will
mm.
take offence occasionally just at the way something's said. It's not even what's said. So he might go, "Pass me that," and I go, "What do you mean? Why don't you fucking say please? Talk to me like
Give me
that."
the team.
And then he'll
Yeah,
go, "What do you
yeah,
mean?" And do you know what I mean? And then a bit later, just to get his own back, I might go, "Give me that." And he'll go, "What do you mean, give me that?" Just to get his own back. And then we'll start quabbling about that.
yeah,
So, yeah. It's
yeah.
normally just over silly things like
What I
that.
was
But we
trying to
do
say,
laugh at ourselves.
what I was trying to say is like, even going back to what Chevelle was saying about perspectives and that. For me personally, like I do a lot of work to try and understand what the problems are in a relationship and try and find a solution as soon as possible. And sometimes the solution is a long thing or it can't be solved, right? Some relationships we're in, they can't really be solved, and we stay in them. And other ones, they can be solved. It's just a long thing. I don't tend to see that women want to go necessarily through to the source of the problem because it seems like it's quite painful, especially for a lot of women. Men, yeah, it's difficult for us too, but for women, I think like dealing with the core issues are quite tough. And I think you guys get very frustrated at the idea that in the midst of these little mini arguments, the solution doesn't exist in those conversations. You know, there's a deeper thing that needs to go on. Yeah, a deeper work that needs to happen, and you lot are not ready for it, man, at all. You know what I mean? More time, the guy that that reveals that stuff to you, he's not going to be around when you finally decide to solve it. You might even be on your own when you decide to solve it. Do you know what I mean?
I just think it's different people. I just think, like, for example, and I'll give you another example. I've got English people, Cockneys, right, are very expressive. When something happens that they don't like, they'll go, "Oh, for fuck's sake!" But they're not really that angry. It's just in the moment they say that and then they move on. But with Hector, where he's Nigerian, you say, "Oh, for fuck's sake," it's like a big drama. So say for example,
cultural differences, isn't it?
Yeah, say for example, he'll go up the high street and he'll come home and he'll go, "Right, listen, don't get angry, but I've just been given a parking ticket." And I'll go, "Oh, for fuck's sake." But that's it. I'm not angry past that. I've accepted you got a parking ticket. We'll have to sort that out, fucking whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's
But
money being wasted.
it's how he
But
receives
to
that.
him,
Yeah.
"Oh, for fuck's sake," means I'm really angry about it.
Yeah.
And now he's annoyed. He's annoyed because he's asked me not to shout. Do you understand what I mean? So it's silly little things like that you have to.
That's a misunderstanding. That's clear.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I
Culture is
have
a
quite a lot of
culture is
them
a big
silly little
obstacle.
arguments with my partner because he's Moroccan. So yeah, culturally we're
Yeah.
obviously different.
You know what? You know, it's funny you say that. You know, I've been slowly deciding that I don't like Moroccan people that much.
Oh
Men.
God.
Oh shit!
Yeah, I've been slowly like coming to this conclusion over a period of years.
can I ask why?
Yeah, because I'm just slowly coming to the conclusion that I'm not really liking a lot of Moroccan men. Like I'm just not really where there's something culturally that I'm actually, and it's Moroccan men in the UK. No, Moroccan men in London. No, Moroccan men in West London. No, Moroccan
West
men
London.
in Moroccan men in West London.
Brother.
I'm not sure that you know what I mean. I'm not sure that we're the
What
best
is
of
it you
friends.
don't like?
I know a couple. There's a couple that I really like. You know, I've got like my best mate's Moroccan, literally, right? But
No, this is
I've
funny.
got Moroccan friends in the area and whatever. But then outside of that, I don't know what it is. I don't know what. There's something mad. But yeah,
They're not to be trusted, bro. Not to be
there's
trusted.
I
something
don't
mad
know
about
any.
them. Like there's
I don't
something.
know any.
Not to be trusted.
They don't like man. They don't like man. They're racist.
Yeah.
They're racist. They
Becca
don't
said
like
that
man.
the other day. She said
And they've
that
got
Morocco's
cultural
really
short-man
racist.
They
syndrome.
can be, yeah.
They've got cultural short-man syndrome, and some of them have got actual height short-man syndrome. So they've got like all. You know what I mean? Some of them are actually short, and they're culturally short as
Little
well,
people
and they just
syndrome.
feel inadequate, and they just.
You know, there's like a viciousness in some of these men. Like they're like
They're very
nastiness,
argumentative. I've noticed. Very
nastiness in
argumentative.
them. They
And
don't
like
man,
when they
fam.
argue with you, they like. It's not like how you see how us we have our little tiffs or whatnot and we can move on. Not for them, mate. When they argue with you, they want to destroy you, like, and they will not let it go.
I wouldn't get married to him then, Becca.
Is this
It's
what you're
crazy.
going? Is this
It
what
is
you're going
mad.
through, sis? Mad. Like, that's
Oh no,
crazy.
not me personally, but I see it. I see it, innit?
Oh, you need to be careful.
Is he trying to destroy you because you lot are in an argument?
Bruh, you know what? Chevelle's trying to get herself.
Not
Chevelle's
me
like, yo, let me
personally,
find
but
a
I've seen
Moroccan
him
man.
argue with
Let me
others.
find a
innit?
Moroccan
And,
man
like,
because Chevelle's trying to get destroyed tonight. She likes the sound of that.
What? What did you say?
I mean, not he hasn't tried to do it to me personally, but I've seen him argue with others, and boy,
Chevelle wants to
like
get destroyed.
it's deep, bro.
Get destroyed.
Give her a Moroccan man.
No, I'm alright.
Tonight. She wants to destroy him tonight and tomorrow.
No, I'm okay.
Don't lie, man. Don't lie.
No, I'm alright.
What's wrong? Oh, what? You couldn't be with a Moroccan man? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I don't think so.
So do you
Why?
think
They look like
younger women,
better
because
than
you
that look like
lot,
mixed
you
race and
lot
shit, man.
are younger than me,
I
right?
don't really go for mixed race people, though. If I'm honest.
But you wouldn't rule someone out that was
What's
because
wrong
they're
with
mixed
mixed
race, would you?
race?
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't not. But I'm just saying it's not like what I'd go to.
You,
out there.
yeah, but I mean,
Hmm?
are you attracted to mixed race men at all?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
you're saying you there's like an invisible barrier there because they're mixed race. What is
No,
it? I
not
don't get it.
necessarily. It's just like
Why
it's
wouldn't
not.
you be with someone you was attracted to? Is what I'm asking,
No, it's
basically.
not my go-to, innit?
Why wouldn't you
Like
be with someone that you're attracted to?
I would be with someone that I'm attracted to. That don't make no sense.
Think about that for a while. Get back to me. What you just said. Do you get me?
I want to ask the two women here though, because they're younger than me, right? A lot younger than me. What do you think that girls like toxic relationships now? Because I see a lot of them that love all this jealousy thing. They love it. You know, they like.
I don't know, Jeeps. I come from a family that's very like I told you, my nan comes like the Second World War. We're like proper English with the respects of like stiff upper lip and all that sort of thing. But no, I have seen it. I don't know if it's just this new generation or so. I don't know, man. But I don't want the stress personally.
Do you know what? Yeah. Do you know what? Yeah. I feel like I went through that stage, and I think that's part of the reason why I've been single for so long, because it was very it was too much, and I didn't realize the effect it had on me until obviously it's been years past, isn't it? But the toxic thing, I don't know. I feel like obviously the younger generation now they're on that, but as a woman, I would like to think we try to grow out of that, or we should try to grow out of that toxicness. Sorry.
Toxicity.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So for me, I just want peace. I just want peace. If you're bringing,
I know you want peace.
I just want peace.
You want peace?
That's all she wants.
Yeah, I don't mind having a
Oh,
peace
that's
and having
wants.
peace. Do you know what I mean? Peace,
Yeah,
the
no,
peace that I have, then I'm good. Not a problem.
It's almost like a lot of the younger girls, and I've seen this, like
When we say younger, what are we talking about?
in their 30s, right?
Okay.
And
In
below.
their 30s, really?
Yeah, and below. I've seen them, yeah. And they act like, oh, I don't know, how can I put it? Look, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be some sort of jealousy every now and again in a relationship, because if there's absolutely none, right, then you've got to wonder, are they actually alive? Do you know what I mean? But when you see them that getting jealous over everything, and then they say, if the man's not jealous at all, and they go out of their way to make them jealous, and I just think, what the fuck is going
language
on?
of emotional manipulation,
Yeah, it's
over
awful.
emotionality, and all of that. That's what's ruling, and it's not even their fault. Society's just been engineered to be. Have you not noticed society in general is a lot more emotionally triggered?
Yes,
and like you know, we're upset by everything, offended by everything. And these obviously translate into our relationships with each other. So, you know, I don't know. It's weird, man. Yeah, it's weird. But I definitely think you're right. You hear them talking about toxic all the time in their little conversations, and
they make it sound like it's something great as well. I'm not really a fan of that still.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Because you know what? Someone said it earlier. I think it was Sakina said, like, some reaction is better than no reaction. So I'm gonna flip it and say some emotion or some feeling is better than no feeling. So at least you're feeling something. If you're crying, if you're upset, if you're angry, if you're fuming, if you're acting like Chrisan Rock and Blueface, at least something's grounding rather than nothing. Some action is better than no action in their minds, and they're addicted to drama.
See, I've been looking for so long that now I found it. I'm just like
chemicals and endorphins and stimulations from drama, isn't it? So they're addicted. It's like self-harming, but emotionally.
Yeah,
Do you know
emotionally.
what?
Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what? Yeah, a lot of these. Well, if you're talking about 30-year-olds, their parents are what, 50, 55, maybe 60, most of them.
Mm,
Yeah, I would say there's still, that generation is still quite traditional in general. When you go
Mm.
below those ages, though,
I'm in that
like
category.
like
Exactly.
that's
That's when you said
like
30. I was like, ah.
I could have a like a 23, 24-year-old child now, like,
Mm,
and that and then you look at, okay, what kind of relationship did I have at that time with the
mm,
mum, and what precedent does that set? I think that um like popular culture will definitely steer your child in a particular direction, but like you said, and I agree, women by the age of 30, and men, to be fair, and maybe probably more so women than men, but will snap out of it if they have the right examples. And I think that's the key thing. Like, if you don't have the examples, I know 30-year-olds now who are they're just on the fucking road to destruction, bro.
It's like,
And their
yeah, they
kids are
push each
already
other
their
to
kids are
see.
already mashed up. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? And they're gonna just
it's like
continue the cycle.
one of my sons had an
Yeah, me too.
ex-girlfriend, right? But when she was his girlfriend, she said to me, she was visiting me, and she said, "Oh, I don't think your son." And she named him, but I'm not going to name him. She said, like, and said what name? She said, really
Joshua.
loves me, and I said, why? And she said, well, whenever I say I'm going out for a girls' night out, he don't go mental. And I thought, what?
yeah, that's because of what she's used to. She's been in
Yeah,
some mad relationship before that, and that's what the guy was doing. She thinks that's an expression of love, but no, in actual fact, like, you know what I mean? That's destruction and shit. I don't
yeah.
know.
And that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. And it's almost like they push each other as well. Oh, well, you don't get angry because I say I'm going to have a night out, so I'm going to go
Do
and
something
wear
else.
this skimpiest dress
Yeah,
and talk to every man possible to see if I get a reaction. And then when you get the row, you actually say they're being unreasonable. I'm like, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, it's just mad. Even if they don't like that time, even if they don't go about it like that, they still are addicted to being in and attracting and entertaining these funny, off balanced people. Do you know what I mean? And they themselves are funny and off balance and really enabled to see their own wrongdoing. They can't smell their own shit.
yeah.
And you know what? Jupiter is actually right, because some of these people are like 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Yeah. She's right. She's actually right. They just appear younger. They're actually in their fucking 30s, man.
Yeah.
And like just about to reach that. Yeah, they actually are. Enough of them. It's fucked.
So I've had these type of girls approach me and be baffled when I'm looking at them like they're actually aliens. Like, the way you're behaving, like but there's no way I would ever, like, do you know what I mean? There's just no way. Like, look at yourself, man. And they can't see themselves at all. They don't think there's nothing wrong with their kind of value system and the way that they regard relationships and like, they don't think there's anything wrong with it, and they got no other
Can I just
examples.
say, shout out to the 20-year-olds, the 20s and whatever, that have got their head screwed on in a way that we're kind of
100%.
describing, because too often you lot are gonna have to get used to being overlooked when we talk in generals.
Yeah.
And you probably see it in your own society. You probably see it anyway in your own
All the time,
social
Jedi.
circles. You're gonna get overlooked anyway, because the majority of your generation or age group or whatever has displaced themselves in a certain way. And we always talk about the bad kids. The good kids get ignored. We always
The
concentrate
good
on
kids
how
know
we're
what
gonna
it is as well, though.
how we're gonna fix
They
the
know
bad
what it is.
kids.
You know what I mean?
Huh?
Yeah, they know what it is.
Yeah.
They know what they're
Yeah, but
around
the
them,
good
innit?
kids are already settled down, getting on with life and
Yeah,
building an home.
they're good for a
Yeah.
reason. Do you know what I mean? Like, they see all the fuckery, so they know, man. They know.
I don't know, man. I don't know, because I feel like you say they know, but it probably can be quite an isolating experience. Yeah, especially if members in your family ain't even with the program that you're on. So I just know that they're just a shout out to those that really do go unrecognized or whatever. That we know that they are good ones. That they, when I say good, I shouldn't even say good, but we just know that not everyone is programmed. You can't program. You can't fool all the people all the time. We know that.
Right.
So whatever demographic you're in, we know that there's pockets of people that literally have been fighting
That's true.
against the social algorithm. And yeah, just want
Do
to.
you think though that men are attracted to that kind of? They love all the drama as well, because I actually think that men are attracted to the drama as well.
Obviously, men.
I think it's deeper than
that. Be men that are lacking in
Mm.
purpose and whatever, self-esteem and things like that. These tick for tacks, a girl that's always on your case and always doing this, it's gonna make them feel validated or something. Do you know what I mean? It's stress. It's like nominating just to have the fact that a girl cares or a girl is involved in your life. You're actually willing to undergo like stress and discomfort. And you know what? These men sometimes they bite off more than they can chew, because you're gonna end up with a chick that puts a butcher's knife through your fucking chest. Yeah.
Yep.
Because not Holloway, but these women's prisons are full of them. You think it's joke? You find some of these women are so scatty. They love you. They love you to the point where they just go and get the local roadman to set you up for your Rolex or whatever, and they batter you half to death. How many of these stories are out there?
I've seen the court cases, boy.
Man,
I've seen them,
be
man.
careful, man.
That happened to my daughter's next door neighbour. He went to a nightclub, and I think I told you this before, when she was living in Greenwich. He went to a nightclub with his mate, met a couple of girls, chatted them up, said, "Oh, do you want to come back to my flat?" They went back to the flat. They decided they were going to get some drinks in. So one friend went off to go and get the drinks with the two girls to the off license. And after a few minutes, there was a knock at the door. He thought it was his friend come back with the drinks and that. Opened the door, and a load of men come in, tried to rob him, stabbed him. It turned out they were related to the girls, that they've been doing this to a lot of people. But my daughter actually saved his life. Yeah.
Oh, he didn't die?
Nope. She saved his life. She did so she heard all the commotion, but didn't want to open her front door. And then she heard bang, bang, bang on the door. And she looked through the keyhole and she saw it was her neighbour, and that he was holding his stomach and he had blood. And she sort of quickly opened the door with her husband, and they dragged him in and called an ambulance. And they said, literally, get cling film, and because he had all his stomach, his intestine hanging out.
Yeah.
Put cling film around it until we get there. And they said that, yeah, they saved his life.
Insane, man.
But it's sad, isn't it? He thought he'd met someone that he really liked, and the next minute there's a group of them stabbing him.
Yeah.
But what kind of women are that they set people up like that? That's awful.
I don't know, man. Asian.
I don't know. All I know is that it was sad.
Yeah. And yeah.
And they called setup chicks.
Setup chicks.
Honey trap, innit, or whatever you call it. I don't know what it's called.
Yes,
honey trap
trap.
sounds so delicious.
That's why it's a trap. It's a trap.
Yeah, I know. Honey trap. You're like, fuck, you know. That sounds good, doesn't it? But yeah. I know a lot of these cases, and unfortunately, I know a lot of the perpetrators of these type of things. I know, from I'd say about 4 or 5 different actual newsworthy scenarios that went down. Do you know what I mean? One was the honey trap situation in Fulton Heath. I know their mutes involved. You know, where they lured the boy down from the other area. This girl lured the boy down and chased him down with like choppers and shit and fucked him up. And the boys that were involved were like 13, 14, 15. Do you know what I mean? Like little picnics, like tiny. One of them was called Rugrat, and he was like a midget, a tiny midget. And they threw all their lives away, got mad years. The other one was that they was doing these casino robbery things, and I don't know, they got some girl to be in the casino, and befriend some dude that was winning and go back to his flat with him, and then they came to the flat and they tried to, you know, get money out of him and whatever, and he ended up dying. I thought you was actually telling that story because it sounded very similar.
No, it was in Greenwich. Or
yeah, well, this one was, I think, somewhere in Greenwich somewhere as well. But yeah, and for their troubles, they killed the poor guy, and for their troubles, they got 37 years each.
Oh, he survived. But it's horrible though, because when something like that happens and it happens right on your doorstep, it's just horrible to live there as well, isn't it? Afterwards, and you've got no choice. But, I don't know. But what was I going to say? Did you see that there was a 44-year-old been arrested for stabbing those 2 kids up in Bristol? I mean, what's a 44-year-old doing stabbing a 15 and 16-year-old? That's weird as well.
I could understand it though.
Yeah, but they reckon the kids weren't nothing to do with gangs or that. They were just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Well, then I don't understand it. But there's mad people out there, man. And as well as we worry about the kids and the teens, there's grown men that have been through all of this, and their thing is, no one's fucking with me. And one day someone fucks with them, and they, you know, like when, you know, the graph where you have fuck around and find out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. They definitely, they found out the equation. They found out the formula. What happens when fuck around meets find out. But I'm not saying that's what happened here. But I just know 44-year-olds that take your head off if you mess with them or they're you or whatever.
Yeah, I reckon there's got to be some kind of backstory.
Yeah, it's like a Tony Brown just going on a rampage.
Did you also see that a teacher got stabbed in Newham as well? He was only 2 weeks into his job.
What's getting stabby for?
Yeah, in East London.
See the Bristol thing. I wanted to touch on that. Yeah, I want to racialize it because I've actually looked just to prove it. I've actually got the video on my.
I think it was a white man, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, and it was, and the kids were white, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now we've got. I was gonna play this video. I was gonna play it yesterday, but just couldn't find the right time to introduce it to the conversation, so I just left it. Where is this video? It's weird. Look, it's got lined up already. So we need to stand up, and we're not going to put up with this. An emotional vigil has been held in Knowle West, Bristol, after this evening after the tragic death of 2 boys in a stabbing attack.
As a city, we need to stand up and we're not going to put up with it. No child should be on our street with a knife. They have no reason. Go home, search your children's room. Have a look, anything you find, get it out of the room and stand together. Yeah, don't be frightened to go and look for help. Do not let your children come in
Guided
with new clothes, new trainers, and you don't know where they're from. They are being groomed. Get them off the street. We are going to try. We need to work together as a community. We need funding. We need to bang on doors. We need funding. We need our streets, our kids off the streets.
Guiding. I'm telling you, yeah. I'm telling you, the inspiration, the blueprint is just actually amazing and humbling to see, because I know what energy they weren't doing this before anywhere. They weren't doing it like this. And the funding talk, be wary of that, ma'am. But what I did want to say is, where were you when we needed you? Straight up. I'm just going to get straight to the point. Where now white kids are getting stabbed up and dropping. Now it's like, oh my God, we need to do something. We need to stand and work together. That's why I kind of half chuckled, because being out there, I saw a distinct lack of solidarity between the different groups that make up this multicultural landscape, right? And I wondered, what would it take to invoke the empathy of our brethren so that more than the mother of a mixed race, the white mother of a mixed race child was coming out? How about the mothers of white children? Where's the Asians? Where's why? Where are you lot? Where's the Muslims? Where's the Sikhs? This is what I was thinking when I was looking around, because it just seemed to be a lot of niggers and a couple white people that was there to support, you know, represent their family member or whatever, or even well wishers, but it was few and far between compared to the multicultural landscape. Now,
yeah, but Jedi,
everyone's out.
I've got to be honest here, right? Because this is what me and you went at log. This is the first time I met you. I remember coming down to the park because I felt that a lot of the speech was divisive. And I did think it was like, oh, we only want to do it for our community. You go and do it for your community, until we had that talk. And then you said, yeah, well, if you go and do it in your community, we can always collaborate on bigger things and whatever. Then I got to understand. So I did find some of the language divisive. I've got to be honest.
Which language though? Because I don't think you was really sure in what it was at that time. It was quite fresh, and I don't know what divisive language you're talking about. Speakers corner conversation. We're talking about the activism or the street, the presence at the scenes of these incidences when we're going into the community engagement. We're talking about that.
Oh yeah, I can't knock you for that.
Right, and I'm saying during that time, there was very little support from other communities. And I was saying, well, I don't know what's going to make you empathize, but when it's your kid, when it's a kid that looks like you, you're going to want to hit the street. No one's saying, why is it just white people here? Which it probably isn't. I can guarantee you it's not just white people here. But
I do feel, though, that even though the sentiment's good, and you must know this yourself, it's not as simple as just checking your kids' bags and taking the knives off them.
No, it's not. Yeah, if you want to get into the nitty-gritty of what she's saying and how effective any of it is, then I'm gonna sound like a bit of a sourpuss. So I'm not gonna rain on their parade in that effect, because I understand you got to start from somewhere, and this type of thinking, it is a revolutionary act. It is revolutionary thinking when you start thinking about changing your environment and not waiting for anyone else to do it for you. That's revolution in this type of society, right? So I'm glad that you're thinking, and I knew that the time will come when more people start waking up, but it's just so sad that we have to wait for it to affect our specific slice of the community before we want to. Do you know what I mean?
I think it's only going to get worse. So, to be fair, I don't think that there's enough. And I know that it does start at grassroots, but I also think that you do need politicians and people that are going to back you, and authorities that help.
Do what?
As well.
What's gonna what?
And I just don't think that they care enough.
Even if we had £1 billion thrown at it, like let's go around the panel then. Given £1 billion, how would you stop knife crime? Talk to me. Each one of you, give me your. I know you never thought about it before. Axum, welcome. Because you've been on and been on mute. I don't know why you can't say hello. You've got no fucking manners. Blood clout Axum.
Hello.
How you doing? You right?
Yeah, I'm good, man. How are
you? You're like the friend that came to the house and didn't say hello to mum. Now,
stop it, man. Stop it. No,
when you leave, you know what mum's going to say? You know what mum's going to say when you leave? Don't bring that child back to my house. You just doomed yourself.
Fuck's sake. Yeah.
Okay, but seriously though, on the panel, given £1 billion, and in the chat, given £1 billion, how would you solve knife crime? Is £1 billion enough?
Oh God, that's going to be so deep because it's going to be multifaceted, isn't it? So we know a lot of it goes to do with postcodes. So I think there should be more interaction with children across the boroughs, so that they form bonds where rather than seeing themselves as enemies. I think obviously you're not going to probably agree with this, but I do think there needs to be more monitoring, like more surveillance of what kids are up to and that.
What do you mean, like CCTV?
Yeah, like people watching the streets and that, proper people watching the streets, maybe patrols, maybe people.
Police.
Not necessarily police, because I think they're too. How can I put it? If they found it, they're gonna cause a scene and arrest and all the rest of it. But preventative, maybe people from the local communities that are actually got the interests of the children, but at the same time want to get it across that they shouldn't be carrying this stuff and everything else. So if you had,
I got no problem with that.
you know, sort of like that kind of thing. I also think that if they brought competitive, and you're going to laugh at this one, but competitive sports back into secondary schools, and actually maybe got the testosterone and the competition skills and that back into sports like boxing and other stuff like that, that would take them away from feeling that they're needing to carry weapons to survive rather than their own bodily skills, if you know what I mean.
Then that means you need more than 1 billion. You need more than 1 billion to make it.
Why? Why was $1 billion not enough for that?
No, for the whole city of London, yeah?
Yeah.
No, that's not enough. If you're gonna have a youth, no, because in my head, I would say we need more youth clubs, yeah, to take the kids out of the street. Yeah, that's what I believe.
How many
and,
youth? I'll be honest with you, Axel.
Yeah.
See, youth clubs. For 50 years, they've been talking about youth clubs are closing, bring back youth clubs. Youth clubs is where gangs used to hang out, you know.
Exactly.
Like, I don't know why everyone thinks.
But maybe you
like
guys
everyone
have
thinks youth clubs is the fucking solution.
Yeah, where the shit used to start.
Okay, let me.
That's where the postcode wars started. That become their bases, and there was stabbings outside. Do you know, Axum? You actually had gangs that would actually go and run into another postcode's youth club just to show sort of status and stuff like that. They'd run through it.
Mad.
Yeah, they would.
Okay, I don't know about London. I don't know about the UK, but I can speak about Sweden, right? And I've noticed that when they start to shut down every other youth club, these kids are in the streets, right? And then living in or in a trap house, really. And yeah, the AKs were flowing around, or the Glocks are flowing around and shooting up each other during winter time because they don't know how to.
And you think like the youth club, it just all they needed was a table tennis. All they needed
No,
was a table tennis.
no, because they because okay, guys, okay. Our types of youth clubs, yeah, we had a lot of activities going on, a lot for the kids. So we were always out eating there, go on some adventures, drive to other cities, and everything was covered by the state. You know what I mean? Everything was covered from the states. Then
I'd like to see.
What I was gonna add was if we could, so like when they
speak up a bit, please, Shebs.
When they hit like secondary school, if we could make sure that by the time they finish secondary school or college, that they've got some type of earning or income within that time or after that time, so that they've got something to look forward to. And yeah, but I don't know.
Well, I was just going to say something that ties into that. I don't understand why they don't have a kind of, in every community, like a centre where, you know, like old people or mothers that have got things that need doing, like grass cutting or whatever, like labour intensive, whatever it is, right? Build a wall, whatever, where they just have these little jobs that they could go to in the evening, pick up a job, go do the job and get cash in hand. That would stop them wanting to go and sell drugs and do all this other stuff, because they'd get character references and they'd all be set up for their new jobs. I don't understand why they don't utilise the testosterone of teenagers. I really don't. It pisses me off.
Do you know what? Obviously, I work with young people, right? And part of the problem is that it doesn't start when you finish school. It starts when you're already in school, right? So in terms of occupying the minds of the young people and whatnot, obviously youth facilities. I remember when they started getting taken away. You know, I was lucky enough to go to youth club and that. Do you know what I mean? But I'm saying that even like I've said this before, most of my friends went to jail for one thing or another. And it includes knife crime. I don't even like that phrase, knife crime, but it just includes crime. Do you know what I mean? They went to jail for crime. Yeah. Why did they go to jail for crime? We all kind of grew up in what some people might term like a ghettoized neighborhood or something similar to that. Yeah, in the 80s and 90s. And I think the problem is so like if you threw money at it, that money would have to impact shit at the highest level in some type of way, which also includes the economic system, and all of these other forces that are at play to force people into into ghettos, into low rates of employment, and then the parents and their situation as well. And I don't want to use the word trauma, but there's a whole bunch of stuff that is at play, man, with this epidemic of just criminalization, isn't it? And the thing is, some of these so-called crimes are not even really crimes as well. Knife crime, yeah, cool. You're stabbing up people is wrong. I understand, but
Yeah,
I
but
don't
I
know.
think
This,
a lot. I
this
think
one
of it.
billion thing is, what
I
I mean?
think a lot of it is a boredom that you get them hanging around together. B that they feel unsafe late at night, and most teenagers and that want to be out of the jurisdiction of their parents. If you think about it, right, because it's when they're starting to become men or women, and they're starting to go through that transitioning stage. And if you actually gave them avenues where they could actually do stuff that they might actually be interested in, for example, demolition. Okay, at the weekends there's this firm that needs people just to demolition, because teenagers love smashing down things.
Nah,
Let them go do a
nah.
bit of demolition, or working the
Nah,
mechanic,
you know how many kids?
working the
Listen,
mechanics.
you could if you was in a classroom, yeah, Jupiter, you was a teacher, or you was in a youth club and you was a youth worker or whatever. The amount of young people that would just fucking laugh in your face with your suggestion. I'm not disrespecting your suggestions. I'm saying they will disrespect your suggestions. Yeah, these kids are after easy money, and they're being presented with opportunities to make easy money. Right? It's the same as like fucking what is it, like Roblox on YouTube and all this type of shit. Like they've been presented with options that we never had, right? And if we did have them, we probably would have taken them as well, right? Because a lot of our generation were unemployed when we left school, we left college or whatever. We couldn't get into any type of trade. Do you know what I mean? They started removing all of the of those types of
Yeah, but they need to bring all that back.
yeah, but I'm saying it's about easy money now, right? It's about ease. When you've given them these options, yeah, and you're like, okay, which one do you want to do? Do you want to do the one that literally every film, every TV show, and social media is promoting as a viable option, whether it's realistic or not? They're telling you this is what these lot are doing, so you should probably do it. Is it that, or is it the fucking trade that went out of fashion about 50 years ago that your grandpa and that is telling you to get back into, but no one's actually facilitating it? You're gonna have to acculturate a whole generation of young, not even a whole, 2 generations of young people into understanding the value of these trades all over again, because it's
Do
lost
you
and
know
it's
what I
dead.
was gonna add? Yeah, I was thinking that like I don't like to force people, but it would have to be something mandatory that they have.
Mm.
Like again, as you said, it would have to start from the very top. Like things would have to change drastically on how things are moving. It would have to become a law that rah boom, every day after school you have to do this. If you don't do this, these are the repercussions, and so on and so on. And I know that's more. Like I would say that Jedi would say that this is like it's more having them involved in our lives, but um if we're trying to change things, we kind of have to take options off the table where this is all you have to work with. And until you get to a certain stage, then yeah. But
I
for
agree, man.
now, from 10 all the way up until 18, this is what it's mandatory for you to do this. If you don't do this, these are the repercussions in it. And I think that's I think that's one of the only ways things can get done. Because what it is that they've got options in it, as Emma was saying. They can go make money this way. They can go make money that way. But I also feel like that's because there's not an option where, as I said, after you finish school, you have to be enrolled in some type of job, making some type of money. Do you know what I mean? And the ones that go wayward, well, we know what's gonna happen in it. You're just gonna get scooped up. You're gonna get put somewhere. You know what I mean? I know it's sad to say, but that's kind of the realism that kind of needs to take
and
place. So,
and you know what?
Yeah, and they
You're
could
right.
do the job as part of counting towards their
100%,
qualifications.
that will
Yeah.
always be part of it. But what I'm saying is that it has to be mandatory. Like, there's no if buts maybes about this. Like, you ain't got no decision.
All right. So listen. Look at the current situation, right? The current situation is, unlike us, these men have to go. They have to go college and sixth form. Apparently, yeah,
Yeah,
they have to. That's the law, right?
yeah,
Do
basically,
you know
yeah.
how many? There's a designation called NEET, yeah, NEET, not in education or employment children, yeah,
Yeah.
or
Yeah. I've
training,
seen that.
not education, employment, or training, yeah.
Yeah.
Now the local government have got teams of people running around the borough searching for these youths. Yeah, 24 hours round the clock searching for these youths, coming up to people in the community asking where all these fucking neat youths are. Right, they don't know where
Mm.
they are. I remember. I listen. I had a young man who was like severely dis. Basically, I started this new job years ago, and I got there now, and they've given me this young man to support in class. Right, after about 3 weeks, I said, "Is this what's this you got? Like, what's his diagnosis?" And that they're like, "Oh, nothing. He's just difficult and whatever." I'm like, I'm not so sure about that now. So I've done some digging. No, we had a conversation, and he said to me, he told me basically, I said, "What school did you go to? Yeah, why are you struggling and whatever?" And he's told me, I went to such and such school." And I said, "What? I used to work at that school." He said, "I know you did. I remember you." I'm like, "Oh my days, you're that kid." And I never worked with him in that school, but I remember his name bouncing around the halls of that school. And I've said, "But that's a special school, Dred. That means that you're supposed to have a statement, EHCP." So I've gone and searched, I've gone and called the old school, realized they realized that he was with us, but they said,
Yeah.
he disappeared off the radar. Well, as soon as he disappeared, basically, when you leave school, you're meant to go here, right? Now the
Okay.
parents said he's gone here, but then he left after like what 2-3 weeks or a month or whatever. Suddenly he's now disappeared and nobody's looking for him. You understand? And I'm saying this situation happens every single day. And there's thousands of neat kids out there that are just floating around. You see all these little
Yeah, but
projects
you
or
got to
initiatives
find what
that
their interest is.
hold
Listen,
on, hold
if
on,
they're
hold on. No, Jupiter, stop. Wait. No. It, it's not about finding what they're interested in. They're interested in money already, yeah? They're already interested in money. Every kid is interested in money now, right? It's normal. And I don't think that's um that we should be shocked by that, given the popular culture that they're absorbing. We should be shocked, right? Now it's about how they want to acquire money and how you are able to sell the methods that you want to promote for them to make money.
Yeah.
It's a massive battle, and it's a cultural. What it requires is a revolution in terms of you're having to set in some ways you're having to set back the clock 60 years, which is impossible. You got to find other ways. Like this country is in more for me is in more support of being a YouTuber, selling drugs. It's in more
Yeah.
support of that shit than it is this other stuff, right? I don't care what anyone says. I don't care what the Prince's Trust are trying to do, or this charity or that charity. Those are not those things. Even in youth services now, you got people that are working in there who used to sell themselves, or they used to do
Yeah.
this, or they're trying to right, bruv. This is how you a quick thing, bro. Like da 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 da, and they're catering to this popular culture as well. You have to strip everything down to the bare bone
Everything.
and start again,
And
and
that's
it's
what
not going to
that's
happen.
why that's why I was gonna say, like, it's sad to say, but you'd have to forget about the past two generations. you'd have to just start from the very next generation, like the
I
very
I
set
think
of
it starts in the
10-year-olds
home.
or whatever. Do you know what I mean? And kind of set the precedent from there, and let the rest of them, whatever they're doing now, let them do what they're doing. But you'd have to kind of like just do a cut-off system and start from. You got to start from somewhere in it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think look, I know that there's a lot of peer pressure, right? But I think a lot of it starts in the home and how you are with your children, how you talk to them. And I'm not putting all the blame on parents, because I know that if you've got a sort of like 6-foot child and you're 5'2", and you know that they're strong, how are you going to stop them going out of the house and all that? I get all of that, but it starts way before that. You know, it really does start way before that. And you talking to them, putting an onus on education, praising them for their education, helping them with their education, guiding them, explaining to them why if you do this, it's dangerous, it could lead to this situation, that situation. In that sometimes it's better in the long run to work hard and get your goal later in life, but
It's not working.
have it more permanent and stuff like that.
Unfortunately,
It's not
Deepa,
working. People are trying to do that now. It's not working.
once they leave your house, and you put them in a space amongst other kids where their parents aren't doing the same thing that you're doing with your child, it's still a risk. It's still a mad life, because they're gonna go. A lot of these kids are gonna go with what is popular or what they see their friends doing.
Yeah, but that's why you have to maximize the control while you have the control. Listen, I'm not saying it's easy, right? Because it's not easy. And I'm not saying that my kids have been perfect, because they're not perfect. But all of them managed to get a reasonable standard level of education, okay? So the older ones, in fact, I would go as far as to say this. My mixed race kids have probably gone further in education. Well, they have gone further in education than my white children, right? And that was probably the level of the father's thinking, because my first husband, he didn't care if the kids, he left school at 14. My first husband, he left school at 14, right? Went into a trade and earned money that way. Good money, but that's how he earned money. He didn't really believe in education. He was very anti-government, and all that kind of thing. Whereas Hector's not, because he comes from Nigeria, where they're very much into education. He was very much like me. So both of us were on the same sort of keel when we push forward the education with the younger two. So yeah, we have been more successful with them, getting them to go further. But even my elder children, because I was very much into education, they all got their A-levels. So they all got A-levels. Then they were lucky enough to get a trade as well, because their dad was in the trade. So he would take them in at weekends, you know, during the 6-week summer holiday when they were old enough, learning bits and pieces. And gradually, over time, they could do labouring and actually earn a wage during the holidays and stuff. And then also they were guided into getting Saturday jobs. So they actually had a taste of what it's like to be in the trade, what it's like to have an education, but also to have that character reference of when they needed a proper job later on. And I do sometimes think that you do learn as you go along. And I think it's harder for those that only have one child and don't get it correct first time. Because I know myself with my younger ones, and I mean younger ones from the first marriage as well, I wasn't as free and easy as I was with my elder 3 children. I got stricter as I went along. Whereas a lot of people get strict with the first one and then looser as they go along. No, I got stricter as I went along, because I learned. Every time I learned a mistake, I was like, well, that ain't going to happen with the next one. Do you know what I mean? So one big difference I would say is my younger children weren't allowed to hang about on the streets. They could go out, but they had to be going somewhere, and they had to tell us exactly where it was. And we would put ourselves out more, encumber our lives more. We would make sure we were the ones taking them. We were the ones picking them up.
Yeah. How old are your youngest children? Sorry, your oldest children? Like the 3 from your first relationship?
So I got six from my first husband. So my eldest child is 37 this year. Yeah.
Youngest one of that batch?
The youngest one of that batch is 28.
Yeah, so they grew up in the late 80s, early 90s, mid 90s. I think it's safe to say that times have definitely changed, right? I know a parent right
Yeah,
now.
but my youngest two
Yeah.
that people would look, right, if we're going to bring race into it, and I'm not trying to be funny with anyone, right? But if you was to take the general consensus, they would say, oh, yeah, but, you know, gangs is predominantly something that black kids do, right? I know that it's not that. I know there's white kids as well, but you do get this sort of like persona put out there, right? The younger two are actually more academic than the white children were. They've got more avenues open to them.
But you've explained it. You've explained why already,
were, you know.
Jupiter. But Jupiter, you've explained, like, your case is like quite cut and dry, really. You had I don't know what your background is in terms of like how your parents influenced you, whether you were academically focused as a child yourself. I don't know what you've studied. Maybe you can even break that down really quickly.
My own parents were very much into education, but they believed, because back in my day, you left school at 16 and you either stayed on to do your A levels and then go on to uni, or you went to work. My parents were very much, oh, it's okay to go on and do your A levels, but girls don't need to go to uni. So there was 4 girls, like mum and dad had 4 girls and a boy. And even though my brother, it's quite funny, really, even though my brother was born with cerebral palsy, he was still pushed to do education because he was able to do it through the use of a computer and stuff. He actually went to uni and got a degree. But us girls wasn't pushed in to do that. They were very traditional in that kind of sense. It was kind of like, well, girls don't really need to have a degree because, you know, they end up being housewives and this, that, and the other. So we all had a good level of education in A level, but none of us went on to a degree. Yeah.
All right. So again, even more so, kind of, it makes sense how your children have turned out then, because remember this quote unquote knife crime thing or whatever is not every child, and it's not even most children, right? Most children aren't moving like that at all. Like, and I think that this thing gets blown out of proportion in the face of that. So, like, the problem here is that the parents that you want to see take more of a role in their children's lives and whatever, a lot of them are dysfunctional or were dysfunctional children when they were young anyway, because their parents were also dysfunctional children when they were young. And it's kind of infinite regress back to a particular point, whether it be that the great-great-grandfather or the great-great-grandmother migrated here and was placed in a ghetto, and they could never really dig themselves out of the economic hole they were in, or some anomalous kind of situation occurred when someone went to jail or someone was orphaned because mum and dad. Do you know what I mean? Somewhere down the line, you're gonna find the first domino that fell. Do you know what I mean? And it's not always the case, but like you're not really gonna get too many young people who go to the nth degree, to the extra mile of becoming like the wickedest man on the road or whatever, when they've come from a home that's focused, that's stable, that has both parents in the house, that has maybe even some spiritual foundations and whatever. Like, you're not always, like, it's gonna happen sometimes, but I'm saying if you're more than likely gonna get, because remember, it's the majority of kids are not doing this, so the majority of kids are also gonna be, you know what I mean, patterned up by single parent homes, but also, yeah, definitely by the homes that are stable. So I'm saying that to say that what the problem is we're dealing with a generation of parents that we know personally, you know what I mean, that are our peers and whatnot, that grew up on R&B and hip hop and this, that, and the other, and were already materialistic in the 90s, and you could see the trajectory of what kind of kids they were going to breed. You know that. I've got some in my family. I knew where their kids were going to go. You know what I'm saying? It's not a fucking mystery. And I'm saying those people are still as stubborn today. Those parents are as stubborn today as they were back then. Even some grandparents are as stubborn. They're still doing all of the damaging things. They're still talking in ways that are damaging their great grandchildren now. It's a cycle. Do you know what I'm saying? And I think what we're dealing with is those people, the people who refuse to change, who are not learned enough or prepared to evolve enough to kind of put a stop to things. and then basically we're leaving it up to the young people to have the discernment to not go down particular routes when actually that's all they've seen. Like, how are we supposed to how are they supposed to pluck up the courage, let alone the strength, to go another route, especially when it's actually being pumped into their consciousness to continue on that journey? Do you know what I'm saying? The criminalization of black people continues.
Yeah, but I think what would help
is still fucked. Like what?
Yeah,
you know
I think what would help as well with a lot of those youngsters, right, is because I know people sort of like dismiss it and say, well, no, it's not really boredom, but a lot of the time it is, right, and too much time. They've got too much time and nothing really to do, and they want money, like you say. But if you gave them a focus or a hobby, and before you laugh, like just school clubs and that, right? A lot of single parents, they can't afford like putting them in football clubs. They can't afford them to put them in, I don't know, ballet school from very young and all this. I don't understand why, if it's going to save the state a lot later on, that they aren't funding those kind of things.
Because they don't care. Why do you think they cut it in the first place?
Because they should.
Why do you think they would?
Instead of bringing back youth centres, bring back funding that these parents can access to pay for them to go to play football. You know, because all of my sons, including my daughters, but all of my sons have been sporty, right? And they used up a lot of their aggression in the sports that they were into. I had one that was into boxing and football, but the rest of them was all just into football. But you know, but they had that they look forward to. You know, competing, winning. I don't like the way they do football now as well, to be honest, because now they try and take away, you know, it's all a team thing and team effort, team this. Whereas before, when my kids were growing up, it was, you know, player of the month, goal scorer, top scorer, you know, best person in defence, all those kinds of trophies.
Sorry, but Jupiter, like that. You see what you're talking about? Do you know how much fucking football is being facilitated now? Every club, everything, every after school, this, that, the third is doing football. There's such a narrow field of what is expected to be on offer for children. Because what's happening is...
no, but I was only giving football as an example. I think they should bring back boxing. I think they should bring back boxing.
Boxing is there as well. Kickboxing is there. Boxing is there.
Yeah.
Like, there's,
well, is it in the schools though? And are they allowed to compete properly?
Football, they're competing all the time. Football clubs are competing all the time.
No, they've changed them. They've changed it. They've changed the way they train them. So now you don't get so much onus on individual acceleration or achievement. It's all about the team thing, the team this, the team that. It does.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Listen, football is not going to save no young people from knife crime. I'm telling you that for a fact. It's not going to save no young people from knife crime. Listen, the youths that are shotting, for example, there's nothing in the youth club that's going to convince them currently to be in the youth club, because there's no money in the youth club. You can't make money from going youth club, you know. You can't make money from going to play football. You can't make money. Like, you got to accept this at this point, that money is the prime motivator for these young. You see, when I was say 11, 12, yeah.
Money or status? Do you think
I kind of disagree.
Just money or status?
I kind of disagree. But a lot of people think.
I hear you. Let me just get this point off, and then one sec. When I was 11, 12, I honestly was not interested in money. Yeah, I wasn't interested in money, and that was the difference between me and my friends, is that they were. Yeah, they were already thinking about how to get money to get certain things, and for me, that's never stopped. Like, since, that's never stopped. Every generation that's come after me, it's the same principle. How do I get money for this, or how do I get the stuff that usually people would have to pay for? You know what I'm saying? And I think that's part of the problem. So go ahead, Jed.
Yeah, no, yeah, I was gonna say, like, I think a lot of people saw it as people were beefing over money and beefing over, yeah, like drugs and money. And I think, like, what you got to realize is there's just a whole group of people that's just out there for violence and territorial, like, you know, defense and stuff like that. And different things are going to appeal to them. There's so many kids, like, you're right, that the football just they don't want to play football. They don't care about the football. It ain't doing it for them. But it ain't just because it ain't making money. It's just because it doesn't stimulate them in the same way. Do you know what I mean? And I think, yeah, we always rolling out. For adults, we roll out the same things, and then for youths, we roll out the same things. So for youths, it's always boxing or football. Do you know what I mean? And then for the adults, it's like aromatherapy and creative writing or some bullshit. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's always the same old things. And yeah, there just needs to be a little bit more on offer. But more importantly, all this money on youth clubs and football and all that needs to be actually funneled into the social issues that are causing these problems. What is wrong with society? Society is not working. We keep creating fancy plasters, but what is actually causing the wounds in the first place? And you know, that is really going to come down to psychology. It's going to come down to the way that their houses are built. You know, like, we're gonna really have to relook at society. You're forcing their mum to work how many hours a day, so she can't be part of it. The school day is too long. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're forcing one type of education on a child. There's like,
yeah,
we have to.
it's definitely going to be multifaceted.
Yeah. And I just think when we're bored or when we're lazy, we just say youth clubs.
No, I don't think youth clubs.
The youth clubs weren't stopping crime where I was growing up. There was youth clubs there. They didn't stop crime. They may have helped a few people, you know, stay out of trouble. But
One or two,
there was more than enough people outside and inside.
I agree
Youth club
with you.
could be full to the brim. There's still enough people outside.
Bro, where I work, people, like, there was a ban on police coming into the building for about 20 years. People were still bringing guns in, though.
Yeah,
like, there was just guns in the youth club. Yeah,
that's absolutely disgusting. So, yeah, I agree with you. Youth clubs are probably not it, and yeah, me giving an example of football, I can understand that might not be it. But what I'm saying is, find something that they like that will take up their time. I mean, what about if they were to bring in, I don't know, schemes where the youth could go abroad for a period of time and assist in other countries doing something. I don't know.
or just going abroad. Period. Just going abroad. Period can be like a reality bending experience for young people, and that's a big thing. That's actually a big thing. What they do there is debatable, but just to be able to leave their area is. I remember, like, trying to convince one guy to go to I think it was like a manual labor course or something. He was living in he was living in Croydon, and the course was in Carlsharton, which isn't even that far. And he was like, I can't go there. Like, to go to fucking, I don't know, Gambia or something was like just beyond any stretch of the imagination for these young people. And I think this is a really important thing.
What I'm saying is, if they did like a test case for it and it actually did work, because they'd have to experiment it before they rolled it out. But they could actually do that for a test case for one estate somewhere in the country and just say, right, we're going to make it mandatory. Every child that goes to this secondary school and this other secondary school in this area, we are going to pay for them to go abroad to a country And it will be raffle. Some kids will end up going to, I don't know, Germany. Other kids will end up going to Africa. Some kids will end up going here, whatever. But if they did it and made it mandatory for all of those children and made them have an eye-opening experience, it might make them reevaluate what they've actually got and what avenues they could take. You know,
some of them, and some of them it will, and some of them it still won't make a difference. Do you know what I mean?
It's like national service, isn't it? Some people that really worked for her and other kids were traumatized.
Yeah.
It's deeper, man. I don't believe in this society at all. I don't. I used to. I absolutely don't.
It's not gonna work.
I think it's no
matter what
too
you
much
try.
of a mishmash.
The analogy of the way the world seems to be is the ship that has holes in it, and as you like plug those holes with your fingers, more holes appear, and then you plug those with your toes, and eventually you're gonna run out of digits to plug these holes up with, because something's got to give. Like something's got to give. The way that we are living as society, civilization, you know, if we look through the records of man, there's only been so long that certain civilizations have been able to exist for until they crumble. And I think we're living in the heart of a civilization, and it's gonna crumble at some point. And what do you think happens in them societies before the civilization crumbles? What do you think it's like day to day? There are probably all sorts of complaints and issues.
I think it's already crumbling, though.
Maybe. Maybe. I hear you. Crumbling or controlled demolition.
I think, I think at the moment they're keeping a superficial glaze on it, and if people really saw the truth of the system is not functioning or working.
Yeah, the underneath is dirty as hell, man.
People would just completely give up, and it would be dog eat dog. And I think the sensible ones already know that anyway. They know it's dog eat dog.
This is how smart the British Empire / the government are, though. That's what the welfare system is there for. That's why the people them in Paris and France are always rioting. Yeah, that's why America looks like it's ready to blow up every now and again, and not go on in England, because the welfare system, like I know so many men that as soon as they got on housing benefit, everything just died inside them, man. All of their motivation and everything, it just evaporated, man. As long as I can.
Why do you think that is, though? Just because they're lazy, or?
I think we're hardwired to live. Well, first live in harmony with whatever system we either have chosen to be part of or we were born into. And I think that women, if you're the material, you know what, like 30, 40, 50 years ago, like we wouldn't be that. We do so many things now as kind of working class people that middle class people were known for back in the day. Like we go cafes and sit and chill. Like we got time on our hands that we didn't have. Like back in the day, like we would have been having to work 12 hours a fucking day or whatever, 18 hours a day just to stay afloat. Now, the system is so like sophisticated that it's allowed us this image of security and pseudo middle class living.
I think there's still a lot of people that are having to put in 12 and 13 hours to survive.
No, you don't have to. You don't have to.
No,
you don't have
there's a lot.
We're talking about no. We're talking about survival. We're not talking about prosperity or having the extras like going on holiday and stuff. We're talking about survival. Some people are happy with that. Yeah, and any little money they get on the side, it will go towards whatever that makes them happy. That's what this system is really surviving on, is the majority who are like that, I believe, who are just surviving. I'm probably one of them. With maybe a different mindset, but most of us are just surviving, man. How many paychecks are we supposed to be away from abject poverty and living on the roadside? If they say like 2, innit?
Yeah, two paychecks, yeah. But I think it's more near a one for a lot of people, if I'm truthful.
That's definitely one for most.
When I hear people talking, basically, if they was to lose their job tomorrow and didn't have money, they'd literally starve for the week. You know, that's why we've got food banks. That's why we've got food banks all over. I mean, what a state of affairs that we've had to result to having food banks to give away free food. It's disgusting.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, it's not disgusting that we're giving the food away, but that it's not. Yeah, that it seems normal that, you know, that really would have been the minority of the minority that needed that help, and now it's sort of like all over the place.
And they offer it out willy-nilly, you know.
Well, I've not heard that. I've heard people.
They do. Like, I've had doctors tell me, social workers tell, if you need anything, let us know. We'll give you a voucher. And I'm like, bro, I'm not that hard up. I can buy my own food.
Well, I know
you should be giving it to people that need it.
That have actually, and maybe they're lying to me, that have come crying to me to borrow money off of me and Hector because they're not on the social, they're working, they haven't got money, and there's no way of them getting a voucher to go and get access to that free food, and they've literally got nothing. I know people that you know, and they come and they will say to us, you know, can you just keep it on the down low? Don't tell people, it's embarrassing. And stuff
people
like
are
that.
ashamed. There's people that are definitely ashamed, and they should be using that service, but they shouldn't have to, right? But at the same time, there are some people who are guilty, like I said, of deciding this is my lot. I'm just gonna chug along in it, and I'm gonna do the food bank thing, and I'm gonna do this and do that. I'm never gonna, do you know what I mean? And they're gonna rely on their children to maybe somehow get them out of the hole that they're in, rather than actually take the reins themselves. But those children are likely to just copy their parents anyway.
Yeah, sad. It is sad. I mean, I do understand the frustration of people being so poor that they will turn to any means just to feed themselves. I do get that. But and like I said, Becca, if you're not at the look, it's one thing being on the bottom rung where you're actually in the system and you're getting benefits, okay? Because with that comes avenues that open up for you to get vouchers and stuff like that. But if you're the working poor, you know, and I do know quite a few people
it's a struggle because universal credit and whatnot.
They're not quite poor enough to get all that help, and they're not rich enough to actually stay afloat, especially since the electric and the gas has gone through the roof.
Trust me, I just literally spoke to my electric company. I'm fuming, but anyway, that's a different subject.
Yeah, we're all in the same boat, man. But this is what I keep saying about this country. This country is so fucking tricksy. Don't understand. If you're born here, it's possible that you understand, but you see, like foreigners, when I've had like friends that have come from somewhere else, I've tried to explain to them, like, don't stay here too long, you know. Don't stay here too long, fam. You're finished. If you stay here for over like 4 or 5 years, you're finished. Yeah, it's a tricksy country, man. That's what it's like. Oh yeah, London's the best city in the world, and I do see the benefits of London. Do you know what I mean? But like, it's tricksy, man. You know what I mean? Like, yeah,
my partner keeps talking about moving over here. I'm like, fuck that. I'm trying to get out of the country. Like, I'm not trying to stay here, mate. Do you know what I mean? Like, no, you stay where you are. I'm coming over there.
Yeah. I hear that, man.
Like, no, we're not doing this.
I think this is probably the most appealing city in the world in some ways.
You know what? I spoke to my partner about it, and like you said, foreigners, they have it's like they have a whole different view of what it is over here. And I've said to her, I think some of it don't help that obviously us go over there with flashy clothes and designer bloody sunglasses. They're thinking this is how we're living back at home, and it ain't that. We've literally saved up this money to have this holiday, to get this designer 100%. Stuff to wear on holiday.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So in a way, it's our own fault.
Yeah, honestly, I
think it's down to that. I just think it's down to exchange rates in the pounds and stuff. And what
that's why when I said Well, that's why when I said when we were dealing with the knife crime issue, I'm saying the economics is already set up for this to be the case, right? It's already set up for this to be the case. Like you can't like the economic system is the foundation of the society you're living in. If it's like an Ubuntu thing, I don't know why I'm talking to you lot about this. If it's an Ubuntu thing, and it's like we are, I am because we are, and it's all together and that, then you're gonna see that reflected in the way that people move in the society. If it's communist, if it's socialist, whatever the economic system is, it's gonna be reflected in the people. What we have here is capitalism in the main, but then at the top you've got what looks like a bit of socialism or oligarchy or whatever. Like you got a whole mad cocktail of different economic systems running in one nation, and that's not to mention the square mile, the city. It's all over the place, man. So I say I don't believe in this city, in this country at all. I don't think it can be mended. I don't think it could be I don't know, evolve into something. You know what I mean? I don't think it's like the London Underground system or the road system. Some fucking genius civil engineer made London look like this. Do you know what I mean? Or sowed the seeds for London to look like this eventually. You got to strip it down to its fucking bare bones to fix this. You can't just put, retar here or do a bit of work there. Like, what the fuck's gonna happen in the sewage system when people stop working? It's a mess. It's a total mess, man. That's why when Japanese people and that come here, they're like, this is a joke. Look at your trains, man.
Yeah, but I think that a lot of foreigners who come here actually work hard because they realise the adversity of where they come from. And so they don't see it as a adversity to put in a bit of hard graft. I actually think that part of the problem is that the youth are spoiled. I do. Our children, so for example, when I grew up, you would see other children that were poor and you would know that they were poor, but you was taught that you didn't take the piss out of them and you saw them as your equal. But you knew that they didn't have much, and you didn't look down on them because there was going to come times that your family didn't have that much, that everybody knew that there was honour to go to work and strive for what you wanted and gain yourself up the ladder. Now we're teaching our children that, you can have anything you want, and rightly so. You should demand what you want and you should be given it at the point of demand.
Do you know what, Jupiter? You said the children are spoiled. I think parents are spoiled too. Because you're older, yeah. You're not necessarily seeing what the people you think are children are probably not that much younger than me. Right? I'm 41. Yeah. To me, that generation of and even people your age are also spoiled. They've been spoiled by the system. They've been spoiled, and I'm not a conservative at all. Like, I do believe that there should be collective social responsibility economically among the people. But I'm saying that the parents have been like the parents were children once upon a time, innit? And if their parents were also spoiling them, then you've got a generation after generation of spoiled children that turn into adults. What do you think is going to happen to this generation now? They're going to become spoiled adults. Yeah, it's just a vicious cycle that goes on and on and on and on. And they really do know how to pacify the people in this country with social media and with TV shows that keep us entertained and all this type of shit. It's just a perfect setup, man. The parents are just as spoiled as the children. That's why the children are spoiled.
I don't know. I think you're probably right that there's been a change in the mindset, because when I grew up, we knew the system was there, but the system was a stepladder. It wasn't something that you stayed climbing. So, for example, if you was in between jobs, you might go and access it for in between jobs, or if there was a course you wanted to do, you might go and access it for a course, or if you wanted to go on to university, you would get the bursaries and stuff. But none of it was meant to be for forever. And I do know, I'm not saying that.
Sorry, Jubes. Sorry. Jedi people in the back, yeah? Yeah.
Okay. I do know that there are generations of people that have actually fucking lived on the system. I do know that. I'm not discounting that. I mean, they've done documentaries on it, haven't they? Where the grandparents and then the children and then their children. It's quite disgusting. But when I was, and maybe I looked through everything through the way that I was raised and didn't realise that there was other pockets of people that had a completely different mindset, you know.
See, my mum was quite snobbish. She like she used to say stuff to me as a kid like, do you want to be a single mum on benefits living in a council house? Like, you need to sort yourself. Yeah, honestly, my mum's a snob.
That's not a snob. That's a good mum, man. That's a good mum. That's not a snob.
No, but the thing is, she did it in a way to like for us to look down at them. Because like obviously quite a lot of the kids I used to go to school with, some of them were on benefits, and I thought I was friends with some of these families. Do you know what I mean? I used to go stay around their house and stuff. Do you know what I mean?
Hey, question. Do you think?
Yeah.
This is I'm just gonna ask the question. Should we, in terms of like the standards that we set, like say if we were trying to build our own society and whatever, should we be looking down on single mothers? Not once they've become mothers, but should we be looking down on the aspiration of being a single mom? Yes or no?
Yeah, obviously.
I think it's not the best. Obviously, that I've been a single mother. I don't think it's the best thing you want your children to do, and it probably is good to discourage them for being that, but it's not wrong. See, this is what the thing is. What my mum did to me. She made me kind of look down my nose at them sort of people, or try to at least. Do you get what I mean? Which I think is wrong. I think if she explained it properly, instead of doing this whole like we should, like they're tramps and whatever. People in council houses are just trampy people or whatever the hell. Do you know what I mean? I think I would have understood it a bit better, but because she kind of tried to teach me to, or tried to teach me to look down at my nose at these people, it just never washed with me. I was like, no, fuck that.
But Sakina, do you think
it happens in every society?
Yeah. So do you think the society now is actually promoting this though?
Yeah.
I feel like
Definitely.
Yeah.
100%.
Look at
I mean, I think they did
had the two kids with that footballer, right? So the bloke's now got two families, which is quite sad. But if you look, she was doing a baby mama dance with her sister. Her and her sister both had kids by some other people that were with other people. I mean, that's shameful. Absolutely shameful. And people think that it's okay to say, oh, you know, I've had children with somebody else's husband. Well, what the fuck's going on?
Hey, I saw a girl today, that I used to hang around with a little bit for a short period of time, right? And one thing I remember about her is that she didn't really have nowhere to live. Yeah. You wouldn't know it, but she was kind of going from yard to yard, had a bridging in South and whatever, and I think her mum lived in like St. John's Wood or whatever, but she didn't get on with her and whatever. And I remember that was her thing. She would just bounce around from place to place and whatever. And I know she's got a ute now. I'm almost entirely convinced that she had the ute to get a yard. Seriously, it's not a surprise because we know that people have done that in the past. But it's this type of vibration. It was even worse in the 90s when it was easier to get a yard if you're a single mum. Now it's slightly harder, but the facility is still there, innit? To get a yard.
Yeah, but Emma, back then you know yourself that when people did that in the past, that they did have a partnership, they did have a man, they just pretended.
Yeah, they were doing that too. They were doing that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I think now it's just a case of they don't have a partner. Quite often these children are being born and they don't even know who the dad is.
Yeah.
Evening, everyone.
Oopsie. Hey, Sarah.
Sarah. Big up, man.
Big up, everyone.
She's gonna go in
just
now.
Quickly though, I don't think there's anything wrong if your state or your country puts things in place so you have basic needs. A lot of the countries, there are a lot of countries out there that actually take care of their citizens to the point where their citizens want to give back to their country because you know what I mean? They're getting something. Like here in Dubai, if you're a from their tribes or their what they call quote unquote their native tribes, the government will give you free land. The government will give you a loan you pay back as you want in terms of buying a property. Your children get free education. They get sent abroad, they get free education. If they get married early, they get weddings paid for, halls paid for. They get grants and money from the government. They're doing all this, one, to increase their population, and two, if their people are happy, guess what they're going to do? They're going to put into their country. So these people are proper nationalists. They're proper nationalists. You can't say nothing about their king. You can't say nothing about their country. You can't do any of that.
Yeah.
They have like a genuine love for their country. You can't throw rubbish on their floors. You can't violate. You can't do anything. They take care of their country.
But it's because of the money they got, though, Sarah.
It's because they have pride in their country because their country is.
Yeah, the pride is one thing, but
you know how it is. Of
money
course, there's always politics in the background, but it's like they're being supported to the point where both parents don't have to be out. Mum can actually be home, comfortable, because they've taken off that strain. She could take care of her
That's an economic decision, because there's not more money necessarily in Dubai than there is in London.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So I said, if they put things in place, for kids, you know how much of a difference that will make. If you said, okay, you know what, water is going to be paid for, electricity is going to be paid for. Do you know how much time that's going to free up just those two things? And rent.
You lot not paying no tax over there, are you?
As an expat, I still have to pay my electric, gas, whatever. They don't. They're native to the country. They don't pay electricity.
See, look at that, and then look at the UK.
Bills. They don't pay rent. They don't pay for land. Right. Their children don't pay for education.
Exactly.
They don't.
Yeah, but if you see, the problem is that but Sarah, we've got people in this country that work against the people of this country. So I would agree with you. Wouldn't it be nice if our British government said everybody born in Britain gets a piece of land and help with housing, etc., etc., etc. Then you'd have to do good as you stand up and go, yeah, but anybody that walks in here should be treated as an equal.
No. Who's going to say that?
I think your situation is slightly different because these people aren't going around bombing people's countries and then
people like Khan,
right? I think it's slightly different though. It's going to be different though. When you're colonial country running around bombing people's countries, you can't really talk and tell people do X, Y, and Z in your country. You force them to come there.
You see, that's the double standard, Sarah, isn't it, though?
No, these people don't go around bombing countries and stealing their resources and making them refugees.
Yeah,
so they can be tight about their borders and what they, to a degree. You can't.
You're being silly because Arabs have gone around building an empire.
I'm talking about the state currently. You go to, for example, a lot of the refugees here are from countries that we've gone and bombed up.
Yeah, but even that's a new phenomenon. Since when did people run to the country that's attacking them?
People run anywhere that's safe.
And I think that's a shitty excuse. Look at Syria. It was actually Russia that went in first, but you didn't see them all running to Russia.
Oh, that's so dumb, man. Like, is that you actually making? Is that your logic? Is that your logic? Like, because no one else is doing it.
The logic is, I'm disputing the logic of the fact that you can have the excuse of running to a country that's bombing you. They come here because they see it as a good economy. They're economic migrants.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, but Sarah hasn't said that. That's not
migrant in the world. You know, rich people come here and they buy up your properties and they use it just to clean their money. Why do you think there's so many empty properties in central London? Who owns those people, those properties?
Yeah, that shouldn't be allowed either.
So it's not just refugees who come here. Human beings are human beings. If there's an opportunity somewhere, they'll take it.
I didn't say it was just refugees. You've gone somewhere else now.
Anyways,
I didn't say that. What I said was that we can't have a two-tier system like your country has. Where you believe that people born on the soil are superior and that everybody who's an outsider is not. We can't do that.
It's not about superiority.
And you're one of those people. You're one of those people of the mindset that says that we can't.
Hold on, Dupes. Even as an expat, there's more benefit in me being here than being in England because I don't pay taxes. I pay for certain licenses, right? But I don't pay for taxes. My money is literally my money. If I make 30,000, that's my 30,000. You're not touching. No one's touching a penny of that 30 grand. They're not going to bother me.
Yeah,
And
here
if
or
I've got
there.
investments in their country, I've got my little residential visa, and that's
Over
it.
there, man.
Do you know what I mean? Like that's why all English people are coming here.
Yeah,
Do you know
because
this
you were
country is
born
majority
there. Because
expat?
because you were born there.
Born where?
Are you saying that you were born in Dubai?
No. I've just come here recently, just
okay.
for work. But I'm saying over here, they literally let you be. Like, make your money, do your thing. As long as you don't bother anybody, just make your money.
There's no tax at all.
There's licenses and stuff, but you're not getting taxed. No. So say you come here, for example, say you're, I've just, I don't know, what are you? Like, say you're a teacher or a nurse and you make 30 grand, you're actually going to touch all 30 grand. And a lot of the time, as companies, we have to pay for all the background stuff, your visa process, your da-da-da-da-da. The company will do as a package. And on top of that, a lot of companies will pay for your rent, pay for if you come out and work here. So basically, people come here, save their money or pay their mortgages. A lot of people are here paying mortgages off back in England. A lot of young people are here they've literally set up mortgages already and they've just left uni. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it's just, I think, yeah, England is set up to rob you. Like, literally, it's set up to just violate you to the.
How much is the tax bracket in England? What is like?
Depends.
Lowest you need to have to pay.
Depends.
There's four tax brackets. There's a lower rate, which is like 12 to 20%, I think. And then there's another, the higher rate is 40%, and then above that is 45%. So like your 12 to 20% is I think it's up to 50,000. Your next highest is from 50,000 to like 100 and whatever, and then above, and then the 45% is anything above that.
Okay, but so up to 50,000.
Basic is like 20,
between 12 and 20 only.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
That's nothing. That's
nothing. Worse for you guys.
Actually nothing,
nothing, you know.
in taxes.
Too
This
much.
is
But
crazy.
you don't. Do you guys pay for your university and stuff? However, where you are.
In England, you do. You pay for your university. Yeah.
Your taxes might be slightly high because there's certain things you don't pay for that we pay for.
You're getting free. Yeah, you're getting a freeness elsewhere.
Uni, right? If I'm not wrong. I know in
that's
Denmark,
true,
I got a cousin there. Her uni was paid for, and she was getting grants while going uni.
Yeah.
Like
same
grand,
here. Same here.
Yeah. She's getting crazy money just to go uni. Just come up. Just come to uni. You get this much.
That's how it should be, man.
Maybe that's why you pay a bit more once you start work.
Yeah, we pay a lot. Too much.
How much you pay? How much tax you pay? What's your brackets?
Yes.
It's around 36%.
What, as a standard? Like, doesn't matter how much you earn, or?
No, I think it's like 34 to 36 in Norway, like a minimum type of thing in Norway.
No. But I'm saying, what other brackets?
That's quite high.
What other brackets?
I don't know the other higher thing, Emmy. I'm always in the middle.
There's nothing lower than 36% or 34%.
I don't believe that.
Is that your basic then? So where we have 20%, your basic is 30 what?
1 sec.
About 40 grand, just under 40, you pay 20%. The rate is 20.
Scott, let me check it.
But my point is, they purposefully reduce the amount of pressure on families so that families can actually concentrate on being families. That's the thing. That's what's happened. Whereas we've got 2-parent, they've created a system where both parents have to work literally just to survive, not even to live good, just to survive. Both parents have to work. And then the kids are just become their kids, right? To a degree. Beefy, there's options. There probably is places that they do interest, but there's loads of options where you don't deal with interest. There's loads of investors out here. There's just access to more resources out here, period, right? So if I want to set something up, you can find investors, you can find people to partner up with. There's a lot of Islamic banks out here that don't do interest. Well, don't do it as much. If you're dealing with banks, generally there'll be some sort of in the background. Because remember, this is all one big system.
Is that the reason that they don't do tax? Because they don't believe in it?
Income tax isn't allowed in Islam. And interest is actually completely forbidden. It's one of the major sins to deal with interest. Which is, yeah. So they have a different system here. So for example, say you want to, let's just make something up. Say you want to buy a house for 100 grand, right? Someone will come and be like, you know what? I'll buy the house, but altogether, it won't go up or down. I want you to pay me back 150. So I want 50,000 profit for that house, for that something. That's how it works Islamically. But it's a set amount. It doesn't go up from that. It's a set amount. A person can't come and be like, you know what, because you haven't paid, I'm going to add a bit more. I'm going to keep adding a bit more. It doesn't work. It's a set contract, 150,000. You get your house for 100 grand. They get the 50,000, whatever, profit.
But it's still
just like a normal business. It's like how shopkeepers work. They buy something for a certain price and they sell it to you for a higher price, but it's a set price. It's like that. Whereas interest is, you don't pay back. Guess what? It's going to keep going up, and then I even have the right to take the shit, even though you've already been paying. That's theft. That's pure theft. Yeah, it's different. It's different. But also the education system. I don't know. Have you guys heard of the Perusian model? Emma might have heard about it.
No,
have you heard about it?
Like Peru,
model.
like
how this whole education system was set up. Perusian, I think I'm saying that right. Perusian, P-R-U-S-S-I-A-N.
P-R-U, Prussian.
Oh my goodness! Ignore my fucking EAL for a second.
So, Sarah, it's still interest, though, isn't it? Still interest. It's just that they've tried to be crafty about it.
But have you heard about that? Yeah.
But the Perusian model, what is that then? Explain it.
So basically, in a short way, it's basically a system they created to keep hold of their military control of people. They didn't want people to be free thinkers and doing their thing. So they set up a model that's universal. Basically, the education system where we have now, you have a top down, you get told what you learn. It's all one size fits all for everybody. And back in the days, what used to happen is people learned basic skills if they went to school, but then they would go home and learn skills that was needed in the community. So it was like the shared purpose. So for example, if your father, I don't know, was a carpenter, you'd go home and you learn the trade of carpentry. Even though you can read and write, you have a trade that's required in society. But what happened is they set up this system that was set up in America by corporate. Initially, it was for the military to keep control, but then corporate took over to keep control. So it's basically set up where, how can I put it? It creates obedient citizens, obedient zombie citizens that do what they're told to do, that go in the boxes they're told to go in. And it's just basically creates a skilled workforce. And it's a top-down leadership. So it's not, you know how in a lot of traditional quote-unquote village settings, children had a purpose. Like you had a purpose in that village. You know, okay, when I get up, I have a huge purpose. I need to learn this so that I can help my village or my community in this way. That doesn't exist anymore.
I think it's all a con anyway.
They've broken the will of children, man.
Because this year on the news, they were saying, oh, everybody's going to get lesser grades than what they would be likely to get, because they were going to mark the papers down because they was getting too many people qualified, like gaining good marks, going into the workforce and not having jobs to go to. And I was like, what? How can you mark people down, right, that have actually passed? So you're going to knock off points off of people. That's wrong. You know, if the majority of the country is getting more educated, then they're getting more educated. You shouldn't be knocking the points off them. I just thought, God,
no, but what are they learning? Is it useful things? It's not useful.
No, in most cases,
I mean,
but you still shouldn't
like
be doing
say
that.
The world stops to, like, some of the things that people learn has no real benefit to anything. It's just more theoretical. It's like just reading a book and then getting a degree because you've read a book, but there's no practical use to that thing that you have, really. It's just, yeah, it's not really doing anything to really build your
Yeah, but they've switched everything over to academia, haven't they?
Yeah. So you need like a balance of both. Like you need actual skills that you can utilize straight away once you finish school. There's no point in spending 15 years in school and then you've got a skill that you can't really use. That's really sad. It's just so sad.
Trust
That's
me.
why
just
if
mash
you're
up.
gonna get a degree, get it in a core subject at least. Yeah.
Man, this country is a fucking joke. I told you, man. How are you gonna
It's
have
set
a
up.
system? How are you gonna have an education system which is supposed to be geared towards the main industries that you lot are dealing with? But like most people, most people are doing courses and they don't match anything that in any of the industries or the demand of the industries that are out there.
Or
It's
things
just
you
like
need, like farming, like cooking, like building. Like we don't have
it's
the,
a joke.
the skills don't
It's a
exist. That
joke.
should be actual
It's a
lessons.
joke.
Like how do you build a house? How do you build a bridge? How do you farm?
No, but
What are
see,
different
no, but
things
see,
that they need? You know what I mean?
as a government, you're like they would say that the education system to some degree is working. Like they would say like the absence of farming and stuff from the curriculum is appropriate because we're not allowing you lot to have any land anyway,
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
And we're gonna automate stuff and we're gonna ship stuff in and etc etc like so therefore it doesn't make sense to have that as a focus in the education system. I'm saying I think it's wrong, but as far as having a nation that is functioning in harmony with your industry, yeah, farming ain't really the thing to be pushing in the school system. Do you know what I mean?
I thought agriculture and farming and stuff like that they were pushing that in at degree level now. I thought that was one area where they were trying to
No,
expand it.
I don't think they have
no,
for a long time or
no,
ever.
no,
Jibs.
man.
Sorry.
It's a niche thing in it. You're not gonna get. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen like an agricultural degree program.
No, me
Any like I
neither.
don't. Maybe I haven't looked for it or whatever, but there may be like science-based programs that kind of touch
I
upon
thought
those
they
types of
were
things.
because the WEF were into all this green-based stuff, and I thought they were pushing that recently.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I think
to
they
what
are.
to what extent? Like to what extent? No one's doing that, man. No one's doing them programs there. You know
I
what I
don't
mean?
know. I don't know if they are or not, but I know that they did push that. At least a couple of years back, it was being pushed heavy.
It couldn't have been that heavy.
But what I do think that they need to do more is train up people in this country to be doctors and nurses and more of those kind of things.
Yeah, because the society are getting older, and the people in the society are getting older, right? And we are noticing that, and they need to stay in the hospitals longer. They're surviving. Imagine it, the way yeah, I don't know. Does it make sense?
Yeah, I mean, kind of, because I mean, obviously hospitals are for everybody, innit? Like you're, I don't. To be fair, I don't even know if it's more old people in hospital than other age groups. I don't know. I don't actually know.
It's getting older, so you can see like a 92-year-olds, 94-year-olds, they're like, this is, yeah, we have had this discussion at work, because yeah, they're almost taking over, you know what I mean? And
Okay.
yeah, this is, yeah, society getting older, and surviving rate is
At the
higher.
moment, we're only slightly top heavy with older people because of the amount of immigration that we've brought in. That's the reason why they were bringing in the immigration at the rates that and that's why they were allowing all the illegal immigrants as well. That's why.
One sec,
That's why
Jubes.
they've been lax on it.
I didn't even hear that.
Wait, Jubes, can you say that again, please? Because I missed that.
So at the moment, we're only slightly top. So imagine you've got a pyramid, right? And in most societies, you would have the elderly people at the top because they're dying out, and then you would have the reproductive society, the level below, and then you would have the children, because ideally you would want the children to replace at a higher rate of the people on the top two tiers. Okay? What's happened with British society is that it started levelling out. So people started living longer and they started having less children. So the pyramid ended up was going in the direction of turning upside down. So there was less children being born and there was more older people. So to stop it actually inverting on itself,
That's the whole
they allowed the immigration in at the levels that they did, which is why they're assisting with all the illegal immigration and to hold it off. And at the moment, we're only slightly top heavy on the elder population because of that. That's the reason why they did it. There's a really good documentary called Birth Gap, if you go and watch that, and it explains it all.
Yeah, what?
It also explains that countries like Italy, they're already not replacing themselves, which is why they want immigration into Italy. Italy is already on a depopulation.
Who's going to Italy, blood? I'm not going to Italy.
Spiral.
No one wants to go, man.
You've got China that they reckon their population is going to halve within the next 10 years because of people dying off and the fact that they had the one-child policy. Yeah, it's really interesting. You should go and look at Birth Gap and then you understand what all this immigration stuff's about.
You see the Chinese, yeah? I wouldn't believe any of their figures. You can't trust any of their figures, bro.
Yeah, that's very true. They do have an image to keep up. That's true. 100%.
Yeah, don't trust that. Probably smashing away in there behind
the heart, anyways.
On the countryside, they say them, yeah. Countryside,
yeah. Propaganda.
Hiding the kids in the sheds and stuff.
What? Hiding their kids in the shed.
Hiding their kids in the shed, did you say? You're funny. Yeah, Beefy, there is a difference between a profit-sharing loan, which is just somebody giving you capital for something, and an interest-based loan. An interest-based loan, if you fail, guess who? There's one party that's always going to be winning because the interest is you're just going to keep having to pay up more and more and more and more, right? The longer it takes you to pay something back, the more you end up paying. Whereas a profit-sharing is a set price, and you both take a loss. So if Emma gives me 1,000 capital into my business to do something, and then it flops, we're just both flopping. But if he gives me an interest-based loan, I'm going to always owe him, and it's just going to keep increasing.
Is this the reason why it's haram, Sarah?
That's why interest is completely haram, because it's one of the reasons for debt, and debt is just a destruction of society, innit? Ultimately. It destroys families, it destroys the society. It's not nice. It's a major sin, you know, in the eyes of Allah. It's actually equivalent to sleeping with your mum. That's how disgusting it is in the eyes of Allah.
Is?
Whoa.
Taking interest like intentionally, if you're not forced to, you're it's so disgusting in the eyes of Allah. It's equivalent to being intimate with your mother.
Yeah, I don't think it's quite the same. But
like whatever. A major sin. It's a major sin to deal in interest intentionally. Yeah.
Well, how did you get
that? It's not
about
whether it's the same. It's the measure of.
There's a hadith about that. It's that disgusting. That's metaphoric, like, but it's as in how disgusting.
Does the hadith actually say that, Sarah, though? Like, it's like sleeping with your mom.
Not being intimate with your mother, or being
not
with your
like
mother.
sleeping with your mom.
Do you know that years
it's
ago,
the level of it's the level of sin, in it.
It's not really the actual action that you would do. It's how.
So that's how Jewish people actually got their wealth.
Jews have that rule. Christians have that rule, but they still.
Whoa!
Because years ago,
no, as in they have the rule of dealing with interest.
Years ago in Britain, it was illegal for people to be money lenders because it wasn't part of their faith and stuff. A bit like what Sarah's describing. And so the Jewish faith were the only people that lent money. That's how they made their wealth.
Yeah, that's how they make their wealth. They just pass it around. It's like the family banking system. Like, I'm going to give you £1,000, do it. But do you both understand that if it's a flop, it's a flop? That's why you got to do your own work and make sure that the stuff is, that the business proposal is a proper one. So you don't, because you're both going to hold that L. And I think that's fair. It's not fair that you make a man's children pay for something that you know what I mean? Your grandfather, like, it's just It's not fair.
So I put that documentary Birth Gap in there if anyone wants to take it and watch it later. Oh, Jedi's putting it up. Okay.
Well, I didn't know because I didn't hear. I didn't know if you wanted to play it, but I realised it's like 50 minutes.
No. It's for people to look at themselves if they want to.
Okay.
It's just basically to prove that I'm not just talking out my arse, because a lot of people tend to think that when I say things, I don't know what I'm talking about. So it's there. It's interesting though.
So what's the general synopsis of this video?
So basically, what he explains is he went around the world to find out what's happening with in relation to the people not having so many children, and whether it was only a European thing, because basically the governments have been telling people that it's only Europe and, you know, we're not at replacement levels. And what he found was that it was worldwide, but that some countries are going at a faster rate than others. And basically what it is that people were choosing to only have one child for reasons whatever. But normally because the more educated they were or the more wealthy they were just deciding to have one child. And he was explaining that eventually the world is going to sort of like decline in population anyway. It's going to shrink anyway because it's a phenomenon that's happening worldwide. Yeah. But then it goes on to explain individual countries and why they're having immigration come in and what they're trying to stave off, because some countries have already got an aging population that's top heavy, and Italy is one of them. Yeah. So
I don't really think immigrants don't have that much of an impact on these rich CEOs and these rich people cleaning their monies through your country. The very natives just cleaning their money through different means. They have a bigger impact on this country, on your economics, than immigrants.
I don't think it's so much the
how much of your tax money is just being used for?
Yeah, but Sarah, you're only looking at it through a financial prism. The effects of immigration on this country, look, it wouldn't be so bad if the infrastructure was still sustainable. If we could deal with it, I think you'd have less people moaning about it.
There was poverty here before immigrants, so I don't there was major poverty.
I was going to say the infrastructure has never been able to sustain. Your infrastructure has never even been able to sustain its native population, let alone immigrants.
Yeah, but you don't need it being made worse. So
it's not though.
Yeah, it has been, Sarah. So 30 years ago, if somebody wanted to go into social housing, they would probably get housed within 6 months. They might have to go on a waiting list, but they'd get housed within 6 months. They'd have a few children. Then they'd be given a house because it was overcrowded. Now you're seeing people that are born here trying to get onto the list. They're getting told you'd be better off not even going on the list because you can wait 7 to 15 years for a property, which is not helpful at all. And in some inner London boroughs and stuff. And then on top of that, if they are lucky enough to get, I don't know, 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom, they're not getting housed. They're being forced to live in overcrowded situations.
The social
for example,
housing
20, 30 years ago, okay, you would be told that you can't be housed above a 2nd floor if you had a child. Now you're getting people that have got young children housed on 11th floors and their children are falling out of windows that are not suitable.
You're putting the horse before the cart.
That is so much.
You're putting the horse before the cart, man. The housing problem is not to do with immigration. It's to do with the lack of social housing. In theory, just as
I agree, but
hold on. In theory, everyone, you and all of the people that are native to this or class themselves as native to this land, maybe even those born here, but I don't know, but definitely those who could be classed as native should be given social housing as standard, right? You should also be given land. The social house that you live on, you should be able to own the land that is on as well, right? The issue is not about The issue is that social housing is not even a secondary or even a tertiary concern for the government. It's like way down the list, way down the list, to the extent that you don't have to make fucking housing associations. Think about that. You lot are not supposed to have any housing associations. Those things are charities that were made because the government weren't doing its job. They were already they weren't doing their job before we even came on the Windrush.
What are you talking about? So there wasn't social housing when the Windrush came.
What do you mean?
It used to be.
Hold on. Wait.
The actual council social housing came about later after that.
Runnymede Trust. How old's the Runnymede Trust? Runnymede Trust. You know how old they are?
Yeah, that's a trust. It's not the councils, is it? It's not social. It's not what we would call social housing now.
It is. What are you talking about? What are you
Was it the
talking
same?
about? Do you know who the Runnymede Trust are? Hold on, I'm gonna look this up just to make sure. They're in East London. The Runnymede are in East. I know that. I know they deal with like bricklaying and that. When was it? Trying to find a date.
Everything's been privatized. Number one, and number two, there's more than enough money for them to do that. They just don't want to do it because they don't give a fuck about you guys.
There isn't enough money because they can't. They can't. Okay, so
there's plenty of money to go.
So Sarah, look, if they only had legal immigration, that would be possible. But because it's illegal and you don't know what the numbers are,
how much have you spent on wars?
Hold on, let me finish before you come back. Let me finish. But because we've got so much illegal immigration as well, we are never going to know the exact amount of houses to build. So we already had a housing situation.
So illegal immigrants get into housing
in this country.
You know how hard it is.
Having unfettered immigration has made it worse.
So the illegal
statistics on these immigration and how much housing they get. Is there like, because you know how hard it is for immigrants to get housing. Number one.
We're talking about illegal, right? And they don't even get
illegal immigrants are not getting
any. How can you be illegal and ask for a house?
Housing at all?
Yeah, that doesn't
there's
make
no
sense.
illegal immigrant with your
social housing. Where's their paperwork to get the social housing?
Housing.
That don't even make sense.
Okay, so I'm going to answer you. So illegal immigrants are getting housed. They're getting housed in hotels and hostels, firstly, before their paperwork goes through. At the cost of last November, it was 8 million a day. So at the cost of 8 million a day to taxpayers, okay? And it's probably gone up a hell of a lot more since then.
Asylum seekers, refugees.
No, they're not all refugees. They throw their documentation away so that no one knows where they come from. I'm not talking about genuine refugees. Genuine refugees have a right to be looked after. I'm talking about economic migrants.
What? How do you differentiate them? Because they all came in the same boat. According to you, like just say that they came.
That's just ridiculous to make that statement.
How do you know somebody's a
economic migrant?
Sorry, my brain's bad. Economic migrant or an illegal.
But that's why they end up putting them in hostels to work out who are and who aren't. Because what they did was, when they realised that refugees will get help, but economic migrants will be told to go back, they decided to throw their paperwork away and pretend they've come from somewhere else. And that's why they have to take their time.
How do you know all this?
To ascertain.
How do you know all this? How do you know they threw their paperwork? Where are you getting this from?
We're getting it from the press. We're getting it from the media. We're getting it from alternative media. And we're getting it from first-hand stories. Fucking hell. You do know they advertise on TikTok and Facebook for all this smuggling into the country. I mean, it's not a secret anymore. It's not like people do it underhanded anymore.
What about do you have the same energy for all the MPs that are smuggling your tax money to offshore accounts?
Yes, I don't like them either.
Which is a million times more than what any immigrant has ever done.
Yeah, but I don't understand why you're not seeing
the hotels you pay for MPs just to go and the car and the rides and the cars and all the expenses that you're paying for.
Yes. And we all need to unite and we all need to bring down the corruption
and then deal with the immigrants.
No. You don't tell me what to do.
I would advise you to
I'm
admit
entitled
that
to have an opinion that's opposing yours.
You're worried about a scratch. I'm telling you about the broken arm, babes. Like,
No,
deal with
I'm
the
worried.
broken
I'm
arm
worried
before you
about
deal
all
with
of
the
the
scratch.
people that are suffering, that are born on this land,
No.
that should be treated
What you
with
should do
respect
is,
for being born on this land. And the
someone's stealing
politicians that are not working
Jupiter.
in the interests of people
Okay, cool,
born on this
cool. That's
land.
fine. That's all cute. Jupiter, someone's stealing thousands of pounds from you, and you're worried about the person stealing pennies from you. Make the maths. Maths is not maths.
Well, no, it's not pennies, is it? I think
no.
they're all.
In comparison,
I think they're all as bad as each other. Always bad as each other.
No, it's not the same. It's
The people that are causing the problem are the politicians. I agree with you. But that doesn't mean that I have to agree. It's not. It would be futile for me to go, look, I know that it's that person with the knife that's cutting my leg. Yeah. But at the same time, I'm going to allow my leg to be cut because I can't do nothing about the people at the top. No.
Deal with the broken arm.
These working class.
Go on a minute.
You cut out a bit, or you went on mute.
Sorry.
All I'm saying is that the government are not working for the benefit of the people that are already living here, and that they should be sorting out for the people that are already living here and the people that are born here before they start bringing in more people to confound the issue. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, all you working class, I was gonna say, all you working class Brits, yeah, lower working class and whatever, barring some revolutionary small pockets, yeah, you lot are all fucking pussy holes, man. You lot caused all this shit in the first place. You know why, yeah? When you lot were under your serfs and landowners and lords and all these fucking arseholes, yeah, and King Arthur and King this and King that, yeah, you lot couldn't do nothing to get yourselves out of those situations, right? You lot just let these lot walk all over
bully
you
tactics,
and bully you and fucking have you living in fucking poverty, eating rats and not washing and all this type of shit, yeah. Then when they fucking decide to go abroad and start spreading their nastiness, yeah, and they go and start capturing Africans, you're so dumb you let them convince you that we're not even human, right? And then you start pointing fingers. Oh yeah, yeah. All the propaganda that the British have created, like, has really worked on you guys more than anybody else. Yeah. And now we're in this situation. Yeah. And it's the legacy of your inaction, your unwillingness to fucking deal with the people who are actually oppressing you. Yeah. You should have long time mash up the fucking society. Where's all the fucking,
down at this point?
Like the one guy, bro. One guy, Guy Fawkes, and that's it. And he didn't even get like.
So I thought I was talking to somebody that was sensible and not emotional. Number one. Number
I can
two.
Be sensible and emotional.
Number two. Okay, so what's the excuse for third world countries? You know, so all the white man's fault in it. Stop it.
Did you hear anything that I said?
The fact of the matter is that
stop trying to sound clever, man.
People at the bottom.
Why haven't
people
you
at the bottom
and people of your class?
People at the bottom find it harder to struggle with those at the top. In this country, there has been many revolutions, and yes, people have become weaker, but everything has become weaker because we have been encouraged by the government to all fight each other, and unless people unite against the corruption, and that's not likely to happen.
That's what we're saying.
Because there's too many different factions.
The people to exactly now it's too late. When it was just you lot, yeah, that was your opportunity to unite and deal with the matter, and you didn't. Not only didn't you do it, yeah, you waited for, not even waited, yeah, you were so fucking weak.
Give me an example.
I just gave you what do you mean? The whole thing is a perfect example. The entire history of the monarchy, yeah, the current monarchy at the least, that strand, is and way before.
No, give me an example of a time
of what
when they should have uprose. Give me an example.
What kind of
because you're saying when it was only white people. So what time was that? What time period?
At every stage of your history under
no.
Sorry, let me finish.
Not at every stage of our history.
Let me finish.
People been complaining.
Hold on. Let me finish.
So I'm asking you to give
me
I'm trying to
give you the parameters. Yeah. At every stage of your history, when you were under a monarchy that was oppressing your people, those were all times for revolution, all times to change the constitution or what have you. All of those days were times, all of them.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about.
All right, yeah, if you say
yeah,
so.
Because you've got a hatred for the monarchy.
You're not even listening to.
I am listening to
argument.
you.
No, you're not.
But because you've got a hatred for the monarchy, and don't get me wrong, I'm not particularly.
What's this got to do with? Sorry, what's this got to do with my feeling for the monarchy?
Well,
what has this got to do with my feeling for the monarchy?
You're saying it's all down to the monarchy oppressing.
Have you not been under a monarchy?
Not.
What are you arguing about?
But it's not.
Bare apologetics for the monarchy now, yeah.
You're paying for empty. You're paying for empty castles, and your kids are hungry. Like
stupid asshole, man. Sorry,
you're paying for empty buildings, and your children are hungry. Make the maths is not mathing. The maths is the mathing. Why are your children hungry and relying on school meals, and then you're paying for empty palaces and buildings of no use?
This is what she's demonstrating is the mentality that got them in this shit in the first place.
My children,
but she even Jupiter even admits, which I find ironic, that what they do is they turn you against each other. But she doesn't realize that these immigrants and migrants, they are, well, some of them at least are of a similar ilk in terms of being persecuted by the establishment.
Well, they can't be. They're coming from all these wonderful countries that are feeding their kids.
No, please. Just, you didn't even let me finish. One man's floor is another man's ceiling. Yeah, you have subjects, and then you have rulership, and these subjects, they flee and move around, and all sorts happen. But you can squabble with the migrant, but you're never going to pick your bigger enemy, which is the establishment, your ruler. And I think that's the point. What Emily's trying to say. You're even saying it yourself. But the fact is, you just don't realize that.
Yeah, but I've already.
You don't realize that these migrants. Sorry.
I've already conceded and said it's the government. I didn't argue against that point.
Okay, sorry. Cool. Yeah.
I haven't argued against that point. I think it's the government that we have to blame.
So it's the government, but it's not the monarchy, no? When the government, before the government,
it's not the monarchy, because the monarchy doesn't have direct rule.
Before the government, it was the monarchy. The monarchy made the government.
In the past, in the ancient
this is what I've been saying. The entire time you've had a monarchy, yeah. Whether it's a monarchy that without a government, or a monarchy that created a government, or a monarchy that is above the government only in title or gesture, doesn't matter. Yeah, whoever your overseers, overlords were or have been, and have been oppressing you, that's all opportunity for you to raise up and deal with the matter. Like,
yeah, but there have been revolutions. You're making it look like there was never revolutions. There were, and there have been.
Let's tell us about them. Tell us about them.
I don't know them all in detail, but there have
been. Tell us any of them.
Well, we had Cromwell, didn't we? Yeah? We had Cromwell. We also had.
Explain Cromwell, yeah, because we don't know about Cromwell. So explain.
Well, no, I'm not going to go into detail because I'm not educated enough on that. So it would be pointless. I'd be just waffling.
So who was the revolution? Who was revolting?
We also had.
Who was revolting?
What's the name of that treaty?
He's slaughtering her. He's like ching.
You know what? We're gonna make this a suicide. I'm joking. Sorry, I shouldn't have used that word.
Right. Listen. There's no point in look. We're trying to understand this history of, and I know that there have been some, but of English revolution from the working class, the poorest.
I've heard French, but
let's hear some. Like, if you're gonna quote some, they've got to be working class revolutions from the bottom. Yeah. So is this Cromwell thing? Does that tick that box, Jupiter?
So she's googling.
Yeah, I'm going to go look for them because I just told you I don't have any. So revolutions in the history of England.
Working class.
I just told you that I don't know.
The miners' strikes.
I know about the miners' strike. I was just about to say the miners' strike still.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call that a revolution, would you?
No, I wouldn't. That's like a unionist conflict. That could be. It's not revolution, though.
The poll tax riots.
That's not exactly a revolution,
I
but yeah,
remember
they
those
did
riots.
riot over that. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember those riots. Again, is that revolution?
So
You
here
tell
we
me,
go.
like, what's the book on revolution? How?
What is this?
Yeah,
Yeah, can we define what revolution is?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great subject to pick apart. Actually, I think revolution's a bit of a trick word still,
In
but
the
there
18th
are.
century, it was the English who were viewed as the revolutionary nation. And when they moved towards revolution at the end of the century, the French looked to the English history and the ideas of 17th century English revolutionaries to guide them. So there must have been plenty. England's revolutionary
Find them.
reputation
Is
was
that your
built on the
comment?
fact that it experienced not one but two revolutionary upheavals, the civil wars and the interregnum of 1640 to 60 and the glorious revolution of 1688 to 89. The events of
A year,
1640 to
88 to
60
89, a year.
foreshadowed in several crucial respects that would unfold in France in the 1790s. Popular disturbances called for recognition of natural rights and popular sovereignty. Civil unrest, regicide, republican government, the drawing up of written constitutions, attempts at restoring order through military rule, and eventually the restoration of the monarchy. So there you go. There's been loads of revolutions. Now what, Emma?
No.
What? No, we want an example. Emma asked you for
give us a
specific
proper
case
example,
studies, okay?
Dukes.
We need an example, not a paragraph about there was revolutions. Have you got any? Well, so go get the Cromwell one. That's the one you made, right? That's the
Why
one
don't
made.
you go and get it?
What?
Because I don't care.
Don't your fingers work as
I'm doing something.
applicable as mine? I've just
I
told
don't
you I'm
care.
going
I
to
actually
Google.
don't care, and I'm doing something. I'm doing something.
Yeah,
I don't
well,
care.
I just told you I went to Google. So why don't you get it?
This is how they. This is the same mentality that passed on the oppression to the black people and the Indians and the Somalis and the Polish.
Yeah.
And, you know what I mean?
Okay,
No
so
accountability,
prove that
man.
to me.
Definitely
Can you
keep
go
you
and get
guys
something
distracted from your
to
real
show
issue,
us
man.
that thesis?
I'm just saying, like, you're worried about broken scratch and your arm is broken. I don't understand why the matter.
You're trying to tell me that I should be worried about the country crumbling and the people
you
of
should
this
be worried about
country
why your arm is broken
and this
and
people
not
of
a
this
scratch.
country being treated as second-class citizens. I think everyone should be worried about that.
Second-class citizens.
Yes.
Oh, why do you say that, though, Jukes?
Caucasian woman, you think you're little. No, anyway, let me be quiet.
Let's run with what she's
You know
saying.
how many
Yeah?
privileges you have just
No,
being white.
wait. She's saying she's been treated as a second-class citizens, yeah?
Not just me. I didn't say just me. I said anyone born on this land.
Let's just say that that's the case. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you were treated as second-class citizens before there was any immigration from Africa, the Caribbean, the Americas, or anywhere else. Would that be accurate to say? Maybe not you, but your forebears.
No, I wouldn't say so. Not in the sense that I'm talking about now.
What's the sense you're talking about now?
So we've actually got people that are coming to this country that are being put through the system and assisted at a much higher rate than the most vulnerable that are born on this land. So I think it's very unfair that the system of people like you and me that live here paying taxes are paying for people that have never put into the system.
How about they get rid of income tax? How about that?
You know the monarchy are literally the description you just described, right?
That's a good one.
Why are you paying for empty buildings you pay with your tax money? That's what I want to know. Why are you letting them rob you like that? That's rude.
If it's their building, it's their building.
So why are you paying for it?
Listen,
not benefiting you or your kids.
I'm not one of these people that thinks we should take back those buildings and stick fucking ordinary people.
How about you don't pay
the
for
walls,
empty 100 buildings?
Shit up the walls and fucking degenerate it? No.
No, but why are you paying for it? It's not benefiting you. Why are you paying for empty buildings and for these?
You do know our royalty pays tax themselves. You do know that.
Pardon?
Our royalty pays tax themselves.
How much?
I don't know how much, but they do pay tax themselves.
I'm just saying, innit? The rich in this country and the people in charge of your country are taking all your hard-earned money, taking them to offshore accounts, using them for silly expenses, and the energy should be shifted on those people first. Clean that up first, and then the immigrants will clean up itself.
I think that they should be both treated as the same.
But they're not being
What?
though. But they're not
One
being.
is a criminal, the
And
other
we're
one
not,
isn't.
I
and
agree
we're,
with
and
you,
we're not,
Jedi.
and we're
They're
not
not
having a
being.
conversation. We're not having a conversation about the establishment. We're having a conversation about immigrants all the time. The immigrants are putting forward, the establishment are putting forward the conversation about immigrants and shielding themselves. So meanwhile, Prince Andrew is wanted for questioning for his involvement and things, and they're taking 12 million out of the taxpayers' money to pay people off.
Yeah,
So
that's
all.
disgusting. I agree with you.
Not just that, Jedi.
But what's done about it? It's disgusting. But what's done about it? Because we're talking about immigrants. We're not talking about them. They're kicking off in
Politicians do the
Ireland and
same
that about
thing. You pay
immigrants.
for their expenses to stay at hotels too. You do know that, right?
I don't know. So what are you doing about it, Jedi? 'Cause it's your king as well.
No, it's not, though. I told you it's not. You know it's not.
But it is. You're living in this country.
Yeah, I am.
If you're here as a British citizen,
Yeah.
it's you that is suffering as well.
Yeah, but I know that. But
he
I'm
knows
not partaking in it. I don't have a king. I don't vote. I'm not for this system.
Exactly.
I'm not for the immigration laws. I'm not for none of it. You already know this already. So yeah.
He doesn't
Yeah,
care.
but if you're not
I'm
for
in
none
line.
of it,
I'm in line with
why
what's
aren't
going
your
on.
protestations higher? What I'm saying is that everybody needs to come together to be able to take down the power that is.
No, you
can't.
You lot need to come on board. It's not everyone come together. You lot need to come on board.
We know what the
and
problem
finally
is.
wake up. You lot are busy talking about immigrants, grooming gangs, this, that. And from the longest time, I've been telling you that the real enemy are the elites and the powers that be. I've been saying that. So it's not that I need to move anywhere. I don't need to move my position. You're shifting from your right-sided position to a position where to a bird's eye view, and that's congratulations. But don't tell me I need to move anywhere when I've always been on this. You lot are just come to and I'm trying to still school you. Fuck the immigrants. It's that, like, forget the immigrants. The immigrants ain't taking shit from you. The age-old thing of all coming and taking our jobs. They're not fucking coming and taking our jobs.
That's not the main problem that I've got with immigrants.
This is like the
I've already told you it's not financial for me with the immigrants.
This is an evolution of that old rhetoric, though, isn't it? It's the same old thing. Great white replacement. They're coming, taking all our jobs, taking all our women, taking all our housing. It's always the same kind of fucking.
No, that's the way that you see it, Jedi.
Okay, how is it more complicated than that?
Right, because foreigners are not just fucking of color. Number one.
Okay.
Number two.
I didn't say that though. I said I mentioned Polish people, so I clearly already know that this ain't about black and white.
Polish.
I mentioned Polish. That was the example I gave.
Okay, but I thought that was the road you were going down. You can forgive me for that. But the fact of the matter is, it's not even about the money. It's about the fact of the whole system is crumbling under the weight of people.
No, but everything that what is it? The housing. You're talking about housing,
the weight
right?
of people. It's not the. It's not
just
they've already
housing.
explained to you. All these infrastructures they're being bled dry, and it's not by the people. It's by the thieving corruption that are siphoning money, and you know what I mean. And we're paying billions of pounds in vaccines that don't work. That's the issue in the NHS. Yeah, you're paying for a vaccine that makes you sick. Or that you can you're paying for a vaccine that could have adverse health inferences and also does not prevent you from catching said virus, therefore nullifying its label as a vaccine, because it's literally going against what they are designed to do, which is vaccination from disease.
Madness.
So, and we're paying billions for that and still chipping out. So, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about immigrants.
No, I'm talking about immigration.
The weight of immigration. But that's not what the issue is with. That's not what the issue is in the NHS. In the NHS's buddies are paying buddies for their drugs that actually kill British citizens and harm British citizens. That's actually the big issue.
And you don't take care of your nurses and your doctors anyways. You don't take care of them. You don't invest into that whole industry, into that whole medical industry anyway, so no wonder it's failing. No wonder they're all running away to go America and different countries. No wonder all your nurses are running away.
And then we let Starbucks give everyone high blood pressure and whatnot, and then they don't even pay taxes over here.
Exactly.
Listen, I'm not disputing all that with Starbucks and fucking Google and all the rest of them that need to be paying their taxes. I'm not disputing that.
So
I agree with you on those counts.
so it's
So you
mismanagement
understand
of
that
what
there
we've
are
got.
I would agree with you. It's mismanagement as well, yeah.
That's all it is, and that's literally what we're all saying. It's mismanagement of resources and money. That's why you're in the situation you're in, nothing else.
But
Every
I said
country
right,
has.
but
every
Sarah, I
country
said
has-
right at the beginning of this, if the infrastructure was working, people probably wouldn't have such a problem with the immigration.
But Jupiter, it's not that that there's more immigrants than non-immigrants, because there's a lot of countries that are flourishing and they've got more immigrants. They've got more economic, quote unquote, immigrants in their country.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is at the moment, we've got such a problem in this country that it's not helping us that we've got this unfettered number of people coming in. It's not helping. All it's doing is adding to a dire situation. It's like you've got a family living on the breadline and people keep turning up and giving them another kid and saying feed them as well. It's mental.
Yeah, I don't even know how to go about.
Nah, it's mad.
Yeah.
But you know what's funny though?
Yeah.
Do you know what's funny? The families on the
Yeah.
breadline, each time a kid comes to eat, there's something for the kid to eat. Imagine that. And all the time you've got an uncle and a brother that's in the house that's literally hoarding food and giving it away for free. They're throwing Waitrose is throwing kilotons. I don't even know if that's
all of them, all stores.
Kilotons, of food that people can eat. Like you're not allowed. You're being stopped from growing food
Based
on
on
your
policies.
own land.
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
Farmers are being paid not to grow. Like what's going on?
You can't grow your own
it's a
food.
liberty. But the problem is
So,
until
like,
all the people stand together to say, listen, we know that the problem is you at the top and the corruption, nothing will happen.
Yeah, we're on the same page with that. Yeah, facts.
I haven't seen a lot of protests against what's happening by the government. I've seen lots of protests against immigrants, though.
Where have you seen lots of protests against immigrants?
Ireland.
Any incident that happened just recently.
Yeah, but we're not
Yeah,
Ireland. I'm talking about in Britain. Yeah.
Britain is Ireland is in Britain. It's part of Britain. Great Britain. What are you talking
Well,
about?
one part.
Like, you got the passport, right?
Yeah, well, that's where, ain't that where the fuckeries is?
Northern, was it Northern?
No, ain't that where the madness is though?
I don't know. Someone was saying that yesterday, but I don't really know. I haven't kept up with that.
So a lot of these hotel stories are more up there anyway. So that you complain
and there's Liverpool. Was it Liverpool?
Liverpool, it was to do with raping, wasn't it? It wasn't to do.
But
with
it was an immigrant, and then that's what it was. It was an immigrant, right?
They were upset with the immigration centre being full of men that was allowed
Right.
to come out.
Fair
and
enough.
rape. Yeah.
I'm not disputing whether they're right or wrong, but there have been little things going on.
Most of the protests is over grooming gangs that I've seen, and COVID.
I've seen some about the hotels.
COVID
People
lockdown.
complaining about people being in hotels. I have seen that, and going up to people and be like, shouting at them and just being bad, belligerent and shit. I've seen videos.
Yeah, but that's not. I wouldn't say that that's the majority of the country. Would you? Would you say that's the mainstream thing?
The same elk that keeps complaining about immigrants. That's what I'm saying. Same set of people.
Yeah,
no. Everybody in the country. There's complaining about the levels of immigration is a mainstream thing.
Some people, I would say, I'll put it this way: yeah, British people have a higher capacity and ability to be legal immigrants or legal migrants into other countries. So therefore, it's set on a side. If we set it on that, then it's going to be lopsided and unfair. If we set it on means, then it's going to be unfair because some people don't have the means to do it in the way that, and you know, life is life. Nobody told humans to create these fictitious borders and think that every other human is going to have to abide. But it's not how reality works. In the animal kingdom, in virology, in germs, in whatever you think, bacteria.
Yeah, but I would disagree with you.
No, there's always going to have to be
in the animal kingdom. They do have territories.
Yeah, and people stray and go on to territories and
they
take
use
over
their
territories. and mingle and migrate and all sorts goes on.
Trade.
But
Yeah,
in the animal kingdom, they
In the
use their
animal
scent
kingdom,
to
I'm saying
mark
that.
out their territories.
Yeah, that's cool. And then sometimes it doesn't work out, and the boundaries are pushed. And what I'm saying is, people don't. It's not like animals are. Oh, this is my territory, and no one ever comes on it, and they just walk on
And I'm
the
never
edge. And
gonna
they
leave
never.
either, yeah.
It's not like that. It don't work like that. You can't just contain each other like that. So there's gonna be skirmishes. There's gonna be this, and hence why we've got the Great British Empire, because they didn't just stay in their fucking boundaries, and they went around and didn't respect certain other peoples and took over and done their thing. And I'm saying, as the world evolves, it may not be as aggressive, it may not be in that fashion, but either way, the pristine makeup of people that you have in your little part of the world can only push back against the incoming cross-contamination for so long. There's nothing you can do about it. You literally are a citizen of Earth, and at some point there's gonna be other motherfuckers here. Do you know what I mean? That's it. That's just the fact.
Yes, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that I'm adverse to people coming and living here. I'm saying that our system is collapsing and we need to sort the problems out, because it's only going to get worse.
Well, maybe the system collapsing is part of the story that's to unfold in reality, because we can't get too attached to a system, because we are beings. We're beings. We're not a system. We weren't attached to. We weren't even born to be part of any of those systems. So those systems you may be one of the lucky beings that gets to see the fall of one system and the rise of another, maybe. But either way, I think that what we do need to do is focus on the actual enemy and just keep focused on it. Yes, there's immigrants. Yes, it's very rare. But even when we talk about things, we have to always remember that, like you say, Jupiter, immigration is being deliberately used as the weapon. Deliberately.
So I'd like to see you debate Danny Roscoe on this, you know.
Who?
What do you reckon?
I don't know who that is.
So he's a mixed race guy that he knows Tommy Robinson, but he's not. He don't promote Tommy. Well, he kind of does, but he's not Tommy Robinson. You wouldn't say he's Tommy Robinson's group. He's his own group. But he's quite right wing. I'd like to see you debate him on it.
On what?
On all what you're talking about, immigration and stuff. It would be interesting.
Yeah, but there's has to be a premise, innit? Because what if we agreed? I don't get it. What if I
agreed? Might agree with you. That's why it'd be interesting.
What about immigration?
It's not a debate, then, isn't it?
Yeah.
Conversation, you mean then?
Yeah, have a conversation. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me see. Let me see if I can get him to come over. I'll see if he'll come over now. Yeah, I think it's interesting.
Yeah, I think even if you got rid of every single immigrant, you're still in the same problem, to be honest. It's still the same situation.
Yes, I agree with you there. Even if we got rid of every single immigrant, we'd still have the issues to deal with. But I think that we need to deal with the issues, and the only way we can do that is to stop. Look, when you've got legal immigration coming in, at least you know the numbers you're dealing with. Okay. When you've got illegal immigration, you don't know how many numbers are going to come.
You know how simple it is.
Therefore, you can't.
Hold on. If we're that desperate, then it's as simple as, all right. Then if you look that bad, then lock off NHS to non-citizens. Boom, done. If you ain't got the badge, you ain't got the paperwork, boom, 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 you can't get NHS. Boom, done. How hard is that? If you're a legal immigrant, yeah, you can maybe sneak into the country under a lorry, but if you snap your leg, you ain't getting a plaster or a cast without showing that fucking identification. Simple. Boom. How hard is that?
Yeah, but Jedi, if we did that and said they couldn't have education, they couldn't have emergent, it wouldn't be long before we'd start fucking feeling bad that people are fucking dying. Do you know what I mean? Let's be honest about it. The emotions would start getting played, wouldn't it?
So then it's not realistic. Then it's like whatever. It's like, you know.
The fact is, we
guess
should
what
just
you're gonna
stop
have?
them coming in.
You're gonna have travelers. You're gonna have travelers dying in their fucking hundreds and thousands. That's what you're gonna get.
Oh God.
Yeah. all sorts of people, off grid, hippie people, and that. Like, I'm
Yeah,
just
so
saying,
that's what
innit,
I'm saying, child. And nobody wants that, do they?
Well, then we got to be realistic about what we're saying and what we focus on. Yeah.
Yeah, stop letting
Someone
people
bumps their
in.
head. I don't care where they're from. This is like what's so evil about places like America. Someone bumps their head or gets run
Yeah,
over
they
by a
don't care.
truck. I don't care where they're from. Give them whatever treatment they need. And we as the people can stomach that bill, because guess what? We can pay for we can pay for rainbow flags to be put on the floor. We can get paid for rainbow flags to be for zebra crossings to get turned into rainbow colors. We can pay for shit outdoor gyms that don't even work. Like, we can pay. I've seen what the councils, governments, local authorities, and whatnot can afford to do. Murals that mean fuck all.
It's just mismanagement, 100%. Whoever
They
said
fund,
that before.
do you know what I mean? Security for all sorts of dumb events that have nothing to do with our livelihoods, just basically based on who you fancy and who you're attracted to. So now there's loads of bills being forked out, and they're not under pressure. So I just feel like, yeah, if a gypsy woman gets her leg stuck in the train track because she was trying to run from a ticket inspector, let her go to hospital and get sorted out.
Yeah.
Right,
I just think that we need to
complaining.
stop.
Oh, we're under. Sorry.
We need to stop all the illegal ones, because that at least reduces.
Oh my god.
That at least reduces.
I'm over it, man. I can't do it anymore, man.
Yeah, no, I do.
Oh, yeah.
I think we've said the same thing in a billion different ways, like literally.
Yeah.
I don't know how else.
And then focus on what the problems are. And then
you just admitted that even if you dealt with the immigrants, you're in the same boat. I don't understand. Like, what's happening right now, guys? Someone help me, please. My brain's not braining right now. It's not making sense.
Yeah, that's the way you see it. I see it different.
You were in the same situation before the immigrants, and you will be in the same situation after the immigrants, because the real.
But the issue won't be as compounded as what it is.
You're in the same boat. The people that are mismanaging your resources and your money and causing political strife with other countries.
When you're fighting on one front, it's easier.
Do you know what's crazy? Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
If you think that the weight or the number of immigrants is at such a proportion that it's literally bursting the infrastructure of Great Britain at its seams, yeah, then consider the impact on Great Britain when all those individuals, those renters, those sly workers off the books, those train riders and utility users, because they do pay money into the system. You can't escape it. Yeah. When you take them all away, what do you think happens to Great Britain then?
They will crash, man.
Like, you're fucked.
Yeah.
You're not producing anything either. Everything's bought in. So if other countries say, you know what, yeah, we'll take our people back, but we're also not going to give you resources.
Yeah.
You're actually fucked.
Because the thing is, what's this now? This is the alternative economy, or the black economy, which is not always about
in your best interest.
Crime per se. Because do you know what I mean? It's just about things that are kind of off the book, and there's a whole thing that we all benefit from in that regards, in one way or another. Because you don't give a fuck who's doing the scaffolding or who's going to do your plumb. You don't care.
Exactly.
But guess what? They're going to Wix. Yeah, they're going to Wix. They're going to whatever, Quick Fit. Where they're going to all these places to buy their equipment. They're not fucking shipping in tools and tool belts and. Do you know what I mean? They're not all bumping through the barriers at the train station. They're buying tickets, using National Rail, using the buses. They're buying beers and Tisky and all that at lunchtime or for breakfast.
Well, yeah? I'm of a different mindset to you.
That money's all going back into the economy.
Of the mindset, okay, that I would rather be poorer and live in a safer society. And I also think that you can't sit and deal with the problems that this country's got.
What are you afraid of, YouTube? So they say safety. Wait. Let's think. Yeah, let's go back to safety. Exactly. So, what are you exactly afraid of from immigrants or illegal?
So there's a lot of the immigrants that throw their paperwork away, and so you don't know what you're dealing with.
Why do you keep saying this?
Because it's a known fact.
You listen. A lot of these refugees are coming from war-torn countries. a lot of them don't have paperwork. Do you not understand? There's many people in the world that don't have paperwork.
So the majority of legal immigrants that we've got are coming through France.
But these paperwork need infrastructure. A lot of the countries they come from do not have
They're already in a place of safety. They're not refugees.
Give me an example. Go, give me a country. Give me a country where they're coming from a safe place. They're jumping on boats and risking their lives, and they're coming to England.
France.
French people coming here.
Refugees from France coming to the UK.
They're not refugees. Most of them are already in a safe country. France is a safe country.
I'm baffled. Sorry.
But so you're saying they had their paperwork in France and on their way to England they lost it?
Yeah, in a lot of cases, yeah.
Oh my God. Like, do you not understand? If you're a refugee and you're coming from a country with a broken infrastructure, where are you going to go to get this paperwork?
Listen, if they're from a broken infrastructure and they land in France, they should count themselves lucky. So
are you saying that a person who has arrived in France, maybe as a refugee, and has been, fingerprinted, photographed, may have already even had paperwork and such, but I've definitely been given, I've been photographed and fingerprinted, will arrive in England like 6 hours later, by whatever means, and the French and the English cannot get it together to establish the identity of the person that has arrived, even though they've allegedly come through France and they've already been processed. Does that even
They
make
are
any
coming
sense?
through France. It's not allegedly. They're coming through France.
Did you hear what I said though?
So what's happening?
You love to pick up single
Yeah, but
words.
I don't know where you got this 6 hours from, and I don't know where you got.
This is what I'm saying. You're
picking
picking up
all these details from.
irrelevant information from what I just said to you. Yeah, deliberately, or I don't know if you're hardwired to do it. The important part is you think that a processed refugee who would have been processed not just through the French government but the UN as well, who have fingerprinted and photographed and end up down the road in England like 24 hours later, cannot be identified between the English government and the French. Is that what you're telling me?
I'm telling you that the French government probably wouldn't even care because it's getting rid of the problem.
So when the English ask, okay, do you know who this person is, such and such, this is the fingerprints, does it match? Yeah. There's no match. There's no photo evidence. No? Man shaved off his beard and hair on the boat on the way to England.
I'm saying that in some cases that they will find a match, and it takes a while to process all those people, which is why it's costing us £8 million a day plus.
Yeah, I think it's the hardwired. I mean, no other.
Oh.
It's literally just. Literally, we can get rid of every immigrant. There'll be another boogeyman.
And that's the problem.
The real boogeyman.
Yeah.
Always.
When there was no immigrants, the boogeyman was fucking Irish and Scottish and the Welsh.
And then before that was the peasants.
Yeah. Women were witches. Fucking you know what I mean?
The ones
I don't know why you're going all over the place, because two things connect.
No, everyone else understands but you. That's the problem. Everyone else understands.
No. Everybody on here agrees one way, and I disagree with it.
Yeah, everyone understands the algorithm I just laid out, but you. Yeah, like you just refuse to understand it.
It's not about refusing.
She's not, because she Jupiter's already. She's already attested to the same fact by saying that basically we're kind of like bred into it, or no, she didn't say that. She basically said that the elites get us to basically focus on something other than them for an enemy. Yeah, she understands that concept, as in fighting amongst ourselves, but that concept could easily be spread to, somebody mentioned Guy Fawkes, another boogeyman, because actually we're dealing with the Catholic Church, and the Protestant Church or whatever, right? That's really what the beef was. I just feel like, yeah, you just need to get used to the concept that, yo, you always need a boogeyman. Society, not you, but society already needs a scapegoat, right? And the powers that be are more than happy to facilitate and give nods to such scapegoats in order for them not to be under scrutiny themselves or to be the center of attention. That's really, but we understand this, you understand this, and you have to just keep reminding yourself it.
No, it's that, look, the way I see it is that you prioritize your own first. And therefore you should, like, for example, myself, I put my family first. I do what I can for my family, right? If I've got any time or money left over, then you take it to somebody, your friends, etc., outside of the family, and try and assist them as well. But you have to start with your home first.
I agree with you.
And I see that as a smaller way of looking at it.
I agree with you.
With nations.
So this is why I think I'm in a total agreement. Start at home, yeah. And if you're gonna clean up, start at home. Start with your family. Start with the citizens and your government. Yeah, start with them first, and then let's deal with immigrants and foreigners second, and foreign affairs secondly. So you're right. Domestically, what we should be doing is starting at home, and that's from first. Who's calling the shots? Who's the boss of the house? Yeah, we're not gonna start with the skipper when we've got the captain right in front of us. We're not gonna start with the chef. Oh, let's sort out the chef. No, let's sort out the captain. The captain hired the chef and everyone else.
I agree with you, but for everyone to be able to focus on the captain, you don't have additional problems coming in. So if you're starting on your own house, you don't take in the neighborhood to be dealing with your own house.
You go to the landlord. You go to the landlord.
You completely cut off the rest of them. So we don't need those illegals coming in confounding the issue.
Yeah, if you live in a building, yeah, and you feel like this building is overcrowded, but you're renting, yeah, then you need to talk to the landlord. Checkmate.
Oh, for fuck's sake, Jets.
It's true though. You're not gonna go to the door like, what are you doing moving in there? No, because and you're stuck in it. No, you go to
but I don't do that.
You go to the
landlord. But I don't do that.
Landlord, you're making
I do believe it's the government.
This.
I do
and you know what, landlord? You know what, landlord? Either I'm gonna do a squatters revolt and take over this fucking crib and run it the way I think it should be run, fairly for everyone, or you're gonna rectify this, or I'm leaving. You got all these choices, and that's why gazillions of fucking British people migrate every year to different countries.
Or we can just put a lock on the entrance. Or we can just put a lock on the entrance, and not that many people can fucking come and sleep in the passageway.
Here's another idea.
Even worse,
because you're a fan of stemming the flow and not letting more fuckeries happen. How about we do this? Yeah. How about Britain? We stop meddling in other people's affairs and creating economic situations where people want to leave their countries and look for a better life. How about we learn for the last gazillion 800 years of meddling around the world that basically if we go out there and we shit, by the time we get home, that shit's followed us.
I totally agree. Right. I'm not against that.
So then that's the main. So then when you hear that we've just bombed Yemen,
yeah, exactly.
About immigrants. Do you know how many Yemenis we're about to get over it? If they, do you know how many Iranians we get? What's going on?
Do you think I'm happy about us getting involved in all these wars?
Then let's focus on the bigger issues because
I think that our army should be here. Protecting us, our seas, our skies, stopping all these illegals coming in and making sure that our country's safe. And they're the only time that they should be going to war.
The only reason they are coming over because of you lot then. Oh my God.
Yeah, you're not getting that though. You're not getting that.
Not just wars. Forget the wars for a second. Let's talk about neo-colonialism. Let's talk about how you go on your
everything.
still on the slide pillaging other countries. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, go on then, talk about it.
Yeah, so when you're pillaging, when you're going to other countries, and especially they're literally taking your money. They're going to other countries and they're pillaging them via the system, a bigger system than even England that's set up. They will go to other countries and they'll just rob them of their resources and not give back to the people. Then get surprised when the people follow their resources to where they are. That's just literally it.
So I think new trade deals should be made with all of those countries. I don't understand.
It's not even trade. They're taking them.
They're taking it.
Then it's not about trade.
No, I said trade, you know.
Bribing their way
That's
to
that's the ignorance, man.
Yeah, I know,
Trade.
I know. It's not trade. It's not trade. They're stealing the resources, man.
Well, those countries should do something about it then, shouldn't they?
They are. They're coming here to get their stuff back.
Why don't they prevent them from taking the stuff in the first place?
Nah, they'd rather they just want to come collect it.
So what stuff's being stolen at this moment in time?
Natural resources.
Yeah, like what?
And land. What do you mean, like what? Cobalt?
So you're telling me there's no trade deals to go and get this stuff out of those countries?
There's no what?
No, it's not. Oh, so my God.
So you're telling me people are just rocking up in that country from the UK, and they're just sticking mines in and nicking all the stuff.
They partake.
No, but it was like through now, because this is a thing, yeah. It's called what is it? The Scramble for Africa, right? And it, literally maps were drawn up and people scrambled for the resources there, you know, in their coalition of Europeanness, and they literally, you know, it was a free-for-all, grabbing what you can, looting. It's what you do when you go looting. You see them kicking in the window of JD Sports and running out with a pair of high-tech. Yeah, that's what they're doing. But, you know, now they're established. These are not new, you know, it's not new. So they've had these inroads. Plus, when you weaken as a society, when you weaken the areas, you sow salt into their fields and all sorts of shenanigans to make sure that the damage was long lasting. Yeah. And people would inherit the damage. They made sure of these things. These are things that they did, right?
Install puppet governments.
Yeah, so that
administration.
at any given time now, you can waltz up and be like, right, look, I noticed.
Like this leader,
I noticed you ain't got a lot of that, or I noticed that you've got a problem with that, and you know what? We're gonna come in, we're gonna sort that for you, and we're just gonna do a little bit of digging over in this area. Don't worry about it, nothing for you to worry about. Just make a little peas. We're gonna employ some of your young men, your strongest young men. Yeah, we can employ you lot. You can make a nice little wage for your family.
Yeah, but why don't they do something about it?
Well, this is the thing.
Why are you complaining to?
I'll tell you what.
Ordinary white people.
Let me be frank with you.
Should be doing something.
I'm not. Let me be frank with you. Let me be frank with you. You've long heard me say that I believe that even acts of criminality or law breaking are revolutionary acts. This is why I am and behave and talk the way I do, frankly, and you've always been quite disgusted with it. Like, oh my God, but I realize that retribution comes in many different forms, isn't it? So it is what it is. People are going to come over. They're going to take the piss out of the law. They're going to not want to sign in when they're supposed to be signed in. They're not going to skip to the maloo of what the government is saying. They're going to build houses. They're going to take money, send it home, do all kinds of things that you are complaining about. They're going to use the NHS, fly in, get operations, fly back out. They're going to do these things because they have to fight on their terms. So it's guerrilla warfare, economic guerrilla warfare. Let's call it that. So yeah, in their own little way, they're trying to get what they can to survive based on what they've been left with. And you want them to go through the customs and border control and do it the proper way. And they're trying to rock up on a dinghy and grab what they can. Not trying to harm no one, but they're trying to eat because these worlds are at war.
No, what I'm saying to you is that I live in this country, and I want the people of my countrymen to benefit from their own country, right?
But they're benefiting from other people's countries.
Hold on. That I agree with you that there's been injustices done around the world. Okay. But if your argument to me is don't look at the immigrants, look at the politicians that are causing this, which I totally agree with, then my argument to you is don't look at the ordinary British citizen, look at the governments. And if you stand with us to stop the immigrants coming in and everything else that's causing problems for us, we'll stand with you in saying that we shouldn't be going around pillaging other people's countries.
Bullshit.
If you can prove the pillaging.
Historically, yeah, the issue isn't immigrants. Let's talk about balancing the rights and wrongs of what everyone's done. Historically, we've got these people that have called themselves the British Empire and the Commonwealth, and they've literally gone around. I'm not even gonna. We've said it 1,000 times, Jupiter. You yourself know what the British have done around the world and their impact. The immensity of the impact. I hope you've got some kind of fathoming. If you don't, then you're just ignorant. But I'm sure you must understand from India to the Caribbean to the Polynesia to Africa. They have had even other parts of Europe have had a phenomenal impact. Irreversible damage has been done, and we just call it part of history. We just consign it to history. However, the echoes, the reverberations of these acts still carrying on. As you know, from caste system to this to that, there's so many different examples of it internationally. You can't be ignorant to all of it. So I'm just saying, at the end of the day, we can't now sweep that to the side and say, well, if you stand with us, stop letting the migrants in or immigrants in, then we will stand with you on basically trying to reverse the fuckeries that we've done and put an end to continuing it. No. This is the historic crimes that this society, this nation, this rulership, this conglomerate is guilty of. Let them fucking pump the brakes and stop fucking up other people's countries. Then you will see the trickle-down effect of people not needing to be migrants as much. Then maybe, do you know what I mean?
I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
Because what we're doing is we're complaining about puppies and we're creating them. We're complaining about migrants and immigrants, and we're creating the circumstances that make these people become migrants. We keep doing it. So now we're bombing. We're scrambling. We're taking all our taxpayers' money.
So a lot of these economic migrants are coming from countries that are not even being bombed.
We're buying weapons from our bodies companies. Yeah. And we're taking all the money from the stupid fucking civilians and subjects of Britain, and we're buying weapons and high-tech shit from our friends around the world, and then we're bombing other poor countries with brown people in it, and then brown people are running from them countries that they are getting bombed and coming over here. Then we're complaining. Then we do it again and again and again and again. If we stop bombing the brown people, they will stop running from there. They're only running from bombs, whether figurative or literal, yeah, economic or whatever. They are running from the disturbances, the displacement. Look, even our own Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, her son's involved in military coups in fucking Africa.
Yeah, but how long ago was that? I mean, look, the way I see it, if that's the position you're going to take, right? The only position left for British people is to oppose you. The only position left is to oppose you.
Wait.
Osama bin Laden. Come on.
You lot put the Syrian Don in power.
Yeah, and then
all your enemies you lot put in power.
This is the main
thing. Exactly.
And put them there. No. It's almost as if you was paying attention to history, it's almost as if that the establishment are creating these issues and waiting for the right times to activate them and then swoop in and do whatever their dastardly plan was in the first place. Because if you think about it, they install everybody that they label dictator later on, and then they keep spending our money to go and fight them and do it. We pay money to install them, we pay the money to this, that, we pay them, and then all these people are getting super rich from their little war companies that they're all part of and got shares in. Tony Blair, all these people, like it's a conglomerate of families, bloodlines, and we all know what it is, but we're still talking about the same old shit. Stand with us and make a stand against immigration. Blood, immigration. You're getting immigrated by fucking demons and fucking aliens by the sound of it. You know what I mean? Immigration.
I do not understand, man.
Yeah, like how are we focused on that when we don't even know what's up and what's down? How are we even focusing
But
on
you
that?
see, the way I see it is
the way I see it.
Yeah, the way I do see it different to you.
Yeah.
I just think that this will continue for a long time onwards, and I guess we're going to have to wait for all these countries to get strong enough to stand up for themselves for what they want. Yeah,
but you are the lot who's putting these people in power. Like I don't understand how you cannot understand this.
You literally just ignored everything I just said, and I thought,
she does
everything. Yeah, but she's doing it to MA. She's doing it to you now.
You can't be involved in the fuckery, tinker in the fuckery, create the fuckery, blah blah blah. And now we're talking that. Oh, eventually they'll. No, this is aiding and abetting in it. This is being part and parcel. This is constructing the whole fuckery. This is being the pilot of this fuckery plane. Like
that's why I said what I said at the beginning.
It's fully involvement.
100.
The architect. I don't know how many different ways to put it to you. So like I think we underestimate what foreign policy is, or not even forget because a lot of this goes. It can't be classed as foreign policy because foreign policy is the public face of you know what I mean. The country and
what
the
I'm
government.
telling you, Jedi, is that the majority of people, they don't want the wars. They don't want to be involved in all that.
Yeah, but there's nothing you can do about it because you don't control your government. The government controls you, which is not a democracy. There's not, and there's fuck all you can do about it. You can vote and vote and vote whoever you want to vote in, and they still fly over and bomb this country and that country without even asking you now. That's how deep it is. Exactly. Just go do it.
Well, then we just have to leave it to what happens, isn't it? And civil war will happen. That's what's going to happen.
Facts.
Well, historically, this has been happening from the beginning of time in your country. There's no history of wars happening because you're being oppressed by the monarchy or by those above you. I don't really think it's happening today. You guys are not built to have wars. You're not built to have wars.
There will be a civil war eventually.
What you'll do is just bully the person who's...
No, what they'll do is manipulate you yet again into fighting each other and killing. That's what they do. There won't be an organic uprising of the people against people against the system. No, because they're showing you that they're like, look, we spunk your money up the wall, don't care. Look, we lie and break your shit and take from you, don't care. Look, we kill you, like poison you, like rare, and we don't care. Look, we
imprison you and have parties while you guys are in prison.
No. According to you, they do it to the whole world. They do it to the whole world. Hold on.
1 second.
It's not just us they do it to.
You're interrupting me.
According to you, it's the whole world.
Don't interrupt me, please. Let me just finish this. They are literally showing you, look, we will not pay taxes. Look, we will advise you to take a certain medication for your children, and we won't take it. We'll advise you to take certain medication for yourself, and we won't take it. We'll advise you to stay in and don't go nowhere, don't contact your loved ones, and we will party. We are Peter Pans. We are thieves. We are murderers. We will conceal. We will drive, run over people, and not stop. We will take liberty. We'll do anything we can. We'll devise murders, plots. We'll go to other countries, bully, cheat, thief. We'll supply people. We'll do all kinds of things against your freedom of speech. We don't care about our public. We don't care if you're born here. We'll let you get abused, battered, raped. We'll let in the worst type of people into your country and let them fuck you over. We do not care about you. And yet, come election day, you lot are still voting. Puss cells.
Okay, so that's what you think. What happens. What I think is that I'm not going to disagree that they haven't done any of those things. I'm not going to sit here and fucking justify the elites. That's not what I'm doing at all. But what I'm saying to you is that the only way that people can ever pull the elites into check is if all the people stand together. But if we're going to have people in our own country that have got a mindset that they see all these other countries as victims. And maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong, maybe they are. But if you're telling me that all these countries are so weak collectively that they can't even stand up together, then we've got no hope to expect this nation to stand up together. So it will go to civil war. It's as simple as that.
But you're a meddling country, for example.
Civil war against who? Okay, 1 second.
Go.
Sorry, Sarah. Yeah.
Go,
Just a quick question. Civil war against who? Who against
Well,
who?
first of all, they're going to fight anybody that's got any outside,
they?
anybody is interested. The majority of this country will
Gonna
end up
fight who?
fighting anybody that wants to put other people before the British citizens, and then they'll end up and at the same time they'll be fighting with the government, and it will stay at this mad status quo for a very
Who's
long
going to
time.
be fighting? What? Anybody that wants to put. I don't get it. Who are these people that the British citizens are gonna fight against? Immigrants? Are they gonna fight against the immigrants?
No, they'll probably fight against any mindset that's against the British people.
Any mindset that's against British people. Is that not very broad? Like, what is that? What do you mean? Who's against British people?
Well, that's
Which
the only,
immigrants are against British people?
that's the only way. I didn't say immigrants. I said anybody that's against the majority of the country. So you'll end up. What happened?
Majority is the majority right?
Well,
hold on. Is the majority inherently right just because they're in the? They are. Is that what it is? So
whether
the majority could be against. The majority could be wrong.
Depends on perspective, doesn't it?
Okay, so
if the majority of the country are going to be happy,
yeah,
then that's the way that it'll end up going, isn't it? Because the majority always rules.
So yeah, so if the majority of the country become happy, and then start persecuting you for being unhappy, warring against you, fighting anyone that's against the majority of the people, can you not see that's going to be a big issue for you, your children, my children, grandchildren, MAs?
It's going to be for everybody's children. This is what I'm telling you.
It's going to be a very big issue if the majority of people go to war with people that don't agree with them. That's going to be
obvious that people are going to go
because
to
who
war
controls
with
the
each other.
majority thought?
Because
who controls the status quo?
Jedi, I'm not saying that's what I want.
Slowly.
I'm not saying that's what I want. I'm saying that that's the only way it's going to go then, isn't it? It's obvious.
I don't know. I don't. That doesn't sound organic to me. I think you're missing out the part that this is my belief that the uprising, so to speak, the civil war, uprising, disputes, whatever, are in their very nature going to be orchestrated and controlled, right? So therefore, the target will be an unorganic target, one that was supplied through the Hegelian dialectic to the sheep that are going to read the instructions that they have for hundreds of years and follow the script. And that's really what it is. So this is why I even doubted this revolution in terms of it even being a real thing and not just another construct like a wrecking ball used to level, what's left of, things, so that we can get this new foundation for this new world order. Who somebody from within the ranks of this rebellious group are gonna arise and be named the champion, and yes, peace and security.
All revolutions, 100%. Even
I don't think it's going to happen like that. But what I'm saying is that if people don't learn to stand together to solve the problems, then they're going to. It's inevitable that everybody's going to end up fighting each other. It's inevitable.
I think the issue is it's not that people don't learn to stand together. I think people do stand together. That's all they do is stand together, and everyone's standing in the corner. Everyone's bent over in the corner, waiting. Yeah, lubed up. That's really what. I don't want to be part of that. So what I'm gonna do is encourage people to stand on their own and think for themselves, because I feel like the hive-like, sheep-like, we are all in. Like that mentality in itself is not even helping, because you're just getting large groups of pussy-elves not doing nothing, and that's very infectious.
And it's easier to manipulate when it's like that. Yeah.
That mentality becomes so pervasive that even you as an action person that want to do, you feel like, oh, there's that many people not doing that, and that I can see is making me kind of slightly feel away. I remember how I felt walking around and not putting on a mask.
Facts.
Walking up, like I remember at certain times it was like, ooh, I slightly feel like, you know, sir, can you just, you know, and they approach you in a way where, you know, I remember walking through the shopping center and then the policewoman was like, sir, can I? And I walked past the first one, you get me? And then the next one just stood in front of me and said,
The
sir,
public
can I
just
just
staring at you like you have a
get
disease.
me?
But it's like I
Can I
literally
ask you
have
where's
to do
your
anything.
mask? And I was like, and she was like, just say you're exempt. And I was like, yeah, I'm exempt. She's like, okay, no problem, sir. You get me?
Just say you're exempt.
That's what she just said that. Just say you're exempt.
She was like, just go with the flow, mate. Just go with the flow, man. Stop fucking it up.
Yeah. Cool. My bad. But obviously her colleagues were watching her in it, so it's like she just keep it moving. This is dumb. Do you know what I mean?
It's mad.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things I agree with you on with this government, but that doesn't mean that we have to just accept the status quo because of revenge politics. No, we don't have to. Well, I'm not. The way I look at it, right? The way I look at it, I'm not the person that did all those things. I'm not part of the person that had that mindset, and I don't think anybody that's born today in Britain.
How disingenuous!
And it doesn't matter if you're white or whether you've got some ethnic heritage, right? If you're born on this land, you didn't choose to be involved in all that stuff of the past, and therefore we shouldn't have to suffer because of the sins of what happened before. No, at the end of the day, most people are unhappy with the status quo, and if we can't learn to stand together and sort it out, people will end up fighting each other. It seems to me that that's all that's going to happen.
No, it's ignorant. I never had any surgery. Like, listen, Dukes, man. Like, how is it that you can morph into we are the British people, we are England, and yeah, this is us, and then you morph into that's them. I never had anything to do with it. This doesn't benefit. It doesn't.
Can you?
It doesn't. The identity is not identifying itself. It's not making sense. Like, either you are with it, then you must understand that yes, you are going to be held accountable. You might feel like you don't financially benefit, but the fact that you live in London and London is built off the fact. I bet you've had a Lloyd's account.
I think we all benefit in Britain.
Well, then therefore, then don't deny it. Then just because other people are benefiting,
but I think ethnic minorities, minorities that are born in Britain benefit too.
Now, that's disingenuous.
And the way that they try to wash their hands of any of it, by saying
you said you hadn't gained from any of it, and now you're saying we all have.
Hold on.
No, you hold on. You interrupted
I'm not saying that we haven't benefited from past mistakes. Yes.
Well, you just did say that.
But I'm saying that we're not responsible for that.
Okay, so
just like you didn't choose to be born an ethnic minority in this country, I didn't choose to be white.
Fair enough, I don't see. You are benefiting from
I don't see why this racial politics needs to be played out on our shores. The fact of the matter is, it's our nation that we should be looking after.
It's not,
and it's our nation that should be coming first. And if people don't understand that, that's not my problem, because it's going to get to. It will get to a point.
There's no true. First of all, let's have it right. Yeah, let's have it right. The national identity is one that has been forced upon different tribes of people, different groups of people on these isles. And anyone will tell you. The Cornish man will tell you that. The Scottish man will tell you that. The Welsh man will tell you that. So all this identity, even when it comes down to being English, who the fuck are who's the English? Not you, Dupes. Not my man who's got French grandfather. Not this. Like, who's English of what? What do you mean? How long? You lot are all mixed people from mixed Germanic tribes. You're all mixed anyway. The English, it's all made up. This is a land that you lot are on right now, and it's like your history don't even go back that far in England.
Right, so my history goes back very far, but that's not the point.
Yeah, but you don't take it back to England. Your history goes back to other
people. That's not the point.
But it is the point.
I'm not fighting on that. I'm not fighting on the grounds of ethnicity.
Land of your people,
I'm fighting on the grounds of nationality.
You are the product of immigration. Is the point I'm making. And the world keeps spinning, and you're not. Well, no, it don't spin. Yeah, the universe keeps spinning. The stars keep spinning, right? And no matter what you do, things are going to progress.
Yeah.
Anything that doesn't progress, anything that doesn't move on,
I agree.
is stagnant. and dead. So unfortunately, moving into there's a price to pay for not being in the 1700s anymore, and that is the scenery starts to change, the faces, the looks, the people, what happens starts to change. It's up
That's
to
not
you.
my issue.
You can move your family to Australia, start
That's
again. You
not
can move
my
your family to
issue.
Mozambique. You can move your family to America. You can
That's
stay
not my
right here,
issue.
or just accept that the universe. No, just accept that things are going to evolve and change. There's no stopping that. There's no stopping that, and the fixation on trying to keep our pearly white country this way and over there is not realistic.
See, I told
Especially
you
when
you was going to go down racial lines.
hold on.
That is not
Especially
my
when, I'll finish
issue.
in this line. I'll finish with this line. Especially when our foreign policy and foreign actions are exasperating the climates and environments that encourage and create migrancy and people fleeing countries. It's counter. It doesn't make sense. If please check the math, the equation. We, the government, we fuck around in other people's countries, and MI5 and all these people, we liaise with other intelligence agencies and destabilize countries. These countries become destabilized. People run and flee, and guess where one of the places is that they run and flee to? Over here. Can we please check the math? People are not fleeing over here and then we start bombing their countries. No, it doesn't work that way. So as many people as we want to send back, we're going to send them back. Oh yeah, send them back. Yeah, we're going to bomb another country and a new set of people are going to need to evacuate. And they're going to come here. Simple maths.
Right. So you said all that to grandstand. The colour and the face of the people is not my issue. What is my issue is the safety of the. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. He said pearly white. So stop caping.
Pearly white,
Right?
not in colour. Pearly white,
Right,
as in pristine. We're going to keep it. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it is a colour thing. It is a colour thing. Most British people are white. Facts. What are we talking about? Most British people that have a problem with immigration have a problem with white migrants. I mean, with black migrants, dark skin, Asian. Let's be real. Because a lot of them are softer on the white or European ones because they believe they can assimilate well, and they say, look, they got better examples of what they do. They come over here, they do this, they build their houses, they fuck off. I've spoken to many people on the right, so I can see they have different outlooks. When it comes to the darker hued people and the Asians, they believe that they don't assimilate and they bring their Muslim religion and this and that, and blah 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 blah, and it becomes more of an issue. So yes, we're not going to deny that race or color is a factor in immigration over here. It is.
To some people, but not from my point of view. That's not what I'm arguing. What I'm arguing is that our infrastructure is down. The mathematics doesn't work. We can't sit here and sort of like preempt what we're going to need for the future because we don't know the numbers that are going to come in. We can't be certain of what we must prepare for. And at the end of the day, all of this stuff about, your geopolitics and what the British did before and everything else, even if I accept the premise that they were wrong on every count in the past, that's not today.
It is today.
And if we are going to have people amongst us that come here from other countries that are still going to be fighting for countries that not the people that live here, and they don't care if the house burns down that they're living in, because they'd rather do that for everybody else.
And the royal family.
They'd rather do that for everybody else. Then you're going to end up with civil war. People will be fighting each other.
No one's doing that, right? No one's fighting, and it sounds like the government and the politicians 100%. That you're describing when you say about that. That's exactly what they're doing. They're literally fighting for other people. They're fighting for a nation without borders, without a flag. They're fighting. Remember, their allegiances are to. They are not per se in it with us. They're not rolling up their sleeves and fighting with us, even though they go to Brixton. Do you know what I mean? And do photo opportunities, and they go to the school and they do this and they act like yes. And if something happens, you might see them on ground zero wearing a shirt with no tie and their sleeves neatly pleated up to the fucking elbow. and they make it seem like, yeah, I'm every man, I'm every woman, I'm in it with you guys, but they're not, and we know they're not. They got their fucking secret tunnels, and they'll be off if there ever was a
100%.
problem.
They're already off. They're already setting
Right, so
things
let's
up.
be
They're
honest
not in
there,
this
isn't it?
economic crisis that you're in, Jupiter. They're chilling. They've got their offshore accounts. I'm telling you this for free. They can
Yeah,
literally.
but I
anything
don't
pops up today,
understand
they're on a
what
flight
you're
with
not
their kids and they're
understanding,
doing their
Sarah.
thing.
Nobody's
No,
disagreeing with you
listen.
that the elites haven't done wrong, or they're not the enemy, they're not against the people, and they only see us as fodder. Yes, I go along with all of that. But that what does that mean?
Is that not the main problem?
If you're telling me, if you're telling me, if you're telling me the rest of the
everyone
UK
needs to be in their country of origin and make it better for themselves instead of trying to debate on how someone else should accommodate them in their country.
I agree.
I agree with that. Yeah.
Now this is the thing. Now check it. What do you like? This is another dumb statement. We can't agree with this because if you're in Britain and you want the best for Britain, and you're a British person or an English person, you want the best for England. Tell me if removing all non-English people is the best for Britain or England. Tell me if you remove everyone, if everyone goes back to their country of origin, will that be the best for the UK? No, that would be a death sentence for the UK. Right? For the economy. How could you disagree?
Yeah, we'll block. You won't get nothing from us.
You're already not making enough money. Hold on. The IMF has just downgraded the economy of the UK. They've literally just downgraded it. You reckon that with less people and the infrastructure that we have here, with less people,
and most of your skilled people are
right, less people, there's less of an outlay. Number one, there's higher security. There's higher security. You'll have more people agreeing on the direction that the country goes. More likelihood of people working together, and more likelihood of building foundations.
What's all the unemployed policemen and judges and court workers and prison officers? What are they going to do?
Well, they'll have to
just
change
to say,
careers,
we've now got rid of crime. Let's be realistic, yeah. What are these people going to do? The infrastructure is built on having. This is a metropolis. It's built on that. All these jobs, half of these jobs are fake. If you don't have the people, half of these jobs don't even fucking exist. And plus, all these foreigners that you've now got rid of, we're doing all the important jobs of the infrastructure, the ones that they're trained to do, that they studied, highly skilled in.
Well, they go
you get rid of them. And England is fucked. Come on, man.
No, they wouldn't. They'd have a more
simplistic,
satisfied life.
They'd have a more simplistic, satisfied life. Non-Nigerian in Nigeria, Nigeria would be cool. If you got rid of every non-Englishman in England, England would be finished.
The first thing that will crumble is your NHS system, which is majority. There's so many immigrant workers.
No, it wouldn't crumble.
So how would you feel? How would you feel that space?
It's already.
What would you do?
Because people would go in and fill those jobs. They would have to. Hold on. They would have to employ British people that are here. They would have to.
You don't want to be in the shop. You don't want to clean toilets. You don't want to do none of that.
You come here. How old are you, boy?
By force, just operate on him, man. Don't even worry, man. Just cut him up.
You know what? Yeah?
Press this button.
and you know what? The English have form for this type of absolution of duty when it comes to their civil responsibility for the economy. That's why we came here, bro. That's why we came here, man.
Yeah, but we don't care about that. I don't care about that.
It wasn't that
from my point of view.
Sorry. It wasn't that there weren't enough people. It was that those who could have done certain jobs refused. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're only at liberty to refuse.
Is that not facts, though?
They're only at liberty to refuse because there's other people that would do the jobs. If
no.
If it got to a stage where there wasn't people who are doing the job, they would have to increase the wages and make it more appealing for people to do the jobs, and then they would.
The Windrush arrived because you lot didn't want to do the jobs. You didn't want to build the roads. You didn't want to work.
That's not true. That's not true. No, it's not. It's fallacy.
It was a deal that was done behind the back of the British man.
No, it's a fallacy. So what they did was they invited people to come over here because there was a less population, but a lot of the population has been sent over to Australia. Also, because they did at the same time that around the same period that they let the Windrush in, okay, they had advertised people to go over to Australia to go and live in and migrate in Australia. Okay, if they hadn't done that, we would have had enough working age people here to rebuild the country. Anyway.
We've had this conversation before, but
secondly, there was stuff going on. There was high unemployment in Jamaica, which was causing a lot of unrest within those countries. So that's why they offered those people to come here.
All right, so check this now. Let me ask you a question. When it comes to the whole Windrush, let's call it the Windrush project, yeah?
Yeah.
Who benefited the most in terms of monetary gain?
Who benefited the most?
Yeah.
The people in the jobs getting paid, I would have said.
They benefited the most.
Yeah. Because if they'd have stayed unemployed, unemployed in their own country,
hold on 1 second. So Britain,
as opposed to coming to a country and getting a wage, obviously they benefited the most.
Mr. Dukes, come on, man. So it wasn't Britain that benefited more than the migrants that came over. It was the migrants that benefited more than Britain. You're standing by that.
I would have said
in terms of contribution.
I would have said it was a transaction. I would have said that we did benefit.
Not all transactions are 50-50.
But not monetarily.
Are you suggesting that this transaction was 50-50?
What do you mean?
I said not all transactions are 50-50 of 50-50 benefit or profit, or do you know what I mean? Like a lot of the time deals are, like let's talk about the Pearl deal, yeah, 70-30, you know, the Pearly Things deal. There's all different.
Yeah, but what I'm saying,
ratios,
you said
right?
monetarily.
So I'm asking
monetarily, the individuals benefited.
Monetarily,
the ones that came from Windrush.
Oh, come on, man. All right. Let me answer. All right, wait. Let's put it this way. Do you think that a nurse makes more money than the hospital makes?
Yeah, because we've got an NHS system that's run by the government.
Are you all right, bro?
It's funded.
Say the question again. I don't think the question
man. I give
Say the question again, man. Say it again.
No, she's very stern in her opinions.
Oh my god!
I do, crowd. Being serious, I actually arrived to try and support your argument a little bit, to be controversial, but that statement there, that one there, I don't know.
What are you talking about, man?
The nurse makes more than the hospital.
Rethink that one though, Duke, because you.
Yeah, do that one again.
Rethink that one. Do you like a nurse is not going to make more money than the actual institute she's working in?
You said the hospital. The hospital itself doesn't really make money because it's underfunded.
How wrong
if you're talking about the pharmacies or the suppliers of the
every hospital is a registered business.
Or if you're talking about somebody who's supplying all the stuff, then
hold on. Did you know that Guy's Hospital, St. Thomas's, King's College, these are registered businesses? Do you not know that?
No, I don't know that. No.
Just like every court, just like every police station, just like Great Britain itself, they're registered businesses. These are traders.
And sometimes they have to pay out money.
Exactly.
Like people who make claims and that, they have to pay out money, so they would have to have money to pay out.
And they have.
If you're talking about a private hospital, yes.
Well,
you're talking about the NHS. They are seriously in debt. There is no way that they are making a profit.
But is the NHS the hospital? Or is the hospital part of the NHS?
The hospitals are part of the NHS.
Yeah, exactly. But the NHS isn't the hospital. The NHS is the NHS. Correct. The NHS isn't King's College. King's College is a hospital that is part of the NHS. Or is
and
on the,
or pay private bonuses.
Okay. Yeah.
Also has private care.
Okay, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I was looking at it from NHS as a whole.
They make money. And I'm saying, if you think about the nurses that go on to do the services that get the funding, that deserve the funding that the hospital gets, is going to be far more. Don't think that the lion's share of the money that's being generated in all of this is going to go to the lowly nurse. That's the worker bee. That's the ant. That's the fucking ant. The nurse, the midwife, the doctor.
I thought
You work up the chain, and then you
The
start.
doctors and the
beating
surgeons
people
get
about money.
bonuses though.
Doctors
and surgeons get bonuses though, so you know they got money making in them hospitals.
But consultants laugh at doctors and surgeons.
That's right, and the consultants are making
And
the
so
big
on and so
bonuses.
forth. And so on and so forth, right? Until you get into the what? The pharmaceutical. And that's what it is. It's a long extended
Ultimately, yeah.
Going up to these.
It depends on the level of doctor. You're right.
Run the
You're
world,
right.
but these companies run the world, and I'm suggesting that hospitals are like branches from these massive things that run the world and run our country. And I'm saying what nurses did is like saying bus drivers made more money than British Transport did by having buses that were driven by people that could drive. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, come on, think about it. So
yeah, but no,
Britain,
where they work.
transport systems are all different.
Look, if you think about it, you drive a bus, you drive a bus, and you take people from Camberwell to Deptford. Yeah, that's what you do, and you earn whatever, £10.50 an hour if you want. Yeah, and then you think about what that bus is worth and that route is worth on a higher scale. Who made the bus?
Yeah,
who
understand.
Who gets the contract for making buses? Then we got the uniform. Then we got the people on the bus that are getting transported where? To work. To do what? Pay into the economy.
Yeah,
Plus the fares are going back into the economy.
What you're saying. But I was talking about the NHS as a whole. So the NHS as a whole is actually in deficit. Okay. So they're not actually making money on that system. But if you're talking about
Windrush is over long
if you're
time.
talking about taking it down
Windrush, right?
to the individual hospitals and when you bring in the private care, yes, I agree with you. Yeah.
Juba, wouldn't you say that depends on the borough you're in though and the council? Because depending on the borough and the council ain't even got money. How many councils and boroughs and cities have gone bust, let alone the NHS? So I don't think that's really the
money. It's just
NHS.
mismanaged. I don't know why people say there's no money.
But what I'm saying is that the reason that I'm saying that the nurses and doctors, I was looking at it from a different perspective of this. I would say that they might benefit more financially because when they go and do their service, they're taking their money and it's theirs. When it's the NHS, yeah, they're already in deficit. They're having to be on funding. They're not actually making enough profit for them to balance.
But hold on.
That's what I'm saying.
But yet, executives are taking home bonuses.
Yeah,
exactly.
And how can you be in a deficit of other people's money? That don't make sense.
Who are the NHS? Who are the NHS? Who are the NHS? When you say NHS, Juba, who are they?
The government.
The NHS is the government.
They're owned by the government.
Yeah.
And the government,
so technically, they have got the money. They're just choosing not to pump it into the NHS.
It's the wing of the government. It's meant to be funded. It's meant to be run by our own government. Okay, but they're in deficit because the money that they're paying out for the services of the people, yeah, and the wages.
What about the war in Ukraine?
Is actually a higher cost than actually what they're getting funded from the government.
The NHS is a service. Hold on, wait, Schiffer, wait. The NHS is a service. It's not a person.
Yeah.
It's not a building.
That's right.
It's a service.
Like the military.
The service.
Like the military.
Debt. The service is not in debt. You can't have a service that is in debt. It's a service.
That's correct.
And we've already established who gets the money that is generated from that service. Let's not go back to this again. It's quite simple, Jupiter.
It's not simple though.
But I think with the point she's making, though, she has got a point, but you're making it a bit wrong because it's about how much money the government is delegating to the NHS. So, they might say this year we're going to put 50 billion into military exercises and, ordinances, but they're only going to put 1 billion into the NHS. It's like, that's a joke. But that's how a lot of the time things operate, unfortunately.
And again, we're circulating. Well, sorry, the conversation is contained within the ambit of this, of all of the stuff that doesn't matter. Yeah, all the services and that, what they do with tax money. Like, we're not talking about the important part, which is where the majority of the money is going. Do you think the majority of the money that's generated, goes into the pockets of the British people?
What money?
Oh hell no! The majority of the money buys weapons.
NHS.
No, in this
there
country,
isn't enough money in the NHS to
in
balance
this
the book.
No, forget the
country, I'm
NHS.
saying
You're
the
talking about
money.
the GDP.
The GDP. Thank you. Do you
Do
think
I
it's
think
going
it's
into the
Yeah,
pockets of the British people? Is that what you
No.
think?
hell
No.
no.
Right. So where is it going then?
To military
Well, I
ordinances.
would imagine
Wait,
that
Schiffer, let her
a
answer.
good proportion of it is going to fund wars or for other countries.
Or
in their trade deals, to smooth over trade deals.
Or
in people's pocket.
Schiffer, man.
Yeah, and corruption. Yeah, of course.
All right, so just fucking stop, please, talking about the little low-hanging fruit. I beg, is really just frustrating, right? It's, you've been told, and I'm sure you understand. Yeah, we understand you're hardwired to think a certain way, and the Daily Mail or whatever have done a good job. Yeah, the Express and all these men have done a good job, and Talk
It's got
Sport
nothing
or
to
whatever.
do with that. Stop doing your ad
LBC,
libs.
and all
Stop
that
doing
type of stuff.
personal attacks.
No,
Listen,
but
I
but
have a
obviously
different
you're
way
getting
of
your
looking at
opinions.
things to you.
No, you really don't. Well, yeah,
Yeah,
to
I
me,
do.
but you have a very similar way of looking at it to people that are on the right and conservatives. Very similar, right? You're ignoring all of the most important factors in this argument, right? Really, you shouldn't even be talking about any of this stuff. It's secondary. It's the cart before the horse again.
Okay, then we won't talk about it.
Right?
Do you know what, though?
Your
I don't
issue,
think that's
your
fair. I think she does have a point. I just don't think she's making it very well, because I think
man. Just
I
make
think
your
she
point,
does.
Shifa,
I think.
man.
No, Shifa, I beg, don't be like a thingy.
I know, Shifa,
Why
you
can't
want
I
to make
just
a
speak
point. Just
without
make
the
a
ad lib?
point
Why
without
can't I just
attaching
speak
yourself.
without your ad libs? What I'm doing, man. I'm just like, I was listening to the conversation and I genuinely felt like Jupiter had a point, but I thought she was making it the wrong way. That's my opinion. Am I allowed to have that opinion?
What's her point? No,
Do
what
you
is
know
it
what's
that
funny
she said
though?
is cool?
Do you know what's funny? Schiffer's a little bit conservative as well, you know. Little bit.
I
Not
am.
a lot, but he is. He actually is.
What's wrong with that?
So
What's
does he
wrong with
believe
being
in
conservative, though?
So you don't
What
want
do you think
to
about
you don't want
immigration?
no immigrants in, yeah, Shifa? Yeah?
What do you think about immigration?
I'll be
You're
honest with
very
you, yeah. I
sensitive
think,
about this immigrant situation.
can I
aren't
answer that question? Can I answer that
you? Yeah,
question?
go
Because
on.
I think it's a sensible question. And I think that if we're going to talk about immigration, yeah, I know that my grandparents are the reason I'm here. And I know the reason why a lot of West Indian people wanted to come to Britain is because they saw it as a better way of life. They thought that where they were was not as good, or there was too much violence, or there was war, or whatever was going on. There was something going on that drove them here, that made them say this was a better way of life. So they decided to come here and wanted to be more like people from here. They wanted to try and accommodate and change their life and be more like here than where they were coming from. So I think ultimately, I think a lot of us wouldn't admit to it, but where our people are coming from, where they, a lot of our people are coming from, it's the same kind of situation. There's wars, there's controversies, there's all sorts of things people are trying to escape, but then they come here and they want to look down on the culture. They don't want to change their mentality and their way of life to suit the British way of life. And I think that, to
What's the
me,
British way of life?
the British way
Expand on
of
that.
life is British law, British politics, the British stiff upper lip mentality, and just getting on with it. And like, I think ultimately, they have a lot of respect for their, they got their monarchy, they got a lot of things that they respect, their army, XYZ. Now, me as a person who's not indigenously British, like, or white British like that, I don't really favor the army thing, but I'm not going to knock them and say, well, you can't invest billions more in your army than you do in your NHS, because I don't feel like it's my place. I feel like, we just have to kind of fall back and just accept that this is their environment, isn't it? And if we want to do better,
I don't.
then
Look. I don't agree with that. I'm not saying that at
I
all.
do.
I'm saying everybody that's born on this soil is British and they're entitled to have their opinion. So I'm not
but this
sitting
is
here
your
saying that.
environment, Jupa. Remember, you got
it's yours
BNP
too.
over here, you
Hold
know.
on. Yeah, but it's yours too. I'm not
To
sitting
an
here saying
extent.
that the people can't have an opinion or have differing opinions. No, I'm saying that we have to be sensible, right? I don't even blame the people that want to come here and have a better life. Because at the end of the day, if I was in a shithole of a country and everything was going against me and I'm having my fucking roof blown in, maybe I'd want to go somewhere else. But there are a lot of them that are coming here that are only doing it for economics, right? Fair enough. Even then, I can understand that people might want to come here to better their lives. But the problem is that they're coming here and they're making the lifestyle of people that are already here much, 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 much worse. If they were coming here and everybody was on a level playing field, I wouldn't have a problem. But it's not happening.
Worse. How? Now, can you explain yourself, please, Jubes? How?
But you've done the same in Australia, in Spain.
So,
I
no,
disagree with that statement.
Wait. I'm
I
just trying to
disagree with that
understand her,
statement.
right? I'm trying to understand you, Jubes. What are they doing when they're coming over? How are they making your life a hell or your lifestyle fucked up?
Because the infrastructure we've already got is crumbling. Like I've already agreed with MA earlier, right? That the infrastructure was already beginning to fail. Instead of it being repaired, we're having more and more of a problem coming in, and we need to sort this problem out. We need to. And so when you get a situation like this, sometimes you have to make hard choices for the benefit of the people that are already in your nation. And I'm saying that those people should come first. I'm saying that everybody that's born on this soil, right? I don't fucking give a fuck about what your heritage is. In fact, it's people that have heritage outside of this country that care about it more, because I don't give a fuck about that. I'm not bothered if you want to fucking sing indoors in your own cultural language or eat your own fucking food or fucking whether you're black, brown or in between. That's not my problem. My problem is that everybody that's living on this soil, yeah, is now getting more and more of a problem daily. The costs are mounting up. The infrastructure's failing. There's no school places. There's not enough housing. You can't get a doctor. You can't get a dentist. And people that are much younger than me, people that are much younger than me do not see how much it's changed. They don't understand the effects that have happened.
No,
Can I
but
pause
she
you 1
needs to
second,
blame
please?
the government for this bullshit and not the immigrants, though.
Yeah, and no,
the
because
reason they're
you see what
coming
the thing
over,
is.
and we keep saying this, though. We keep saying this, yeah. The reason they're coming over is because you lot fucked up their countries, right?
That's not the only reason,
G?
but that's not the only reason, but that's maybe for some countries. For some countries, it's the reason. So hold on. When people are coming here from Dubai, are you saying people are migrating here from Dubai because we fucked up their country? Get out of here. If you're migrating here from Germany, or you're migrating here from Sweden or anywhere in Europe, you're not coming here because you're
refugees.
No, but sis, most of the immigrants we've had in the past 10 years have been like European. What are we doing? So they're not coming here because we fucked up their country. That's not a fact. You can't state that as a fact. That's not fair. What did we fuck up Poland
and I'm
too?
equally
Europeans, yeah.
I
Did we fuck
equally
up
don't
Poland
want
because
their
they're fully for
numbers as
Polish?
much as anybody else's.
But it's cool.
But Jupiter, the point is this,
Polish,
Jupiter, yeah. When people are coming here, Jupiter, yeah, from other countries, yeah, and the majority of the wealth that they're coming here to accumulate is leaving the country, that's when I slightly have a problem. Even though I don't give a damn about immigration like that. I think like the more in the merrier. But I think that if you're coming here, you should be looking to make a life here and at least, add to the place that you're living in.
Exactly. And I also think you shouldn't look, Schiffer, does it make sense, right, that British people are paying into a system and then they don't get the benefits of what they've paid in for? Everybody else does. That's what I'm angry about. So why should we be paying in for an NHS service that we can't get an appointment? We can't get a dentist. Our kids can't get a school place locally. We can't have our children getting into social housing, and then they're letting loads of people in, even from Europe.
But there's people who come here just to abuse the NHS. There's people who literally fly to England just to abuse the NHS. There's people who do that. That's a fact. Are we going to deny that, guys? That is a fact. I can't deny the fact, but the fact still remains.
Who takes the plane?
The government is
pays
the
for a whole
government's to
ticket
blame.
to come to England to abuse the NHS.
The government is to blame. I agree with you.
The government is to blame because they're letting these people in. It's like,
This is
remember, we've been
outrageous,
at war with countries. We've been literally at war, and they're letting half of the country in. Yeah. Now,
Yep.
half of those people that came in, those people that come in are making claims and are on benefits and are doing NHS and are bleeding the system. Let's be honest, guys. We shouldn't have to lie about it. But then if we talk the truth, then maybe we'll be able to underline some of the issues with, Jupiter's argument rather than just being cantankerous.
Who are these people, Shifa?
Yeah, who are these people?
Well, there's loads of people. If you think, I'm gonna break it down to you like this. We've got loads of Europeans, like I said. Yeah.
Yep.
So when you say who are these people, I've already said that about 7 times if you wasn't listening, Axum. Yeah. So secondly to that, we've got a load of people coming from, Arabic speaking countries and whatever else. And, a load of those people who are coming here, not all of them are coming from war-torn or countries where there's any kind of problem going on. So a lot of them are coming here just because they see this as a better place to make wealth, as a place that's better for them. But they're not trying to add to the place. They're trying to take the money out. This is the thing. When you got too many people taking money outside of an economy, taking money from the economy and taking it outside of it, it destroys the economy. That's a fact. If you didn't know that, go and look up economics.
If they're economic migrants, they're working.
So exactly, Sarah. The economic migrants and working. Yeah. And I thought a lot of
think you're not
Polish
listening. Now you're not listening. Now you're being cantankerous again. Listen to what I said. I said, if you have too many people going into an economic environment and taking the money out of it and spending it elsewhere, it destroys the economy. What part of that is not clear, please?
Spending it elsewhere, what do you mean by that?
I mean, for instance, if you had, I don't know, say that for instance, I don't know how many people's in England. Let's say there was 1 billion people in England and 1 billion Jamaicans came to England and doubled the population and then made all of their wealth here and then disappeared with it. It would fuck the economy up. What part of that don't you get?
Talking like you're talking like England doesn't have any fucking money. This is
no,
disturbing.
I'm talking like common sense doesn't make sense to you for some reason right now. Because obviously you lot in your zone, innit? You're in your zone because you're immigrants.
I will hear you.
But come on, man.
About other countries, but not immigrants.
Listen, do you think Jamaica would allow that? Hold on. Do you think Jamaica would allow millions of immigrants to come into the country, make billions of pounds and disappear with it? No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
No, they do not.
They do allow immigrants. And
no, Jamaica does not. Jamaica does not allow millions of immigrants. Listen, Jamaica does not allow millions of immigrants. You may listen. You may think these ludicrous things, but you have nothing to substantiate your claims. First and foremost, just because, for instance, China may be helping to build some of the roads in Ethiopia or build some of the buildings that never got completed in Ethiopia. Does that mean billions of Chinese people are migrating to Ethiopia? Makes sense.
But Britain's slightly different, bro.
Yeah, you see how when it's Ethiopia, you changed your mind, though, and this is what I mean. You're being biased and you're being cantankerous, but I'm just being fair. And because I'm being fair, now you're upset because you want the white woman to seem crazy when she's talking. But in essence, I'll be honest with you. Some of what she says, I don't completely agree with. But like I said, I just think she's making the wrong argument with the actual tools that are at her dispense. So I'm just trying to point out where I feel that she has a strong argument.
Okay, that's fine. The way England is through neocolonialism, pillaging other countries, there's plenty of money. It's just mismanaged, bro. Yeah, if the funding that they're giving to the NHS doesn't keep, it's not keeping to pace with the demands of the NHS, that's not the people's fault. That's your government for pocketing the money that they need to invest into their countries. So my point is, I've said this to Jupiter before.
No, Sarah, because not enough people are paying into the system because you're allowing people that are not paying into the system to access the service.
When hundreds of
she said the amount of money that the empire's making, she forgets the British Empire, was disbanded. All of this colonialism, all of this colonialism, all of this what is it like Jamaica? Do you think Jamaica's paying money to England other than what it owes previously? They're not under their colonial rule.
Of course they are.
More like that.
Of Of course they are.
They're paying what they owe.
Of course they
They're
are.
paying a backdated bill.
No. Structural adjustment programs and trade deals are intact. They're not shaking.
Okay, yeah, but trade deals. But I'm saying to you,
Structurally, do you
Jamaica
know what
is a
structural
free
sorry,
country. Jamaica's got its independence, right?
Sorry. It sounds like you don't know what the first thing that I said is. That's what it sounds like. What are
No, I'm
structural
not talking
adjustment
about what you
programs?
said though. I'm saying Jamaica's
No.
independent, bro. It's independent of England. Is that a fact
Independence
or
means
fiction?
nothing. You're stupid. Independence means nothing if you're
But
under
it
the
is
economic thumb of
independent.
another nation. If you're
But
under
it
the
is
thumb of
independent
another,
though.
have you, bruv? You're stupid. If you're under the economic thumb of another nation, independence means absolutely nothing.
Okay.
Yeah,
And your
you're
point is?
not learned. You're not learned in.
No, but
the
what is
type
your
of
point though? What is the
We're
point you're
talking about
making? Why is that
economics. We're talking
significant?
about economics. You're talking about owing
Okay, so we're
money.
talking about
Yeah,
economics,
and
but that wasn't the point. The point was this, bro. The point was this, MA.
you just mentioned
Jamaica is
economics.
not allowing millions of people to go into Jamaica, make billions of pounds of wealth and leave with it, bro. They're not allowing that, bro. In fact, no country on planet Earth, other than in the UK, probably is allowing that shit to happen. Let's be honest, bro. Where can you go? China ain't letting in billions of immigrants.
You're not ready for this conversation. Anyway, so let me bring some figures for Jupiter, yeah? So the amount, so forget about the dividends that are paid to board members of, top companies, especially pharmaceutical companies like GlaxoSmithKline and all these organizations. Forget about all of that. Forget about all of the nanotech or whatever that's being developed and the military tech that's being developed and all those other areas of industry that profit off of the UK taxpayer. Forget about all of that. Let's just talk about the amount of tax that is missing from the UK GDP, right? Now, the majority of that tax, is, I think in 2019, I think it was last year or the year before,
That was the red herring.
stood at about 35 billion pounds, 35 billion pounds. Now, how much of that would go into the NHS if we just account for what's owed by kind of those who are classed as wealthy?
How do I know?
Yeah, you don't know.
Good question, though. It's a good question, but it's a
Well,
hard one to answer.
But none of us can
Do
be
you know, MA?
definitive of that answer.
Do you know, MA?
There's figures.
Can you answer it for us, MA?
Yeah, I'm gonna. All right,
So what was the question, Emmy? I missed
it is a good question. I won't deny that.
So 5% of the tax loss for which year was it? Let me just check. 2021-22. 5% of the tax loss came from those classed as wealthy, right? So 5% of 35 billion, I think, was 170 million.
So what you're saying is this is money we haven't collected, not money that we do have.
It's money that is supposed to be in the pockets of the government, yes.
Yeah, basically.
Right, so it's money that we haven't collected. I'm arguing. I understand we could try and reap that money back, but I'm arguing at the moment.
Sorry, I'm not interested in what you're arguing. I'm not interested in what you're arguing. I'm not interested in what you're arguing. I'm trying to make a point. Yeah, so allow me to make my point. Right, so I'm making a point. Right, so again, with the focus on immigration, on the focus seems to be on the capacity that has already been defined by the government and those people who are benefiting beyond the everyday worker, right? The capacity has already been established, yeah? So every year when they do their budget and stuff, they decide how much of that budget is going to be spent on the actual people, right? They decide how much each council is going to get, and then the council then decides how many houses are going to be built, for example, right? So the trickle down it comes from the budget, right? It comes from the decision, and the majority of that money is not put on housing. It's not put into local government. It's put into the military, right? For what reason? And we know where the military are. They're not at home, right? They're abroad doing all types of fuckery, right? So all of that aside, the taxpayers who are supposed to, whose duty it is to actually keep the economy afloat. Sorry, not even the economy, to keep the services afloat so the economy can actually run, right? The people that are the most wealthy in the country, right, who have no business not paying their tax. We're talking about billionaires, man. These guys are not paying their tax, yet you want to complain about the parameters that are set by those same people who lobby the government in the first place to make sure that the attention is not steered towards them, and it's steered away from them towards you, people like yourself, people like all of us that are on the panels. Really, I don't know if there's anyone that is classed as wealthy at the panels. Do you know what I mean? When actually, if you take the if you turn the attention,
So, MA, I
to,
don't
if
care
you turn the
what
attention, if you
pedigree of
turn the, I've not
non-taxpayer you
finished,
are.
I've not finished, I've not finished,
All right,
I've
go
not
on,
finished.
carry on.
If you
You
turn
like
the
to sound
attention,
your own voice.
if the attorney, I don't like yours though. If you turn the attention
Yeah, but
towards,
I don't like yours.
yeah,
It's
well,
becoming irritating.
now who's petty? Now who's petty? Shush, man. If
Well,
you
you
turn the
insulted me
attention,
first.
if you turned it, what did I say to you? What did I say about you?
Said you don't like my voice. I said I don't like
carry
yours
on,
too,
Emma.
Bro,
Shay.
you just said I like the sound of my voice. Are you
You
stupid?
do though.
So that's not an insult. Bro, shut up, man.
It's not an
I ain't got
insult.
time
It's a
for you.
fact.
Shut up, man. Shut up. Anyway, as I was saying, yeah, if you take the attention away from the obvious pantomime and towards what you're actually owed legally, yeah, as a patriot, you should really, value your legal system. For example, the legal system stipulates that certain people are supposed to be paying tax and they're not. Deal with that.
Oh my
Like,
God,
it's
you're
illegal.
going all over the
Legally, it's not all over. You're just so dumb, yeah, and ignorant. That's just the only problem that you have. If you can get over that hurdle, you'll be fine.
Okay. So I can live with being dumb and ignorant, but what I will tell you is this, right? That I don't care what pedigree of a non-taxpayer you are, you're still a non-taxpayer to me. So if you're a legal immigrant, whether you're a corrupt fucking council official, whoever's not paying their taxes should be paying taxes. But I'm more concerned with the fact that us taxpayers that do pay tax are not getting what we should be getting back. Okay? That's my argument. My argument is those people that are paying taxes should be prioritised. Simple.
Jupiter, illegal immigrants don't even use the services because they can't access the services because you need paperwork to access the services. If you're talking about refugees and asylum seekers who are going through the process and being housed while they go through a process, that's different. I don't think you know what an illegal immigrant is. If you're an illegal immigrant, you're not showing your face, you're not going pulling up to hospitals because you're illegal. Do you not get it? Like, I don't understand.
You don't get it, Sarah, because you're an illegal immigrant and they house you. They house you the minute that you come into this country and you're illegal. Yeah, they're still illegal. They're still not a citizen. They're still not paying NI. They're still not legal. They're still not legal, Sarah, until they've been authenticated. They're still not legal.
If you're going through a process.
No, Sarah. They're still not legal until they've been authenticated.
What?
Yeah, there's a legal process that has been established.
Do you know what you're doing? You're letting them draw you out, Jupiter.
There's a legal process.
Do you know what you're supposed to argue with him, Jupiter?
Sorry.
He was talking about how much money. Let me have a go at me, please.
I'm going to keep talking, innit?
Yeah, go on, Shift.
I'm saying there's a legal process. There's a legal process that's been established. First of all, when we were in the EU, yeah, then by the UN Charter.
We're not in the EU.
I said when we were. Are you stupid? Can you hear? Right, thank you. I said, first of all, when we were in the EU, first of all, stipulates there's going to be a second, right? Listen, yeah, the UN Charter for Human Rights and all these things have established, yeah, largely common practices across, in terms of how you deal with humanitarian crisis, especially with refugees coming into your country. Every country differs in some way.
They're not all refugees.
Can I finish? Yeah. Largely common practice across most nations, even though each country differs, right? However, it's a legal framework, right? It's a legal framework that's been developed in consort with national governments, in consort with their UN, like I said, humanitarian council and all this stuff. So when someone approaches the shore of a particular country, there's a legal duty that has been agreed upon amongst these nations to treat them a certain way and to go through due process with them, right? So when you see the Moroccans them shooting down migrants and whatever, that's not part of the legal process, right? When they
So
arrive
the
in
United
Dover,
Nations Pact says there's a difference between refugees and
But let him
economic
finish, please.
migrants,
Let him finish.
which is
Let him
why the
finish.
economic migrants throw away their paperwork and pretend they're refugees.
So what?
So there you go.
But Jupiter,
So they're being
Jupiter.
dishonest.
So what?
They're not legal. They're not
So
legally
what?
coming in.
No, they are legal. No,
they're not legally coming in.
You're
They're
stupid.
illegals.
Jupiter, you're making the wrong argument.
Once they
I'm telling
arrive,
you, just fall back for a second.
Yeah, go
Let
on,
me finish. Look, Jupiter, if you want to
go
make a
on,
real
Chief.
argument, the reason why I share this kind of opinion is not for the reasons Jupiter shares this type of opinion. My reasons are completely different. When you look at certain statistics and certain numbers, like what MA did, numbers don't lie. So when he said, you know, how many companies have evaded tax and owe the British government money, and how far would that go to help in the NHS? I agree. I think that's a good point to make. But then we also have to look at the amount of migration that's been coming into the UK since, let's say, 2010. And then if I type that in on the internet, it will say, hold on, the figures are like 1.2 million. Now, when you're...
Are these legal or illegal?
This is legal. This is legal. Yeah. So that's about 1.2 million. Now, I'm saying what it says online, if I say we look at the benefit system then, yeah, has 1.6 million people on the benefit system who are not UK nationals. So that's not saying the people, for instance, if your grandparents migrated here and now you've got a British passport, this doesn't count you. I'm talking about non-British UK nationals. Yeah, so you don't have a British passport. That's 1.6 million people claiming benefits that don't have a British passport. Now, how much does benefit pay out a month per person? You do the numbers plus housing benefit and add those figures up. The number starts becoming astronomical. It's way more than the number MA produced.
What is the number?
Bro, how much do people get paid for benefits a month? Let's say, let's do a round figure. Let's say on average about £1,000 a month. Yeah, I'm not even going to account for some of these people now having children or having families. I'm just going to say on average about £1,000 a month. Yeah, so if we said £1,000 a month, that's 1,000 times 1.6 million, bro. Yeah.
All right. So how much?
Billion,
so that's
bro.
1.6 million. And how much does the Department for Work and
then
Pensions
times that by 12.
make?
That's 1.6
how much
billion,
are they
bro.
paid? The heads of the DWP, how much are they paid?
I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe we should research that too. But I can tell you the figure so far is 1.6 billion.
The DWP, the Department for Work and Pensions, that's a whole organization, massive, right? That deals with all of this, and the people that are employed are also making money and also feeding that money back into the economy. If you get rid of, if we got rid of that, say we got rid of benefit, or say we got rid of benefit for migrants, yeah, that would mean that masses of jobs within the DWP would be slashed.
Well, I can't say I'd be bothered about that, to be fair.
You can't be saying, yeah, but these are British citizens that are earning wage and pouring into our economy, and you don't care about them. They're just going to make them all jobless, which is going to have a massive effect on...
Well, why would you care? Apparently, they're all fat cats. I keep
telling you, the society is created... Our society is one of a metropolis, and so the infrastructure is here for that. It's to support people going into town, going into this, doing this, rare, getting sick, getting fined, getting arrested, doing that, rare, getting on a train, yada yada yada, etc.
Look, there's always going to be people that break the law. There's always shopping. But we could easily, all these people that are in these jobs, if they become defunct because they're no longer needed, well, I'm sure a lot of them that are working for the DWP at the top of the fucking ladder will have good pensions to go to anyway. So they can take early pension, or they can take redundancy and go into a different
redundancy money's got to come from somewhere.
But the fact of the matter is,
it don't work like that.
That there will be other professions that will spring up.
No, they won't.
Because the construction industry
No, they won't.
That needs to increase tenfold just to pick up for the housing that's needed.
It's not how industry works. It's not just going to spring up in some other capacity. Yeah, the deficit creates a ripple effect of destruction. It's not like, oh yeah, oh now 200,000 jobs are done. Oh, we're just going to absorb that. The nation don't do that. It's going to be an impact on the area and the community and whatever.
Yeah.
This is what happened with the mining towns, the tin factories, and all these other things. That was
but people survived, didn't they?
No, they didn't though. They didn't.
But they did because they moved up and down the country and they went into different other professions.
Well, he made a good argument though, Jupiter, when he said how many people did the DWP employ. I went and straight away looked in it because it's a good question. So the DWP employed 90,000 people, earning an average of around 25,599 a month. So if you want to do a round figure, we're talking
the same price.
It's a couple of billion. It's a bit more. But then obviously, remember, we're paying people's wages. So wages is relatively more than what you're going to get on benefit in most cases. So, that kind of does even out a bit. And it's not like it's triple or double the figure. But at the same time, I do appreciate that that's a number that could be wiped off of the system also. So I think it's a bit of a catch-22 in that one, because where there's so many people to be dealt with and so many people who are making claims, someone has to do this administration work and someone has to be paid for it. So as much as you're saying, we could live without those people, yeah, we could if they had an automated system, which it looks like they're going into now. So a lot of those people are going to lose their jobs, to be fair, in my opinion. And I think that maybe that helps out a bit, but it's still, 1.6 billion that we're paying out. For what reason? I don't know. These people ain't got British passports, guys.
But they're not illegal immigrants. Like this is my issue with that term, illegal immigrants. If you're an asylum
seeker, who goes to a country to claim benefit?
Cut me off.
You couldn't do that in America.
Or you're going through the process, that's a legal status in and within itself. So you're not.
Yeah, but you couldn't do that in any other country, though.
You have a legal status.
I'm talking about those that entered illegally.
Well, we're not counting, but Jupiter, we ain't even accounted for those yet. Let's leave that as a trump card for later. But we haven't even accounted for those yet. What we doing?
Schiffer, the figure, 1.6 million, yeah?
1.6 billion.
Excuse me? What?
1.6 billion.
Is what? Is the figure of what?
That's the figure of how much benefits we're talking. 1,000 times 1.6 million.
Where did you get the 1,000 from?
What's the
£1,000 benefits a month per person? In fact, it's more than that because there's 12 months in a year.
So I'm trying to go back to the 1.6 million figure you came up with. Yeah, that's people you're talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, 1.6 million.
1.6 million people on benefits.
Yeah, but who are they?
How much did we give to Ukraine?
People without British passports.
Okay, without British passports.
How much did we give to Ukraine?
I don't know, but that's another issue as well. The Ukrainians, and they ain't British neither.
Yeah, we should claw that.
Well, in fact, Ukraine is factored into this. So the Ukrainians are also ones that don't have passports, right?
That's correct.
No. Wait. I'm saying how much did we give to Ukraine, not how many Ukrainians did we let come over here.
Let me look that out quickly, though. Good question.
That's different. So it ain't about passports. It's we gave their country money, right? How much did we offer? Because remember when we did the world map of
that was a ridiculous amount. It was,
I
remember that.
Like certain countries was going ham. Like, I didn't even know they had that much fees.
Dominica gave like 5 police.
We went through that, didn't
we? 2.3 billion, bro. Just
million or billion?
2. Hold on 1 second.
Can't be million.
Said, no, it's more than that. It's more than that. It says the UK pledged almost 12 billion in overall support to Ukraine.
Finished, done, man.
That's it, man. It's a wrap. I think
it's not really a wrap. No, it's not. You know why it's not really a wrap? I'll tell you why it's not really a wrap. Because it's a one-off payment. It's a one-off payment. It's not yearly. It's not yearly. It's not indefinitely forever. It's one off.
Yeah, but it's enough. It's
Where did that
enough for
money
like
come from?
10 years worth of this debt we're crying about for immigrants that are literally may have been terrorized out of their homes because of the actions of this country. Like, come on, slap yourself, Schiffer.
Yeah, but a lot of them aren't terrorized out of their homes.
It's kind of
How
true.
do you know? So you make these bold statements. Could you
It
give me
is
a
kind of
figure
true,
for
though. I
all these
can't really argue against
I
that.
don't know, man.
Because those coming through the legal route are coming through legitimately. They're not claiming refugee status. They're coming here and they're applying legitimately and
but when
paying
you don't
money.
have an airport, Jupiter, you
right?
can't take the plane.
The ones that are coming in illegally, the ones that are coming in
when you bomb
illegally,
their airport, Jupiter,
some
how
of
do they
them will
get
be
here?
genuine refugees, but the majority of them are economic migrants because they're coming from France.
How do you know it's the majority of them?
Because they're already in a safe country.
How do you know it's the majority of them? So, wait. If a refugee, a genuine refugee, arrives in France, do you think that refugee now, when they want to transfer to the UK, is no longer a refugee?
Yes, exactly. They're not. They're
You're
already
stupid.
found safely.
That's what she's saying.
Really?
And they
You're
should
She's saying
stay.
because they moved, they're no longer.
You're
All right, can I say
so
something now? Yeah, can I just
Even though the world
go back to what
recognizes
Jedi
You
was
agree,
talking
Shifra,
about?
to
We're
that?
going off on one
You
again,
agree,
guys. Come on,
Shifra?
man.
sorry, Schiffer,
Look,
get
I
out of
just
the
want
way.
to go back. I want to attack that
Move,
point
out
that
the
man.
Jedi
way,
brought up
bro.
because he said about the Ukraine war.
Move.
You keep
Pause
getting in
with
the way. We're trying to have a
Stick a
conversation with
pin.
her, and you
Stick a
keep
pin.
jumping in. I don't know why.
Stick a pin. Now he's got some points to make.
You're
No,
not
he's
really having a
entitled, and he's
conversation.
making better points than I am.
What
So
it
leave
is
him.
this is what Schiffer does when he wants to make a point.
Don't worry.
Move you out of the way.
Don't
Agree with you.
All right,
Then
say your
disagree.
points first. I'll go
Stick
after.
a pin.
Go on, mate.
I don't even know if there's a point to make. Jupiter just said a refugee, someone who's desperately fleeing from conflict, can arrive in one country, and because they want to be in another country for whatever reason, it could be the racism in that country, it could be that they've got family in another country. Once they've decided to transfer to another country, they're no longer, in her eyes, refugees. Now they're economic migrants.
Mad.
That's some
Basically,
shocking
That's
behavior, man.
just mad, Jupes. Please.
What
No,
does
I
economic
stand.
migrant mean?
Shameful.
Well,
I stand by
wait.
that
What does
because
that mean?
they're no longer going from looking for a place of safety to actually wanting to go to a point of preference.
How do you
But
know
what
it's
does
not safety?
economic
know it's
migrant
not?
mean?
The reasons that an
How do you know
economic
it's not
migrant
safety?
is someone who's going somewhere where they're going to be economically
how do you know
better off.
France is safe for them? How do you know there's no
Okay.
people
I got
being
you. I just wanted to know your
No,
analysis.
Schiffer, anyone that's looking for a better life is an
I got
economic
you.
migrant. Let's be
I
real.
got you. That makes sense,
Yeah.
and I just wanted to make sure we was on the same page with that because it sounded like we was going somewhere else.
And
But
anyways,
cool.
you can't know this until they're processed. So if they're going through the process, the asylum seeker or whatever process, you don't even know if they're illegal, if they're economic migrants yet. So you're basically moving off assumptions that they are. You're looking at them and be like, yeah, that's because you don't know. It's a process. They have
No,
to
it's
ask
not an
questions.
assumption. I'm going to tell you why it's not an assumption.
It
Because
is.
if you're a refugee, you're looking for refuge. If you get to France and
What
you're
if France
given
is not a
refuge,
refuge?
there's
What
no
does that say?
point in travelling on further.
I'm going to look up that word now.
Why is it your business?
I'm going to look up that word that she used. She said refuge, right? So let's. What is refuge?
Refugee. Yeah, look up what
Safety,
refugee
innit?
No, what is
Place of
refuge? What
refuge
is
is a place.
refuge? We don't
A
need to go
place
to refugee.
All right, let's read it then.
Yeah, let's go. Because obviously, then it saves us arguing, isn't it? A person has been a refugee, a person who has been forced to leave their country in order to escape war, persecution, or natural disaster. Okay, so they've been forced to leave their country if they're a refugee. It doesn't say
That's
anything
international
about
law.
them
You have to
finding a
look
safe
into
place.
international law.
You asked about
Before.
refuge, yeah? Refuge, yeah? That's where the
Right,
term
look up
refugee
what
comes from.
refuge is.
I've got it. I'm going to read it. The state of being safe or sheltered from pursuit, danger, or difficulty. Yeah?
There you go.
Yes.
So it might be.
Exactly.
And
I
they
don't
get
know
that
why.
in France.
I don't know. Listen, listen.
You don't know the state of France.
How do you have the goal, yeah?
People go on holiday to France. What are you on about?
I just can't, man. I just can't.
So did she say
I
people
just
go on
can't.
holiday to France?
People go on holiday to France. I just can't, man. I can't.
If it was such a bad country, we would be told it's dangerous to travel to France. They don't tell you that.
No, but someone could be seeking refuge from a violent partner, and that could be their reason for wanting to leave a country. That it makes it too broad. So I
No,
kind of
but
get where Emmy's
it's
going.
international
I
law,
kind
though.
of get where Emmy's
International
going.
law.
So it makes sense what you're saying.
France is the most sunny, rosy, non-racist, non-oppressive nation in the world. That's what it is. Isn't that right, Jupiter? What she said.
I would say France is better for race relations than Hungary.
Is it better than England?
And I would also say that
Is it better than England?
Europe is known. Yeah, I don't know. Some parts of it probably are. Yeah, Europe is known. Europe is known for being a better place to live for race relations than a lot of other countries outside of Europe. So I don't know what you're arguing for.
I'm not talking about outside of Europe.
I don't know what but I don't know what your argument is. It's not about whether you've got to deal with racists. You can still deal with. So UK's not racist now.
Sorry. No, you're just.
Are you saying the UK's not racist now?
Listen to the argument. Yeah, listen to the argument. You said, yeah, Jupiter said, yeah, that they should, once they arrive in France, yeah, France is so safe, there should be no reason for them to want to leave now, right? That's what you said, yeah? There's no reason for them to transfer. Let me finish. Refugees, yeah, have so little rights according to Jupiter that literally they take what they're given and they should have no complaints or no whatever it is that they come up against in the country that they land in. They just got to deal with it because actually it's just better than where they've come from. They don't have any rights they have no rights, yeah, to have any type of preference, yeah. Just be grateful, yeah, because you're basically animals anyway. So just be grateful we've taken you in the first place.
Animals. Why are you calling them animals?
So here's the problem, right?
Why are you calling them animals?
Here's
and why are
the
you
problem.
saying a load of stuff that I never
Don't worry
said?
about what I'm saying. Don't worry about what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you should worry about what I'm saying and not make up story.
Don't worry about what I'm saying. Yeah.
So, yeah, but I never said none of that stuff that's just come out of your mouth.
So the issue, yeah.
No, that's all come out of your made-up mind.
Yeah, but we know that. So just get over it, innit? Yeah. So the issue here is the idea that France, yeah, with all of this racism that we know about. What is that noise? What's that noise?
I don't know, man.
I don't know either.
With all of its instability.
Schiffer, what are you doing?
Is it Schiffer?
Is it Schiffer or is it Jets?
Might be Jets.
Yeah.
Anyway, with all France, with all of its racism, all of its civil conflict that we see on a daily basis, all of its almost apartheid-like police practices, especially in the center of places like Paris, where you've got the arrondissements as they go further and further out. That's where you'll see the ghettoization of neighborhoods where Black people and North Africans tend to live, right? So, funnily enough, you've got people coming directly from Africa, North Africa, and the Middle East to a country that is notoriously hostile to those people. Yeah, and you're surprised that they get there for 5 minutes and then they may want to leave because they're suffering persecution. Does that even make any sense?
Emmy, 1 second, Emmy. Before you move on, yeah, could the same not be said about the UK? Because I know a good few people. I got a few friends who now live in Germany, and they swear by Germany. They say the UK is way more racist than Germany, and they would never live here, bro. So I hear what you're saying, but is it like, I don't know, is it a false economy
you should know what it is
bringing to the table?
If you're smart, you should know what it is already. Yeah? If you're smart and if you put smart, you should already know that there is a picture of the UK that is painted globally, worldwide. Yeah, they're not showing you fucking Hackney Central. They're not showing you Hounslow. Yeah, they're not painting that picture. You're not seeing films made of fucking.
No, they're showing you the red light district and saying that's what all white women are like.
That's not what they're showing. What are you talking about? They're showing you Big Ben. They're showing you Notting Hill. They're showing you Portobello Market. They're showing you.
There's two reasons why they come to the UK.
Hold on, wait. Allow me to finish.
The benefits are higher, and B, they think the women are easy.
Allow me to finish. There's a picture painted of the UK that we all shouldn't be ignorant of. We all know it, right? Let's not pretend, yeah. That tells people that are not from, not even just people that are from the continent of Africa or whatever, but even Europeans, right? That depicts England as, and London especially, as being some type of oasis, yeah. And you're right, Jupiter. Yeah, maybe there are some sexual elements to it. UK women are like loose and whatever, and there may be even some truth to that. Yeah, I'm not to judge. Yeah, but the point of the factor of the matter is that would be the reason, wouldn't it? Yeah, if you have migrants,
this is
migrants.
part
If
of
you
the
have
reason
refugees,
why
sorry, let
people
me just
are
finish.
upset with
Let me just
the
finish.
immigrants that come here, because
Yeah,
they
but
do
then
have that
the
attitude
government
towards
shouldn't be
white women,
promoting it like that.
and it's very wrong. And it's sad to see that you've also got that mindset.
What's that mindset? What mindset?
Well, you just said that you think that it might be true.
What do you mean? I was born here. I know what you lot are like. You fucking stupid. Do you think I don't know how loose
racism?
You think I don't know how loose English girls are
Jupiter,
compared to some others around the world?
let's rein this in
Talking
again.
about,
Look, Jupiter, look, let me show you how you make this argument. So you see what happens is all around the world, people will go to other countries and they will find ways they can abuse people in different environments. That's what they're going to do. Unfortunately, people go to Thailand. They go from this country to Thailand. And I ain't agreeing with it when they're going out there and they're doing what they're doing, but we know what they're doing.
Exactly.
Now,
I agree with you.
when people are coming here, some of the people are coming here with this same kind of mentality where things that they won't do in their own backyard, they're doing out here. And it gives them the wrong impression of the actual people, the demographic, and what people are really about. So I think because we're quite open and quite free thinking and free acting in this country, you know, there's a lot of freedoms offered to us, you know, that we can take advantage of. Some people aren't used to that, so they may look down on people, you know, for exercising their freedoms, but then at the same time,
I'm going to
you
come
know,
to England
they
to
may use those
find
freedoms as opportunities.
dirty girl and take her home with me.
Yeah,
Yes.
they may use those freedoms as
Very
opportunities.
nice.
That's what's
We
gonna happen.
are ne.
It's very
Come on, man.
nice. I
Some
like
people
it.
do that.
I like it.
I like it.
And people
Huh?
do that
Yeah,
all
yeah,
over
you
the
dug,
world,
It's
Jupa. That's a
you
fact.
dug bombs, you know, you saw your families just blown to smithereens, but you're coming here for girls, yeah.
Make it make sense, I beg.
No, but people do that everywhere, Axum. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
People will go to every country, yeah, and there's all sorts of. MA was telling me some stuff that was going on in Gambia the other day. There was one Rasta man doing some dodgy business. And at the end of the day, he's doing his thing, but at
No
the
one's
same
gonna
time,
risk their
it's still
life
dodgy,
going
innit?
through the ocean for a girl, bro. It's really not that deep.
Right. Like, do you
I
know
don't
what it
know.
Certain
takes
I
man
don't
might
know.
do
to
that
cross the
still.
Mediterranean
Some man
Sea?
might,
Like,
innit?
do
They
you
might,
know?
man.
Like,
I don't know.
I don't know. Do you know how
What
much money they put on it to flee from the
I don't
countries? And
know,
you think
man.
they're doing it
I
for
paid
fucking
all my money,
women?
my family's in debt, you know, there's
Yeah,
whole
my whole
brands and
fucking
traffickers
tribe is
looking
in
for their
debt
Nah,
families
because
nah,
of
with a
it.
girl in London.
look. I've
What are you
actually
doing,
seen that.
man?
Now there's, oh yeah, I'm not gonna lie. There's some men that are doing that, bro. Don't get me wrong, that's not their primary motive, but that's part of the
That's all a
point.
byproduct, in my opinion.
Yeah. It's a pull for some of it. Like, yeah. And the girls, yeah, I can't wait. And then
Let's go wild. Let's go wild in London.
them young boys, man. The virility will make them do mad stuff.
I just
But we don't
don't know.
agree
We're
with
just
that behavior, though. We don't agree with the depravity. It just happens everywhere. It just happens. It's
Do,
not.
do, do
I
you
don't
know
think
what?
it
Do you
was
know what the
planned.
sad? Do you know what the sad thing is? Is that, and this kind of reminds me of the alignment between the Nazis and the Jewish population of Germany during the Second World War, right?
Yeah.
The sad thing is that in places like Senegal, yeah, and the Gambia and all these places, Mauritania, like the people are trying to stop these young boys and other people from going the back way. That's what they call it. They call it the back way. Yeah. From hitting the waves and that and ending up dead. They're actually trying to stop them from doing so. And that particular mentality aligns perfectly with a Jupiter who don't want them to come in anyway. You understand? It reminds me of,
That's deep.
you don't
Who
want them
said
to come
that?
in. What do you mean
I
you don't
said
want
I
them?
don't want illegal immigrants.
Yeah, they're illegal. They're
Yeah, but
illegal.
once they find out they're illegal immigrants, you know what happens? They get dashed back to their countries. You don't really.
The ones who you see are the ones going through asylum seeker processes. So stop using illegal immigrants because you don't know what it means. You don't know what it means.
You know what though?
There's a
Do you know
legal
what though?
definition for it. Stop using it. I don't
That's
know
true though.
I think
Majority of
that
illegal immigrants get deported.
immediately
do.
get deported once they've
Yeah.
No,
identified
they
who it is.
don't. There's too many
If they
lefty
don't get
solicitors
away,
to keep them in the country. They don't.
if they don't get away, Jupiter, they will get deported. That's a fair point. If they don't get away,
They don't though. They don't though. That's not a
not
fact.
all of them. You're right. Not all of them.
You've got no faith in the border agency in the UK's ability to defend its borders at all. You just feel like it's just open season, and that's unrealistic and not true.
It is realistic, and the latest scandal is that they've been stamping indefinite leave to remain mistakenly.
That's a legal status. That's a legal status. That's not illegal.
Yeah,
Again,
Sarah, do you know what you're talking about?
When you're a refugee, legal status, asylum seeker going through the process, legal status, you have rights, human rights, according to international law.
Okay. So what am I talking about? The latest scandal. What am I talking about, Sarah?
But I'm saying you're using the terms wrong. Stop using these terms. You don't know
No,
what
I'm
they
not
mean.
using the term wrong. What
If they're being
scandal am I
processed,
talking about?
if they're being if they're being processed, if they have indefinite leave to remain, that's a legal status.
Who said it wasn't? I said they're stamping indefinite leave to remain wrongly on the passports as people were entering into the country.
Why do you say it's wrongly then? Why do you say it's wrongly?
Because they
Why
had to
is it
go
wrong?
through the distance. So what happened was they had a stamp at the borders that they. Let me find the story for you. Hold on.
Do you know what the problem is with that though, Jupiter? One second. Do you know what the problem with that though is, Jupiter? Now, you see, if someone in an official position makes a mistake like that, they're accountable and it stands. You can't renegotiate once you've made an agreement. It's like a contract now, isn't it? So unfortunately, we got to hold that L. But I would say to you this as well, like when you look at immigration on the whole, immigration itself, like the way it works, the system, like anyone who knows how to beat the system is getting in. That's it.
First and foremost, we're not going to make one instance and just brush everybody with the same brush.
Tell you
it's
now,
like saying the shopkeeper down the road gave a loaf of bread to one illegal immigrant. We're feeding all illegal immigrants now. What is this stupidness? I'm
not saying that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking
about Jupiter. That's
I'm
one
just saying,
instance in one place. Like, what does that mean?
I think that was misplaced, but I think that ultimately,
could you quote to me where the place
the system is broken.
Sarah?
No,
seeing as you know what you're talking about, could you
gave an example and made a generic argument?
It's
like me saying a
you
shopkeeper
argued
down the
with
road,
ignorance because you don't know what I'm talking about, but you're going to pretend that you know.
So is this happening at all places where asylum seekers go?
Well, apparently it happened in a lot of places. So let me get the story.
Go and get these lots of places.
Do you know what the UK should do, right? If you are going to get rid of all the immigrants, if you're going to try and do that, it's your prerogative.
You're going to do what?
Get rid of all the immigrants.
I'm not going to do that, bro.
If you're going to do that, then come collect all of your immigrants, innit? From Australia, from South Africa.
That's what I said, bro. I keep it
from America. Oh, is it?
That's what we
said.
said.
If you do that, it's going to be a wrap.
We can all be in agreement, isn't it? So I said, remember, the minute you do that, the minute you do take everyone, we can survive with every foreigner leaving our countries.
100%.
Yeah,
you can't.
Not only survive, but
it's so glaringly obvious. It's actually cheeky to even assume that you could. Like, how can you?
Yeah, but remember, they're never going to do that because, the thing is, as bad as it sounds, those foreigners in the system,
they're big business.
Exactly. Whether they're illegal or legal, they are a license to print money. Let's put this straight. They are literally a license to print money because you have to register with the EU now, innit? You have to register with the central government and they have to know what your projections are, innit? So all of these people add to your projections. You need those numbers to be high. When you're competing with economies like America that's got billions upon billions, China, you need these people now. Let's be honest. That's a fact. I can't really deny that one. That's why I think they've made loopholes where everyone gets in now, man.
Like the minute the minute people stop coming here and the minute we stop sending things here, it's a wrap because you're not producing anything and you really don't have the skill set like that. So
yeah, but
it's right,
remember,
man.
some people come here now, yeah, and they have to do all sorts of courses. They have to go to, you know, uni and college and get a job, and they got all sorts of stipulations. Some people, if you know how to beat the system, then you ain't gonna come here with no stipulations, and it's real easy.
You know, when I was
know
in uni,
bare people that's done it.
there's a lot of people that are overqualified. Actually, they're not even just they're overqualified, but
Exactly. Because they forced them to go. They forced them. Some of them are too smart for the uni. They just go and fly through courses. Do you know that? But the point I'm making is, like I said, you know, it's not easy for everyone, but if you know how to beat the system, just like any system, like systems are made to be broken in it. They're made to be, you know, maintained and run. And, you know, some people know how to operate them better than others. It's like having a computer. Some people can tap that keyboard real quick. If you see my girl with the phone in her hand, when she's tapping those keypads, I'm telling you, it's like lightning speed. I've never seen nothing like it in my life. When I'm typing, it's like, I don't know, I'm doing like 1 letter per second, 5 seconds. It's absolutely nuts.
Over text messages.
I can't keep up with it.
You should hear the tapping. If me and him ever get into an
Can you just go away now? Thank you. Anyway, but the point is, some people are just adept with systems, innit? So if you're good with systems and law.
What just happened just then?
Yeah, I'm like, did you just do that and just brush it?
You're a man. You're a
What
man.
did
Why just
Colombiana
go
say?
away, man?
I'll leave you.
She was just telling us about the typing or something. Bless her soul, and then she was
I'm not
told to go
talking to
away.
you.
Well, bro, you do know you're online, right?
No one cares. You do know this is my phone, right?
Yeah, but you do know, like, yeah.
What you typing? What was the typing thing she was saying? No?
No, I was saying that different people are just adept at different things. So a person who knows their stuff, they know their shit, they know a little bit about law, they know about systems, they're getting in it. Like the asylum things, it's not really that hard. It's not. I don't think it's hard enough personally. That's my opinion, but it's not for me to say. Keep it how it is if you want.
Your life is very hard.
It is for you to say because you're born in this country. Everyone's got a right to have an opinion.
Yeah, but
and we
Jupiter,
don't
listen.
have to agree.
Jupiter, do you know what the thing is? I'm not the government, innit? The government made these systems.
What if? Hold on. What if you're born in this country to illegal immigrants? What status have you got now? What do you think?
I think you'd definitely be a British national because you're born on British soil.
What do you think, Jupes?
I think that you would be under your parents' care and you'd have to travel wherever the parents were. But at the age of 18, you would have a legal right to be here independently from them. Yeah.
18, but you're born here, Jupes.
While you're under their care, you can't take that child away from its
Now,
parents.
Jupiter, do you know what the problem will be? You know what the problem you'd have, Jupiter, is this. The moment that child's born, Jupiter, yeah, in a British hospital, yeah, what's going to happen is that child has to be looked after and fed like every other child. So now he's got to have a birth certificate and be registered somewhere. And the only place to register him is right here. So, you know, once he's registered or she's registered, I'd say they're a British citizen. I don't think there's any way around that one, Jupes. They signed the paperwork.
I agree with you, but the problem is that they would take that child away from the parents if it came to the point of
that would be a bit
them not being legal. They would be able to challenge them in court and keep the child and send them away.
But in a way, Jupiter, yeah, that wouldn't work because I think what would happen is, you see if that ever ended up in a family court, Dupe, yeah? In a family court, no judge is going to make that ruling. In a family court, the judge is always going to, listen, Dupes, I'll be honest with you, the family court, the judge is always going to rule to keep the family together, mostly the child with the mother, but ultimately the family together. So I think,
but not if they're illegal and they can't
that is in the interest of the child though, because remember,
children have rights. You know, they have human rights. Like, you do know they have,
you could traumatize the child. They wouldn't do that. They'd have to let them remain. They'd have to let them remain, innit?
Good point in the chats, yeah. Imagine that we had to flee England. Imagine something happened over here and English people or British people were having to flee. Can you imagine the shame on them?
Oh,
like, trying to turn it up at someone's borders, like, and say knock knock. Do you know what I mean? It's that's a mad thing. The humbling experience that would be. Because obviously we're in a. Because we were talking about it when we talk about this conscription. It was like, yo, we've never really been invaded. We've had some blitzing, some flying over and whatever, but we never had boots to the ground. So imagine, for instance, it was something like that, where we literally had to get away, or there was some natural disaster in England, earthquake, volcano, something, sinkholes, and we had to leave, and then we start.
You know what would happen?
It's like, well, who wants us,
brother? You know what would happen? Yeah,
it'd be crazy.
The English would be the new J people, bro. No one wants you. You get kicked out of everywhere you go to, man. Watch.
If we went to war tomorrow, I'm not leaving this country. You lot can if you
No,
like.
do you know what? No, he said natural disaster, Jupiter. He said natural disaster.
Yeah, I know, and that's the difference between us, and that's why.
But some of us have got children. Some of us have got children. Hold on, some of us have got children and want our children to live as well. Yeah, we said we did say before pride and staying on the country and dying when you could actually leave and survive and maybe come back later or whatever. I'm not into that.
Europeans would always help other Europeans.
You're gonna die on this land. You're not even from here, Dupes.
Europeans would always help other Europeans.
Can I be honest with her? She's right as well. I think when you think of when you look at it like that, yeah.
Coming over that are illegal. Listen, man.
No, forget the Polish. Do you know why I think she's right in the sense they'd have somewhere to go because you got.
You don't even want Ukrainians to get any money, and they're getting bombed the fuck out of them.
Danny Roscoe, pop on. We're talking about immigration.
I think a lot of British people have got relations like in America or other European countries or Canada or Australia, XYZ. So maybe they filter out and they got places to go. I don't know, bro.
Listen, they would go to all of their former colonies.
That's it. That's what would happen. You know that's what would happen. They'd be in Jamaica, bro. You'd have there them. You'd have M.
What, Femi? Yeah, cheers, mate. Cheers. Oh, yeah, thanks for the cup of tea. Oh, mate, that was a nightmare.
You know they'd be in Trinidad as well.
The rich ones are all set, though. They've got their places in Spain. It's just you lot.
They got Cayman Islands.
The man will first try to go Ireland and get stabbed up in Ireland, man.
That man will be in Cayman Islands, I reckon.
After what you guys did.
you get bottled in Ireland,
man. I wouldn't go there. Last place you want to go, man. Oh my goodness.
Well, this is where everyone starts remembering their roots. Like Tommy starts remembering he's Irish. Everyone starts remembering where they're really from.
You know, I got 1% German. You know, I got like 0.0.
I'd have to put my big toe in the Middle East. The majority in my big fat ass. Yes, I got 1% apparently. My big fat ass would have to stay in England. But my arms would have to go to Scandinavia. I don't know. Where would my head go? I suppose the
You'd have to go to Nigeria. What are you talking about, you?
And the rest of me has to go to Ireland and Scotland.
No, you be in Nigeria. Your husband will be flying you out real quick. You be like, you ain't going nowhere.
Nigeria.
Yeah, you be in Nigeria.
I'm going there soon. And I'll come back and I'll show you the video.
It's funny, man. You be flying you out. You like, you ain't going nowhere.
You're hilarious.
You be fully Nigerian, man. See Jupiter with a Nigerian gown and the head wrap. That would look sick.
Get it. Yeah, interesting. It'd be interesting.
So Danny Roscoe's said it'd be 5 minutes, Jedi. Yeah, come on, have a discussion with you.
Yeah. You can just jump on the panel though. Like, it's not like I've booked him or nothing.
No, I know that. I'm just telling.
But yeah, it'd be nice. Yeah, man. Welcome on the panel, bro.
He said it's going to be 5 minutes. He was in your chat.
Nice. Oh, thank you.
I'm jumping off now.
No, stay. It's going to be interesting.
No, man. I'm going now because I was only arriving to have this short conversation and bounce. To be honest with you,
you on the time limit?
I know that Jedi can.
You did something wrong, didn't you?
I know that
it's getting late though, Duke. I got gym in the morning.
It is late, man. I got things to do.
You know, I normally lock off at this time. Let's be real. It's been a great conversation.
No, we'll do it tomorrow.
Bless.
Oh, yeah.
Is Danny in England, in the UK?
Yeah, but he normally comes on when he's working nights. So
okay, so like what times? What these type of times he likes to jump on?
Yeah, he comes on late, but he won't be on for hours anyway.
Well, yeah.
Anyway, guys,
we're gonna have to arrange another time for him to come in and for us to be nice for him to introduce himself now, and then we'll
Yeah,
have
and then set up a better day. Yeah.
Big up
Oh,
your see
Yeah,
ya
What are you running
tomorrow.
for? What are you running?
big
it's
up
been
everyone.
an enjoyable day today.
It's been a
Enjoyable.
great day.
It's lovely, lovely. Very interesting
Immigrants
conversation.
alone, man. That's all I have to say. The whole message.
What
Leave
did
the
you say?
immigrants alone.
Huh?
So leave the immigrants alone, guys. Just let them be. I swear to God. If you've learned anything,
I don't
just
do
let people
nothing
be.
to immigrants. I'm only saying my opinions, for God's sake. You
I
make
know.
it look like I'm running around the country with a pitchfork, sweeping them out.
Oh, bless.
But I do think that obviously if this is an interesting one, but every immigrant or person non-English identifying person or whatever left England, it would be a critical time for the UK, for the economy, the infrastructure. It would be an immense blow.
So I don't advocate for everybody to be chucked out that's got sort of like non-indigenous, if you like, heritage. That's not what I think at all. But I just would like the illegal immigration stopped, and I would even like to cut down the number that are coming in legally, and to sort out our infrastructure and everything else. Anyway, I'm going to round you over. Danny, this is Jedi. Jedi, this is Danny. And
what's going on?
Yeah. Welcome, Danny. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jupiter's saying good things about you. She's not really gone into much detail, but yeah, she was like, yeah, we should have a conversation about immigration and those type of things. So you got some interesting views on them, apparently.
Well, not interesting, just normal views, I think. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, so you want to let him know where you stand on it? The reason that I would
where I stand on it.
Yeah, let him know, and then he'll come up against you or agree with you on something.
Well, basically, I don't think we should be having so many people in to the UK. We kind of need to stop it and close the borders and reassess our situation, and from that we can see what we need, what we don't need, and then go forward from there. But all the people that have been on the boat,
when you say we, who gets to say?
Like the government.
The government get to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
are you? So 1 second. Are you a person that believes that you should go with what the government say, and you feel like the government is honest to their people?
No, not for toffee, to be fair. You know, the government is wrong, but if a government says they're going to go and close the borders and they're going to sort out the immigration problem properly, then it's going to be a government that we can listen to. It's going to be a government of the people.
Let's do this. If the government don't tell you the truth about biological and viral issues to do with our nation's national security, who's to say that they're telling us the truth when it comes to the numbers that they spew out about immigration and our economy? The problem is we're dealing with a bunch of thieves that are writing out reports saying that we're hemorrhaging money with one hand, and then with the other hand, they've got their hands in our pockets and they're fattening themselves up. And this has been proven time and time again. They can't be trusted around money. They can't be trusted around resources, and they can't be trusted with information and revealing that information to the general public in good nature. Based on these findings, I think that we should hold fire on the whole concentrating on closing the borders, because they are the ones telling us that our borders are bursting, and we don't believe them. They told us that the hospitals were bursting, right? They told us the hospitals were bursting. They took funding and they created new hospitals that were sat empty, and they hid that from the general public. with all due respect.
That's really good points. That's really good points on that. To be fair, but the way I look at it is when I'm walking around my areas, I can see it. I can see the influx of it. Now I'm in Kent, so I'm on the front line of the people coming in and what's going on. And there's care homes that are being the residents are being removed from going to other care homes, and now these have all of a sudden got 24-hour security. I'm looking at the shops. The shops ain't the shops that used to be there, but it's all catering for for the people that are coming in. When I'm looking at my housing to get a council house, now it's gone from like 7 years to like 9 years.
So you mean in Kent, there's the shops are not catering to people from Kent. They're not catering to 100%. The white English majority of 100%. Kent. No?
You've got pockets of it. You've got pockets of it. If you go to the smaller areas and the villages and that, they're still going to be dominant for the
I don't
British
believe
people.
in Kent. There's one street that is dominant of non-English.
Okay, Luton Road.
Remember, bear in mind,
Luton Road.
Bear in mind, where did you say?
Luton Road. Find me an English shop on there.
Luton Road.
Yeah, Luton Road, Chatham.
In Kent,
yeah, Chatham. Show me an English shop on there.
Okay. And what are all the shops there? What are they there? You
got the Persian Rug Company. You've got the Chinese. You've got
all right. Pause. Now, just for a second, please, not to interrupt you. I was about to say that. Bear in mind that our national dish over here is fucking curry and vindaloo.
Yeah.
Right. By choice, British people, English people enjoy international cuisine. It's one of the beauties of living in the UK. You can get munch from everywhere. So for 50 years, you've been able to get a curry, a chow mein, a pizza from up the road.
Yeah, but I didn't think the effing was necessary, Jedi.
No. You can see you've got all of them shops there, but show me an English chip shop.
Yeah, unfortunately, English chips have kind of gone out of fashion. They're not as popular. Because my area, I live in London. There's loads of there's loads of fish and chip shops. There's loads of cafes. There's everything. It's multicultural. You can get anything, and
that's the problem.
There should be no problem.
Right, there's the problem. Multicultural.
The Asian shop. Let me tell you something. If the Chinese shop was importing their noodles via China, via Shanghai, and skipping borders, skipping customs control, paying value-added tax and shipping fees and stuff like that, then I'd say you got a point. Unfortunately, every bit of produce that comes through here is heavily taxed, right? That tax is going to the same bigwigs. So it's like these companies at a certain point, and they're feeding into our economy. They're buying chips and they're buying ketchup from Costco, cash and carry. They're feeding into our economy. They're not taking from the economy. They're adding to the economy.
I'm not disputing that they're taking away from the economy.
The money from the Golden Dragon is not evading the British pocket. The British economy is swallowing that back up. Mostly the amount of tax that you've got to pay, business rates, lights, electric, gas, water rates. You're not being realistic. The petrol,
but again, where's the English people?
The value-added tax. All we do is pay taxes out here, and if you over here and you own a business, you're chipping in just like everyone else is.
But that's true. I'm not disputing it is adding to the economy. But what I am disputing is where's the traditional shops? Where's the traditional English shops? Where's the English shops run by English people? Where is the shops that have been handed down for generations? Okay,
well,
man to boy.
Stopped handing them down.
Where are these? Why are they doing it? Because they're getting cheap imports. Because they can go direct to China and get the noodles.
Unfortunately, you don't seem, because this is the issue. You don't seem very angry at Murray the butcher, yeah. I mean, you don't seem to be defending Murray the butcher from Mr. J Sainsbury's. Ooh, I wonder what the J stands for. Anyway, let's move on. Yeah, we're not worried about what J Sainsbury's.
No, the big multinationals are there as well.
Killed our high street, though. The big chains killed our high street. They rubbed out the little man, and now you're yet again looking at the Chinaman or the Asian man or the whatever, the Pole who has gathered enough money to scrape up and create a little fucking corner, a little shop. Yeah.
Yeah, but how did they get that money?
These big multinational conglomerates that actually evade paying any tax or the tax that they should be paying, and they come and they obliterate high streets. They come and obliterate little villages. They put the Sainsbury's logo in there, and Barry, the newsagent, is fucked. Yeah,
100%. The big multinationals are the ones that killed the high street. Yeah, it is. Okay, it's what killed the high street. Yeah, but then when you look at it, okay, when you look at it, how can the imported Indian man all of a sudden have all the facilities to open up his shops? And then you look at the shops that are opening, and oh my god, they've got cheaper rates, they've got better rates, they've got cheaper rates because people want multicultural. People are saying we're gonna pay.
They slept with 55 people in a bed, top to tail, in one flat. That's how they fucking done it. While we were posh and like, oh no, oh rare. That's how they done it. And they piled all their money together and they flung it all in one thing, and they worked there every day while me and you went to school. Yeah, they were working there, grinding. On our way to school, we'd get a pack of chewits. Don't fucking lie, because you sound like you love a chewit, Stanley. Right? I used to get the bonbons and tempe chomps and stuff like that. All from the Asian man in the shop. He was grinding. He passed that down to his son, and they kept it going. And what they did, they recognized supply and demand. They didn't get cheaper goods than anyone else. They were just willing to work the grimy hours and stay consistent. The cash and carry was open to everyone. They got their foot in the door by hard work and determination.
It's not necessarily hard work. It's not an equal level, is it?
It's something that the average British citizen is actually losing. We're losing those ideals in how to train our children and how to teach them how to be hard workers and do menial jobs. We all want to be TikTok stars now, right? We all want to be, you know what I mean? It's society.
I do agree with that a little bit.
Let's just take it. Let's just take it.
These people contracts to create programming for us. They're creating the films, and you know, the National Film Agency is allowing those films. Korea's not having it. China's like, no, you're not giving us all these pop stars that make all our dudes look like girls. We're done with that. Done. But we won't step up. We'll celebrate Jedward and Louis Theroux and all these weird, not Louis Theroux, Louis Walsh and all that. We'll celebrate it and it'll be promoted in our media because they want us soft. When we're soft, we don't compete. We don't go out there and hunt and grab and take what we want in the workplace. And then we blame Kreshnik. It's Kreshnik's fault now. All of a sudden, we're angry at him because he's opened up a little shop where he sells his Polish stuff and his Polish people support. It doesn't make sense.
That's what's happening. But if we look at it in the same way, okay, of the red and the grey squirrel. Now it's not equal when the grey squirrel was released or introduced or whatever, because they overworked and overpopulated the red squirrels, so then it extincts the red squirrels. So what we're looking at now is, why is there an unequalness in our own country? Why, when we have a certain way of life and we have a certain way of doing things, they forced on multiculturalism to say, well, there are other people that are going to be doing 55 in the house. They are going to be doing this, and we're going to allow it to happen. Hang on a minute. I can't overpopulate my house. The council will be straight down on me. If I have more people than the rooms, the council will be straight down on me. That's not allowed. But once it's an ethnic, or once it's somebody with a protected status, it's being allowed. And that is coming down to a weak government and weak people for seeing it and allowing it to happen.
Danny,
so now we're at the point where
What's your stance on multiculturalism?
It should never have happened. Okay, this is no. You listen it out. Okay, I'm not saying that there shouldn't be multiracial. Okay, there should be multi-ethnicities. I'm not saying that. I'm saying the culture. The culture is English culture, British culture. So we should have protected that. So when people are coming in, it should have been like, okay, cool. We can have.
When do you think British culture first started to become under attack from outsiders?
Definitely going in. I would say probably in my lifetime, so probably the 80s. You know, maybe going late 70s. It started changing.
So
late 70s to the 80s.
Yeah.
So
Where
can
it
you
started to
describe
become
to
under
me
attack.
Can you describe to me what English culture was like before this attack? Can you describe what it was?
Well, it was everything that we do. It was celebrating all the festivities that we did from
Because
St.
if you
George
ask
to
me about,
fireworks night.
I mean, you seem like you've either got a really deep suntan or you've got some heritage from offshore.
Yeah. I'm half caste.
Okay, and what's the heritage of your parents?
So my father's Jamaica, my mother's Ireland.
Jamaica. So you're not from here at all, then?
Well, I was born here. So
yeah, but you're not English, though. Yeah, but you're not.
I am.
Not,
okay, how am I not English when I'm born on the soil? How am I more another nation that I've never been to, never been on their soil, and only have the heritage from my father to the place that I'm born in?
How do you feel about the children of these illegal immigrants? Are they just as British as you? Yeah.
The children of the illegal immigrants?
Yeah.
No, because they're illegal. No, because their parents did an illegal act.
Yeah.
Their parents did an illegal act, so by dint they're illegal too.
You said you was talking about being born here. You didn't say anything about legality.
Yeah, but
you were born here.
Yeah, but that comes with it, doesn't it?
That makes you English. You don't know anywhere else. That makes you English. So I'm saying the children of these migrants that come here illegally, they're born here. They don't know anything else. Are they not just as British as you? Or does it only count for you?
No, because they've come. No, because they've come from an illegal. If their parents are here with the culture, it's not just my father didn't just come across and just start saying, okay, cool, I'm going to start breeding out and whatnot. That didn't happen. I've grown up with the culture. I've grown up with Britain, so it's all part of it. Okay, so before when you asked me, you didn't say it's my father illegal. You didn't ask me my father's illegal or legal. So now we've gone on to that. I personally say that people who are illegal, whatever they have, whatever child they have on here, is still going to be the same. It's going to be from the same family. So it's going to be illegal.
So
come here legally.
Both of your parents came over here legally.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Cool. And that's the difference of why you're English. Your parents are not English.
No. Because I live English. Because I've encompassed England.
What if these children of immigrants live English?
Well, first they'll be getting the passports. They'll be getting legal status. And then they'll start living. I'm not saying as soon as you're born. As soon as I'm born here, I'm English. As soon as I'm born here, I'm English. No. I've got to grow into. You've got to live like you're English. Because there's so many people. Okay, like the Pakistani youths. Yeah, right. They're the ones who are like, okay, cool. Where are you from? Oh, I'm from Pakistan. How do you class yourself? Oh, I'm Pakistan first. Okay, they're not in my eyes. They're not English because they simp to another country. Right, so they're not because they're not saying England's my country. This is my soil, and we're seeing it now when people are talking about conscriptions.
You have to claim England as your land. You can't just be born here legally and have the paperwork. You actually ideologically you have to agree to this non-verbal contract that I will put this country first. That's what you're claiming makes you a British citizen or English.
Well, it has to be, doesn't it? Otherwise, what are we getting?
No, because
what are we getting? We're getting a load of people born here that doesn't have any affiliation to the country.
Unfortunately, that makes you thought police because, like, if you see that there's within England, there's many people that self-determine and see themselves as separate and have their own identity. I gave an example.
But they wouldn't be English, then, would they?
I gave an example of the Cornish people. Yeah, but they live in England and they're just as English. In fact. You turn around and tell somebody Cornish that you've got.
Will they say they're English?
Say that again.
What they say? What would the Cornish people say? Who is an identity? Who they are an identity to themselves? Okay, they are an identity to themselves.
Yeah, they
so
are.
So what do they say? Do they say they're English?
Or do they say they're Cornish? Just as English as you, and historically, they're more English than you because your parents. You're literally first. Hold on, this is a first generation biracial man. Yeah. Both his parents do not come from this land, thinking he can tell people how English they are and who's not English, and that's a bit of a joke. No,
why is it?
Because you have no historical claim. You're English by fluke.
So what country do I belong to then?
The country of your forefathers.
even though I've got no ties or no links there.
Doesn't matter.
I'm still connected to. I'm still connected to that country. That's a thought. That's a thought police there, isn't it?
You're born to Irish and Jamaican, yeah, and that's your roots. That's your heritage, Irish and Jamaican.
Yeah, heritage.
And just because, hold on, just because, listen, Danny, lovely to have you on here, yeah, but I'm a straight talker, and I hope you don't mind.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to offend you, but just because your parents fled from their countries, yeah, because they couldn't make it out, or they're from shit countries or countries that weren't as good as England, doesn't mean that now you're some special English protege. You're not. You're literally, your parents left their countries because they couldn't hack it. Their countries weren't up to scratch, so they've come here for a better land. And I think that's what many migrants, refugees do. They come here, and I'm saying if these kids come here or if these people come here and give birth to children, those children should be just as British or just as English as you, right? Regardless of how they view the country or not, they should be entitled to the same rights that you were.
But because my parents have, as you say, fled for a better life or whatever,
yeah,
you know, they've come across here, I shouldn't have any type of views. But I am the person who is a trailblazer. I'm saying, look, I'm a person, a first generation born in the UK, okay? So I'm here and I'm showing other people, okay, that we can integrate with the UK culture. We can become British people as in everyone else. We don't have to look at people and say, oh, they're different. But what you're saying is that doesn't matter, okay? Because people are self-determination. They're doing what they want to do, but they're not putting the country first. So this island's very different to many other countries, okay? Because we're an island, so we need to make sure that we put in our country, our soil first. If we don't, we're gonna get overrun, and we're seeing that now with the conscriptions. Now that's never going to happen, okay? But people already are saying who are white British people, I would never fight for this land.
Well
okay,
done.
because they believe the government is the land. No, you fight for the land, you fight for the people. Fuck the government. Okay, we can deal with them at different times.
All right, 1 second. The difference is, because I've heard what people are saying, and a lot of people are saying, if I step out my house, or if I hear that there's people pulling up to Dover or Brighton or whatever, and they've come to this country to fuck us up, I'm gonna go and fight. But if you think I'm gonna get on a plane or a submarine or some shit and get deployed to some next country where we're gonna go and kill brown people, usually, yeah, I'm not fucking on it. Yeah, if you think I'm gonna go and get parachuted into Moscow, yeah, to fight for you lot's political dirty little wars, I'm not on it, because I won't be manipulated. And I say good on them. That shows that men are evolving, and we're no longer cannon fodder. It's taking us a couple
evolving into globalist though.
Yeah,
evolving into the global culture.
This is the globalist war, and you know what they say: young men die for old men's ideas. So you know,
if it's for the UK, but
it's
then same people
say that they would not fight for this government. Now, if they'd fight for their neighbor and they'd fight for their land, yeah, I think you're misconstruing what a lot of people are saying. No one's looking to stand by while people invade and try and fuck us over.
Well, the things that I'm seeing is exactly the opposite. Is saying I would never do this land. If I wouldn't go to a foreign land and die. I wouldn't expect anyone's sons or daughters to go to a foreign land to die for a war that doesn't affect us. Exactly. I expect them to be here, though. I expect them to be here on this soil, defending the hell out of it. Okay, so that's the difference.
That's all right.
Okay,
let me just welcome Jake quickly, Danny, because I don't know who this is. Jake, Jake Love.
Oh hi, yeah, it's my surname come up as Love's on there. It's Jake Clark. Yeah, I just called my channel that for some reason. Hi, mate. Yeah, I just I know Jupe, and I don't know if I spoke to you, Danny, but
Jupes.
I wouldn't have him on personally.
Why?
He likes to go on about Hoaxted stuff and
Hampstead. Don't call it Hoaxed. You said you weren't going to call it Hoaxed, remember? Because that's the smear.
He likes to go on about Hampstead stuff, and he takes it off in a different direction to do with those little kids.
Well, I don't mind that. I was one of the trailblazers of this Hampstead Heath story back in my day. I don't mind that, but we're not talking about that right now. So hopefully we can stay on subject. We're talking about immigrants and foreign policy and all kinds of good stuff. Yeah.
Social cohesion, racial cohesion.
So right now, me and Danny's having a great little conversation. I'm really enjoying it. And he's first generation. What did you call himself? Half
British.
caste. Half
Half
caste.
caste, yeah.
What is that?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, it doesn't mean it's the normal biracial or dual heritage or whatever it is. You know, it's the original one that got changed into. I think it got changed into a mixed race. The mixed race got changed into biracial, and biracial got changed to dual heritage, and dual heritage got changed to people, coloured people, then coloured people to people of colour. It's one of those the evolution process. But you know, I like that's what I am. You know, it represents me well.
Yeah,
Rather than going into all the other bits, you know, dual heritage, it's a nonsense, to be fair.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so some people in the chats were saying that some of them were skeptical of whether English people would accept your claim to Englishness, being that your parents are from other lands. What do you think?
That's what a lot of people do try to use to stop the conversation, because obviously, you know, my conversation's different to a lot of people who are first generation, second generation, or whatever. But when I do it, I look at the people that I speak to, and you know, when I go to the rallies and things like that, I've never ever had a bad word or anything, you know, even on my socials or whatnot. And the only time I do is from those who are against me. Do you know what I mean? So
The thing is,
I can say they can accept me.
I've seen people from other demographics go to rallies and stuff, and go to gatherings and situations, and it's turned out nasty for them, because I don't know. I don't know what your level of honesty is going to be on this subject, but have you ever encountered or witnessed, observed a racial element at any of these rallies? Maybe they didn't say anything to you, but have you ever seen anything? Have you ever detected anything?
To be honest, not really. To be honest, not nothing that can come to mind to say this, that, and the other. Do you know what I mean? To say, oh, it's definite, because I'd call it. If I see it, I'd call it straight away, because it's not helpful for the whole situation. So people need to know that you know, they can't carry on in certain ways. We've kicked out people like, you know, patriotic alternative and them type of people. We kicked them straight out. The ones who would potentially do that type of stuff. But I can only speak for me. Do you know what I mean? So I haven't witnessed it. If I would, I wouldn't let it just slide across.
Fair enough. Well, yeah, I've seen people getting smacked up on camera, getting called nigger and shit.
But what type of rallies were they? You want to save the statues and things like that?
He's talking about Black Van Man. Did you ever meet him, Danny?
No, I never met him. Was that a Speaker's Corner though?
No, it wasn't. It was on a
speakers,
rally. It was on a rally. But he was a nice guy. He didn't deserve it either, to be fair.
Hey folks, I guess you know the video of Tommy Robinson. I guess he was in Luton, maybe, I'm not sure. But the where he's got all the signs, there's like Sikhs there, and he does a statement saying there's someone's come over from the West Indies specifically to support their thing that they were doing. There was you know, first generation, second generation, whatever it is, Jamaicans and stuff, and there was big signs saying "Black and White Unite." And he did a little speech saying, "Yeah, Nazis, you're not welcome," or whoever, you know, racist, you're not welcome. So they do. It's obviously a very. We're only early into this this stage of. Beyond that, I mean, it was disgusting. It's unspeakable, isn't it? I mean, I was researching after learning some of this stuff through the repatriation stuff through the Black Betterment page and stuff like that, and 9 Ether and stuff, if you know what they're going about, and Kale and that, but they they end up, sadly, because of the generational hatred, which is rightfully so. Because I was researching like the Tulsa massacre and stuff like that, and like 10,000 people had to leave their homes in 2 days because the whole place was just set ablaze. Thankfully, there was only 30 deaths, and I think about 17 of them were actually white people, which is good. It's gotten a good. Otherwise, there would be a lot more hatred. If there was more deaths and it was more black people, then there would be a bigger ongoing trauma. So in many ways, it was blessed that there was actually many white people also died in them riots. But do you know about that, the Tulsa massacre?
Yeah, that's in America. But what was the point?
Again, that's America. It's not. And I hate it when people try to use America for UK issues. They try and make that say, there is a totally different racial divide and racial aggravated stuff that goes on in America. You'd be stupid not to say that.
Sorry,
Huh?
Totally different. No.
Totally different. Totally different.
How is it totally different?
Well, how isn't it? You don't walk down the street.
Totally different about the racism that people face over here. What's so totally different about it? Break it down, because you've never experienced racism in England.
Of course, I've experienced racism.
Danny, just try your trying to invent something plausible. I'll fill the space while you try and invent something plausible. No, I'm joking. Sorry.
What do I need to invent plausible? So you're saying it's exactly the same. So when the policing in the UK,
no one said exactly the same. You said totally different.
Yeah, totally different. The policing in the UK is totally different. Okay, right? People are you're gonna say it's racially. You're gonna say it's racially. I'm done. Wait. I live in an area where there should be racisms. Okay, because there's more white people than there are of any other minority. So that should be, if there's the racism in the police, it should be in these type of areas where they can get away with it. You know, it's only 20 minutes down the road and I can be off the edge of a cliff, right, into the sea. So
unfortunately, it doesn't work like that, because the Metropolitan Police are the most racist police force in Britain, and they've been found to be institutionally racist by the McPherson report, and most recently, the last report proved that they still had issues with racism. There's been several class lawsuits of unfair dismissal, racial dismissal, what's the word now?
And there's also a lot of rapes and a lot of
what's the word? Racial discrimination
in there as well.
Wait. We're just talking about the police force.
So yeah, I'm talking about it as well.
Hold on, wait. I'm just letting you know that the Metropolitan Police Force might be different from the Kent Constabulary, who still have their own record of racism. Gillingham Police have had class law actions against them. I think what you're doing is you're trying to sugarcoat it, and you're trying to make it seem like Kent is some oasis where no. What's happening is the Kent's police are not, as everybody knows, Kent police are not as racist as the Metropolitan Police. That is a fact. Doesn't mean that they do not have racism, and it doesn't prove your point that racism isn't an issue, or that the police use totally different tactics. They don't. Mayor Giuliani from the New York Police came over here and advised on policing. They share information, tactics, techniques. Do you know what I mean? Just because you might be talking about the American police are armed, and the British
there's not a lot of racial. There's not a lot of racially profiling.
We've had over 333 deaths in custody without one conviction. These are similar. This is similar to what goes on in America, where people are killed.
How many years in the UK?
No convictions.
How many years in the UK? Because that's wrong.
Say that again.
Unless you're going. How many? 300,000 deaths
I said there was over 333 deaths in custody without one conviction.
But how many years has that been over? That is, what is it, from 1990s? It doesn't matter.
To now. The fact that what the stats show is that the extremely low conviction rate of police that abuse their power.
And how many blacks was that?
How many
blacks was that? Or any other ethnic minorities?
Loads of ethnic minorities, loads of I remember ethnic minorities, not just about color, right? So loads, majority.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
There's a whole report that you can go and brother.
But the thing is, what I'm saying. But the thing is, what I'm saying.
Every year, you can take your time out as a mixed race brother to go and read the national crime statistics. Yeah,
I do. I read it all the time because that's one of the ones people come up against.
The disproportion in policing, the disproportion in justice, the disproportion in probable cause, the disproportion in appeals and restorative justice for miscarriages of justice that are carried out. wrongful convictions. It will show you all of these things, and year after year, the stats show that there's institutional racism throughout the infrastructure of the UK, not just the police force, but in the judicial system as well, and in probation. So as well, not only are you criminalizing people, not only are you abusing your people elected power to uphold the peace and defend your constituents, you're also failing to rehabilitate them and assist them. So when you find yourself at the bottom of this social economic barrel or ladder, should I say, it's laughable for anybody to try and make it seem like, oh, well, yeah, you're comparing it to America, but it's nothing like it. They're totally different. No, they're not totally different. Yes, they are different factors. Yes, there's different figures, there's different numbers, but there's so many similarities. You can't just gloss over it and say it's totally different, because it's not totally different. In fact, if you actually look at the numbers and the scenarios that take place, they bear striking resemblances to each other from across the Atlantic and around the world, to be fair. But yeah.
Okay, what about the fire brigade then? What about London Fire Brigade? They're racist too.
Why would they be racist?
Well, they've been classed as being racist. They've had a report done on them, and they've been classed that they're racist.
To
it's
themselves,
a racist organization.
Yeah,
it's a racist organization. And this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Yeah,
hold on. But I said
the organization will have racists in it. The same way as the police have pedophiles, rapists, murderers.
1 second, quick question. Why is all the British institutions infested with racism?
Because we're Britain. It's Britain. You're not going to have another institution really that's not of the UK.
The thing is, as a like 36-year-old now, I just turned 36 last week. But a male, white male, as they're called, white. It is.
Are you proud? Are you proud to be white?
Well, I don't. I mean, I don't like the polarizing terms black and white in their own right. Because are
you proud to be white though? Are you proud of your heritage? Are you proud of your British heritage?
It's too general. It's too vague. It's too.
This is why me and Jeddah were talking about heritage before.
I remember what I was going to say about that, because you were saying about Cornwall, do they call themselves English? But actually, because English are the invaders, Wales is actually named after the word Walia, which means foreigner. We added the wal to Corno, it was called Corno, and we added the wall for foreigner. So we actually bullied them out. They managed to protect those small parts of land. One, because it was over the the moors, or what's it called, something moors down there. So they managed to kind of hold us off, and then Wales managed to keep us off over the River Severn and the hills there, and managed to protect themselves. But the rest, we got invaded. You know, the Normans, the Saxons, the Romans. So yeah, English is what is actually English originally. I mean, and this.
But you're going into historical. You're going way back into the histories, and when England was called, angels, Angle. Over the angels, do you know what I mean? So you're going back all the way. We don't need to go back all this way to say exactly who is the British person, because that's a moot point, to be fair. Because I'm not saying that ethnically I'm English. I'm not saying that at all.
You're doing well tonight, actually, though, Jake. Yeah, but he is doing well, coming up with some different angles. I mean, normally I've not seen him talk like this. Quite sensible. Well done, Jake.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, the reason I brought up the American situation is just because it was so recent, like, in regards to a mindset that even if we had totally cured racism over here, or we just didn't have the same attitude for whatever bizarre, crazy reason that could manage, it could happen, but it doesn't seem to be the case, does it? And there's going to be a suspicion of, and it's taken years to get over, that the working man wasn't involved in the slave trade, and they didn't actually profit anything directly as such. Yeah, they would have ended up with products and stuff, but they wouldn't have even known it was happening for any reason. There wouldn't have been newspapers, would there, like 200 years ago even? And
in Cornwall there would have been, because they took off a whole heap of people. How many people did the Barbary pirates take from Cornwall?
Yeah,
they took a whole village.
It's been going on for so long, isn't it?
And that's the reverse of what people are being told. Again, it's something that we can't have anything directly to. or the white English person like yourself haven't got any, like you're saying, you haven't got any direct links to. But you know, through reparations, they're trying to say, well, you have a direct link to it, and you have to, even if it's you know, all of our, well, I don't know how they'd work it out, but they're trying to say that, you know, they need to bring back some money to help support what happened of the past. So
well, this would explain the paranoia of think of us as such a small, vulnerable country as well. We're always going to be on a defensive, like reactionary, paranoid. You know, whoever's got this land, whatever people came. Same with Israel. You know, people want that land because it's some holy, you know, lines up with all these sacred spots and stuff. But it's a very vulnerable place.
Yeah, let's not go off to that tangent.
Yeah, but it's right. That's why you know, England is, you know, we do need to protect ourselves, because you know it is a country of invasion, you know, from all sorts. So once we've got it down now, we needed to say, right, and cool, we're gonna facilitate for the people here, but they're not, and this is the problem. This is why people are not having the conversation of saying, okay, you just want the brownies to go, you want the darkies to go. Well, it's not even that. It's we need to facilitate it for ourselves. We need to facilitate it for ourselves first.
This is what confuses me, Danny, right? Because you said we need to put a halt to immigration, right?
Yeah.
Now that strikes me as being something that is like, you're the guy that climbed up the ladder and pulled it up behind yourself.
I did, yeah.
Right? You slid in from immigrants,
yeah,
and now all of a sudden you're like, whoa, no more immigration. And we're like, you know what? We don't want to hear that from you, Danny. Have a couple English kids. Have a couple English kids. Prove your loyalty to England, and maybe we will consider that when your grandkids are around voting age. But for now, you're a bit cheeky. You've just slid in. You've literally, there's 9 months in it. They could have been 9 months into it. Not to say that they weren't there for years, but I'm saying the fact is, they could have been 9 months in it.
Yeah, but it wasn't. But yeah,
it would have made no difference to your status. Do you know what I mean?
Well, it would have done, because the whole point of it is, I could have been anti-British.
All we know, you was conceived in Jamaica or Dublin, right? And you've just literally managed to be born on British soil, and now you're telling people close the gates. And I think that's fucking cheeky. It's a liberty, bro.
Well, it's not really.
You're the product,
because this is where I am. I'm the positive product. I'm the positive product of immigration.
You've had a good time. You love the country.
So is everyone else. So is everyone else.
Let others have a try. No. You can't do
so
that.
Everyone,
you can't say,
yeah, but we're not. Okay, then cool. So how is it? We're bringing in people 43?
Right.
How is it we're bringing in people?
Enjoy, innit?
Yeah, but they can't though. That's the point. They can't enjoy it. How can they enjoy an overcrowded infrastructure? How can they enjoy themselves? Okay, if they weren't being pushed, if they weren't pushed at the front of the queue, they'd have no doctors. They'd have no dental surgeries. They'd have no housing. But they'd have none of this.
Sorry, it's not overcrowded. It's undermanaged.
Which means what? Overcrowded.
No.
If it's undermanaged. And there's not enough resources for the people, then it's overcrowded.
That's not what it is. There is enough resources. The resources are being mismanaged. Come on, man. Let's get it together.
There's not. There
is. We got enough money. We've just sent 12 billion to Ukraine. Don't tell us we ain't got fucking money. What are you talking about? Before the Ukraine war, we could have scraped that 12 billion and used it on ourselves. No? Right. Is that? But we didn't.
Exactly.
Right.
But
so it's undermanaged.
Does that stop it being overcrowded? But the two different things. Yeah.
No, we got the resources. We got enough resources. Hold on, wait, 1 second. Because we're worried about a housing crisis. Yeah. But we got enough resources and enough land to house the homeless, to house those that are socially in need of housing, and to do our charitable bit as part of as part of citizens of the world, and allow refugees and people that need our help. We can do all of it. We have enough housing. There's enough space. The problem is it's being mismanaged. The problem is private contracts and all these things to mates, backhanders. Listen, I could take you around my area. I live in London. I could take you around my area and show you 1,000,001 different places for people to live. right? Like it was said earlier, yeah.
Yeah.
None of us want to be paying for the abandoned palaces around up and down the country. None of us want to be paying for that. These funds could be getting directed. These lands, these places could be getting directed for affordable housing. We don't even have enough schemes for affordable housing for our young academics that are learning or just starting their budding careers. We're not even showing them confidence. We go over to Libya and we fuck over a man that gives free electric to his people, gives educational grant, housing grant,
loans to families.
Do you understand? To
Yeah,
his
yeah.
family.
No, Gaddafi was going to change.
We assist in fucking him over. Yeah, fucking up
Gaddafi
that country.
was going to change the
I
world.
agree with that.
100%. Gaddafi was going to change the world. He did what every government should be doing, and that's facilitating stuff for the country. Exactly.
We went and assisted in fucking up that country.
One of the biggest mistakes we made.
Exactly. I'm not saying anything about those wars. I'm not saying anything positive.
How much do we spend to do that when we could have spent that on our own people?
Yeah. So when it's undermanaged, okay, and when the money is getting transferred into the wrong places, you could go into your area, okay, and you could say, I know exactly how we can bring the level of it up, okay, and everyone can have, or majority of people can have decent houses and things like that, okay. So that's you managing the money well. So once it's undermanaged, like we can all agree on, that then means when there's more people coming into an undermanaged country, by definition it will become overcrowded because there's not enough stuff there's not enough resources available to put them into the right places. So what they do is put them in first, and the English people are last. And that's the whole point of it.
The issue
we shouldn't be last.
The issue isn't the amount of people. That's not the issue. The issue is the way that the resources are being managed. That's what the issue is. And we have to address that. Otherwise, we're always going to have the issue. No matter how many people are coming in or not coming into the country, and that's
so what we do
before the Windrush, there was a gap in the labor market, in the skilled labor market. There was a gap that wasn't filled. That wasn't caused by immigrants. That was caused by the way. That was caused by the way the resources of the United Kingdom are being managed. And to this very day, we are still mismanaging. We are still. I remember growing up and they created the Millennium Dome. I can't remember how many billion that was. Complete fucking failure. Now it's basically a fancy Nando's and a place for kids to go and bop their heads to some bullshit music. That's all. That's literally all that happens in there.
Exactly. So you should be a supporter.
A massive rejuvenating housing scheme, right? That would have solved. Listen, man. You
should be the supporter though. With that view, I'm agreeing with you. So,
empty streets in Liverpool, like literally dilapidated areas, and then we're talking about homeless. Yeah, we're talking about no. This is a joke. We got the green belt. We got so much land and places for us to place people, for us to house people.
The English people ain't getting placed. They're not placing the English people in these areas.
I'm only talking about English people. I'm not even talking about foreigners. I'm saying,
but that's the thing. They're putting the foreigners into it. The social housing projects that come up, it's the foreigners. There's a place up in Chatham, okay, Anchorage House, 91 luxury apartments are going to be there, and it's going to be people from Newham coming across into there. What they're trying to tell us, okay. So even with that, they're not facilitating the people of the area who are homeless, who are everything. They're bringing people in across. So it is mismanaged. Go on.
So what if they're from Newham? That doesn't make them immigrants.
They should be from here, though, shouldn't they? They should be from Chatham.
Oh yeah, and your parents should have been from England, but they weren't. Stop that, man. You're not one.
They shouldn't be from Newham, though. They should be from the area that them houses are built in.
You should have been born in Montego Bay then.
Well, I wasn't. I was born here.
Your parents should have come here and put a strain on our resources, isn't it?
No, you didn't mean foreign people.
Well, it wasn't a strain back then, but I can understand that point. I can understand. I can't deny it, go against that point. Okay, if that was the fact, but that wasn't the fact, was it? My granddad, when he came over here, he worked, he built, he did what he needed to do. Okay, so it wasn't the infrastructure. It wasn't the the flooding, it did start to become the flood because, you know, they were only expecting,
Sorry,
you know, 20, 30,000.
Wait. Were any of your parents born in England?
No.
So when you're talking about your dad, your granddad came over and did what? Came over and then had kids in another land.
He came over, he built, and he started something in a colony of the UK,
Your very granddad took the funds from the. Oh, come on, bruv. Game over.
It's a colony. It was a British colony.
Yeah, but
it's a British colony.
This is where I think you fall short, yeah, or you kind of fall at your. Something's made you believe that this was somehow an acceptable thing, that somehow
was it not acceptable?
Us.
Was it not acceptable, Jake?
It happened, and maybe relative to, you know, the way people treated each other. Yes, it was the way of us showing our dominance or whatever, and that's just the way of the world at the time. But it's not something I don't think we should be proud of now. You know.
What
having colonies?
Yeah.
We've still got the Commonwealth, so you want to abolish the Commonwealth?
He was saying it in a proud way, though, was you?
He does. Man. That is very attached to it for some reason.
I don't think Danny was sitting here saying that he was proud of colonisation.
There's good and bad things of it all. Colonisation made us what we are today, so we can't disregard it, but we can't also say it was 100% positive, because obviously that would be futile as well. You know what I mean? But that's made England. That made England what it was today. That made England be able to have a navy as it did, and then by dint stop the slave trade, and then by dint protect our borders and other people's borders as well. So you know we've got a lot to be proud of through colonisation, and we've got a lot to be ashamed of as well.
Let me. I want to say two things. First thing, Dupes, thank you very much for inviting Danny over. You were right. He is good. Yeah, Danny, big up yourself, man. You're a good speaker. Enjoying having this conversation. I'm looking to turn this channel down now.
Okay.
And return tomorrow, right? I don't know what you're up to tomorrow, but is there any chance you can jump on any earlier tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll try to. I'll try my best. So what time is this normally the normal time? I know you did say you was going to turn it down a while ago, so I appreciate having me on.
I do normally lock off around 12, 11. Depending on what's going on. But
I'll try and jump on about 9.
All right, yeah. Cool.
Is that good?
Yeah.
All right, wicked. I'll jump on at 9. I appreciate for having me on, you know, later than you would do. And the conversation's good. I like having these conversations.
Yeah, man. Big up, bro. It was all right. Yeah, interesting angles. And big up yourself, Jake.
Thank you. Big up views. Yeah, I didn't mean to attack Jake. I didn't mean to be mean at the end, Danny. It's just
it's good. Listen, it's really good. Don't feel a way of coming at me with all barrels of all guns. I like it. Do you know what I mean? Because it challenges my views as well. You know, there's no point in me saying blah blah blah. No one challenging me. No,
and I just want to point out,
I do change my views here and there.
While Danny's here, Danny would consider my politics weak compared to his. I mean, we agree on some things and we're not the same on other things. So don't assume that I'm coming here going, "Oh, this is my boy. I agree with everything he says." Yeah. I just thought it'd be good because
I think
I know that Danny's good at discussion, and I know that you are, Jedi, and I think that's the kind of discussions I want to hear, rather than name calling and stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
100%.
Definitely. All right, man. Yeah, that was a great one. Thank you, guys. Hit the PayPal.
Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
Hit the like button on your way out.
All right, so we're back here tomorrow. But definitely back here at 9 to listen to this.
Yeah, check out the Patreon. Yeah, log in tomorrow. It should be a lit stream. Add the Patreon and check the community page on Trilluminati Live. I got a podcast that I did with Max and Shan. If you ain't seen that, check that out. Leave a comment if you can. And yeah, man, I'll see you lot all tomorrow.
All right, then. Take care.
Yeah,
see you later. Thanks. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So that was a lit one. Big up to everyone that was on the panel today. I'm holding it down, having great conversation. It was a really good one. Let's make tomorrow an even better one and keep building. Big up the 87 people in the building. Please hit that like button. you know, help us battle the shadow banning, the algorithm working against us. We're swimming against the tide. So yeah, every little interaction helps. Even if you could leave a comment at the end of this video, just leave a comment or something. That would be nice as well. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, Red. Big up everyone in the building. Brumtown for the 66th like. Yeah, we're gonna get the likes up better tomorrow. I just haven't been hot on it. I'm just giving you a rest. You know, normally I'm like, hit the like, but yeah, I've had a lot on my mind and a lot going on, so whatever. But yeah, I'll link you lot tomorrow, man. Peace, PayPal, all that good stuff. Sklackle.